Well, this could be your ride, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how much it costs now, but the two-seater thrill ride here at Santa Pod really does give you a good indication of what driving a rail is like, and normally runs low 8s, 160 miles per hour, something like that, isn't it?
There, about that, or high 7s, yeah. I haven't heard that expression for some time, actually, a rail. I love the story about where that came from. In Southern California, when they pretty much started drag racing, they were using normal streetcars, but what they did was they took the body off of them. They took the body off and just were left with the chassis rails. Yeah. And that's where the phrase came from, pretty much.
Yeah, indeed. Wow, okay. So let's see how we get on. 8 seconds, 160 miles an hour.
004 red for Paul. Not that that matters,
yeah.
but
Paul Brown pulls the red. But now then, what are we going to get? Oh, 7. Very good. Ah, spot on. That was the numbers that Colin was calling for it yesterday, wasn't
That's
it?
right. Well, the man in the seat there is a prime target for dial-in day and getting him racing. So, first race of the weekend. Colin Theobald with Bruce, Slimmer of the Year so far for Slimming World in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Chris Goodale with the beautifully restored Russo's rack. Colin dials 11.70. Car can run a little bit quicker, but he's taking it easy just to make sure that he doesn't go red. And guess what?
A red.
He went red. It really was only just though, Colin. 007 for red. Tried very hard indeed. 11.63 and breaks out as well. Bad on both ends.
Yeah,
I think is the phrase. But Colin,
does, doesn't he?
Yeah, Colin's just desperate to get back up here. That's what that was. So Chris Goodale takes the win there. Colin, still a wonderful effort, mate. The car ran quick too. 11.63, 117.
So don't forget, we've got 32 pairs of cars coming around here for the Nostalgia Superstock. So got a good bit of racing to see here. So here's our next pair, Pete Christmas with the Demon out there in the Kestrel Beers Lane. Dials in 10.60, and going 3 seconds before him is Nick Martin with the Duster in the Slick Tricks lane. So there goes Nick. And there, 3 seconds later, that's Pete Christmas. Car's called Fallen Angel, and we all know what it's like to be one of those. Now, first one to the top that doesn't break out, basically, and it is Pete Christmas who takes that one.
By 0.4 at the stripe as well. I'm sure you watch live at home, don't you, John?
I
Sometimes,
do.
yeah. The finish line cam is fantastic, isn't it?
Yes.
It's absolutely outstanding.
That is a good camera shot. Yeah.
Very good addition indeed. Also, we've got to say, folks, you are witnessing the biggest competition field ever in European drag racing. Like John said, 32 pairs, 64 cars. Going to be fun. Anyone that wins today earned it. John Sleeth, Daz Chandler up next.
Yeah, well, John Sleeth in the Kestrel Lane, long-time drag racer, dials in with a 9.68. So you can see quite a difference between the two, and he's chasing down Daz Chandler. Is he going to get there? Is this going to be close? Going to be one of those camera shots? He does it right on the finish line. Wow.
Well, he didn't get there first, but Daz Chandler broke out by 0.2. Daz Chandler was never going to win that one. Big reaction time advantage for John Sleeth, 0.4 to a 0.31. Over the finish line first was Daz Chandler, but he went way too quick on his dialing. That was the only way he was going to get to the stripe first, basically.
Interesting. Really, really good.
So, Stuart MacArthur should be taking on Connor Hall, but there is no Connor Hall in this first round matchup, so a freebie for Stuart Arthur.
So on a bye run, he can break out, he can pull a red, and will still go through, won't he?
As long as he takes the green light, as long as he takes the tree and moves up in his own power, that's all he needs to do.
Yeah. So here we go. Dials in 12.90. He's going to try and run as close to that as he possibly can.
Using it
in
as
the
practice
Roadrunner
as well.
Yeah.
0.7 on the tree, 12.90 on the track.
Good run. 12.97.
If you noticed, again, the wind has completely stopped.
Yes.
The windmills have stopped.
Yeah, they have.
They're facing different directions.
Well, yes.
Flags aren't moving at all.
Yeah.
Right, I think this was the man that lost his rear windscreen.
It would appear so.
It would appear so, unless that's an aerodynamic modification. That's Jared Heathcote with the Nova. 12.60 he's dialing. And Alan Huckle with the beautiful looking Falcon over there.
Yeah, they're pretty cars, aren't they? I like those.
I've actually, you may have had this too, but it's really weird because I've actually followed that car in a couple of times to the track. So it's street driven in here as well. It's just very weird. And driving home from some events on the M1, going past cars that have actually got race numbers on them, you know?
Well, Alan in the Falcon dials in 13:38, 12:60 for Jared Heathcote in the Nova. So Jared leaves second. Now then, the race is on once again. Jared closes, they go towards the top end, and Alan Huckle takes it. Is that a breakout again in the right?
It is a breakout, but there was no way Jared Heathcote was going to win that one with a 0.6 reaction time. That is over half a second. Alan Huckle was 0.5 on the tree. Once again, that was pretty much the story in that one. If you leave yourself too much to do off the start line, it makes winning very, very difficult. You've got to pray that the guy in the other lane or girl in the other lane breaks out. Steve Lloyd with a beautiful, beautiful Impala, built by the Williams boys out there in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on Gary Semper. It's a really good matchup, this one. Actually, both these two very, very well accomplished racers in their own rights. I think that's called commentator's curse, isn't it? Red light for Gary Semper.
So already the win goes into the Slick Tricks racing lane and Steve Lloyd.
Oh no, Gary Semper runs 11.75 on, guess what?
11.75.
I always say, if anyone red lights, for God's sake, don't run it all the way through, because if you run right on your dial-in, you'll never forgive yourself. And that might be Gary right now, unfortunately. Oh, that is really unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. Steve Lloyd, though, through to round 2. Only 5 more rounds of racing to go after this.
Oh, boy.
It's mad, isn't it? We should have actually had the first round of Nostalgia Superstock last evening, but obviously due to delays, weather, everything. Do you know, I do joke quite a lot and say that, you know, when the weather's really nice, if we could just press pause on the weather. And it really does look like God has just done that, doesn't it? Because nothing's moving at all.
Yeah.
It's all very calm. Spencer Tram in the Kestrel lane. Spencer, last week, won in Comp Eliminator. Kirsty, his sister, who's down there, won Sportsman ET. First time brother and sister, that brother and sister particularly, have won at the same event.
Well,
and
congratulations
they've been at
to
it
them.
a long time, haven't they?
Yes,
Yes.
they've been up here since they were born.
Exactly.
So I remember them as babes in arms when I first came here.
My goodness me. Somebody's on time this morning. Can't say who it is just yet. Spence is out in front and backing off, and it is Spence who takes the win. Jim Smith was 005 on the tree. Spence was 06. But Jim slightly further off his dial-in. Spence with a win and into round 2.
The Perfect Light Award is still up for grabs. Simon from
Is that right?
Euro Dragster was telling me this morning. If somebody runs a reaction time of .000, they're up for
50 quid.
£50. 50 quid. There we go. Courtesy of the various sponsors that take part in all of that. So it's
Kath and Tick Napier.
Kath and Tick Napier, thank you.
That's the one.
Right, here we go. So the Mustang of Dan Sanderson, dialing in 13.75. Almost similar dial-ins, these two, 13.20, 30.75. The race is on. It's going to be so tight at the top end again. Who gets there first? It is Dan Sanderson. I'm just looking to see whether nobody broke out. So it was a great win over Holly Butcher, who was in the other lane.
So your next pair, Paul Singer with the done and dusted duster. Say that quickly after a few. In the Kestrel lane, taking on Simon Rickwood. Now Simon must be in as an alternate because Simon qualified, get this, 67th.
Yeah.
I have never said that out loud before in UK drag racing. Someone qualified in the 67th position. That's amazing. Simon Rickwood, though, has everything in the locker to win this. He won Pro ET last weekend. so he can go all the way, even though he qualified down at 67. He just had a bad couple of days.
Well, there's the weight. There's the gap. He pulls some red. Well, he may have everything in the locker, including a red light.
Commentators curse all day today.
So automatically, Paul Singer takes the duster through to the next round.
Well, I think Simon Rickwood will remember fondly last week, not so much this weekend. Most unusual for Simon. Okay, Dan Williams and Neil Francis. Dan, with, like Colin said yesterday, that's the factory paint on there. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Really, really beautiful looking Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane. 1068 for Dan. Going to be going first, though, is Neil Francis with the rust buckets. Two opposite ends of the presenting a race car type spectrum. However, both cars are very, very cool in their own right and in their own way. Some people love the patinaed look, I think. Isn't that the phrase?
Yeah.
One way of putting it. In the
Here we go, and light burnt down, and a good reaction time for Dan Williams, a .01.
We can't say that in Eliminations.
Forgot that.
It's okay. Oh, Dan was never going to be beaten that way. 0-1 on the tree, as John said, and a 10.70 on a 10.68. Neil Francis only just broke out. But that was another race he couldn't win because he was a tenth of a second off on the tree compared to Dan.
Well, Beavis Allen in that wonderful Impala,
awesome,
coming through into the Kestrel Beers lane, dials in a 12.25, and Ty Strevitt with the Dodge Dart. Two beautiful looking cars out there together, aren't they? You can have any colour you like. But it's red.
Exactly.
So he dials 44. So the Impala goes first. Now then.
Beavis was your number 2 qualifier as well, and Beavis will be moving on.
Well, there you are. And it was a 0.4 reaction time for Beavis. I can say it now, can't I?
You can, of course. Yeah. It's just in case. There's a lot of these cars are street cars, so they can have the radios on in them as well. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Not so much of the radio communication, but a lot of them being street cars. Not saying that anyone has the radio on. However, if they do, and they may hear what we say, if they're paying attention, could be
through the crash helmet and all the leathers and all that sort of thing.
It has happened, though. It's funny because we used to do it with Spence when he used to race in Sportsman ET. We used to say, if you can hear us, stick the indicators on, and he did. Okay, so Phil Stillwell goes red, unfortunately, with the Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane. Gary Cork through to round 2 with the Coronet. 11.70, 11.72. He had an O2 light as well in 11.72. That's very difficult to beat.
Have you noticed so many people are on the numbers this morning, aren't they?
That's the way it is.
They're running bang on their darlings. I just find this quite extraordinary. They're so practiced and professional, this bunch of racers. Absolutely superb.
Looking for a dial-in for Vic Parsons down here with the immaculately restored Plymouth. Isn't that beautiful? Really, really lovely looking car.
Yeah.
980 for him, 12.85 for John Hurahan. Isn't that great though for Vic Parsons? His first race back. He's already in the 9s, dialing a 9.80. The weather this morning is really cool. There's no breeze, so there's every chance he's going to go too quick. We've had a few breakouts already this morning.
Well, Kamara's going to leave first with that 12.85 dial-in, and then 3 seconds later, Vic Parsons will be chasing her. Here we go. And it looks like Vic goes motoring by. He doesn't want to break out.
That's the way to do it. He was on time on the tree. John Hurahan missed a bit. And that was all it took for Vic Parsons. Has been doing this quite a while. Backed off.
He made about half a second on the leaving from the tree. So reaction time.
When people are a couple of hundredths off their dial-in, half a second on the tree is kind of like, that's it.
Yeah.
Really. So Phil Hobson with Old Scatterbolts in the Kestrel lane, taking on Adrian Portelli with that immense Charger. I don't think, like what you said yesterday, Don, I'm not entirely sure I'd seen hardly any of that body shape before. I've seen loads of
Yeah.
Chargers. Not looking like that, though.
Yeah, yes, all right, I'm talking without knowledge, so I'm not going to go on anymore. But I know one year when I was working at Goodwood, they brought over the wheel standards, and one of those in the hands of a very famous American racer. I just couldn't take my eyes off the racing for a minute there.
Oh,
Phil Hobson gets it.
Yeah, a whole shot win as well. That'll go down because Adrian Portelli was closer to his dialing with a 94 and an 88. But 0.4 on a tree to a 0.18. That was the finish difference at the finish line. Phil Hobson finished right by 07. If you add the numbers up, that was a whole shot win. Previous winner of this event, Lee Charles down there, taking on Chris Tyhurst. I love the nodding dog in the back of Lee's car. Can you see he's nodding
Well,
now?
yeah, but I have to be honest, in the day we all had those. And little tiger's tails that you hung over your protruding fuel filler, which has put a tiger in your tank, which was the SO thing. I think. SO,
yeah.
sure. So anyway, enough reminiscing. Let's watch the racing.
That's what we're here for.
Chris Tyhurst away first, followed up by Lee Charles. You can see the gap. And Lee flying in the Kestrel Beers lane, pulls alongside maybe, and yes, takes the win. Absolutely fabulous. Dialed in a 987, runs a 935. Is that 993? Sorry.
Yeah, he was close to dialing. The win margin was 0.2. Nothing in it. Points left on the start line. And once again, that finish line, Cam, earning its weight in gold all day long. Nothing. How can anybody go to the finish line doing this? I just don't know. That's what they all do. That's what they all try to do. But yeah, so close. Right, Andy Bishop and AJ Denning with that incredible 57 that pops the wheels up every time he shifts gears.
And it's Andrew Bishop in the Barracuda in the Kestrel Beers lane, dialing in a 10.15 and 11.55 dial in for the 57 Chevy. So Chevy goes first, and yeah, hopping and skipping away. But the Barracuda has him in his sights, pulls alongside maybe, and pops a nose over second. There you are. So well done to AJ Denning with all that hop, stepping and jumping away from the start line. Quite extraordinary to watch.
Andrew Bishop left himself a little bit too much to do on the start line. That was the problem with that one. 0.44 again. Technically a whole shot win. Bob Main, originally from Scotland, now in Yorkshire, I think, is Bob. In the Slick Tricks lane, 12.40 against Carly Watts. With, again, guess what? Another immaculate race car, that Charger. Again, when you started coming, John, back in the early 80s, these sorts of cars were just, they're like hen's teeth. They were virtually very rare, weren't they?
Indeed. I mean, if you remember when Sylvia Hauser got the Paul Rossi Dodge in from the States, it was big news, headline news in drag racing. And Sylvia proceeded to dominate for quite some time. But Carly Watts closing in at the top end, but it's still Bob Main who takes the win in that fabulous looking Superbird.
Yeah, he slammed the anchors on a bit at the top end. I could see that happening where he was too far in front. So what they do is, just to make sure they don't break out, they get on the brakes a little bit or lift before the finish line to make sure they don't break out. And that's exactly what happened to Carly Watts, because she was trying to catch him but ran out of room, kept her foot in it and broke out. She wasn't going to win that one, I hate to say, either. 0.12 on the tree to a 0.48.
So Carl Kenyon with the Chrysler Valiant should be running against Keith Williams, but it looks as though Keith Williams hasn't put in an appearance, so it's going to be a bye run for Carl. Dials in a 14.90 anyway. We'll treat it as a full practice run, and let's see what we get in terms of time. Well, how about that? Dials in 14.9, runs 14.909. So excellent run, excellent run. Fair chance he would have won anyway. And now this is Mick Sharp in the Slick Tricks lane. Should have been running against Rob Tyrrell. There's quite a few cars not putting in an appearance this morning.
There are a few. That's why Simon Rickwood was in. He was number 67. 10:37. Mick Sharp once again on the money. So, Paul Small with that beautifully recently imported thirsty work. Chevelle in the Kestrel lane, 10:56. No Royden Mitchell, unfortunately, either.
Yep, so he's missing. So Paul dials in a 10:56, and we'll use it as a practice run to try and get as close to that dialed-in time as he can.
And a bit of practice on the tree as well, which is always good.
He was our number 28 qualifier. So don't forget, it's a 64-car field. I think we had, how many did we have actually run? Was it 70?
69 or 70, I think.
Yeah,
it was,
something like that, who vied for position in that top 64.
All right, we have a couple of spots from above.
Thank you, Ian.
Nothing major, obviously, but enough to put things on hold for a couple of moments. We had this towards the end of the day yesterday, if you were here, which I'm sure most of you were actually, where getting late in the evening there was the odd spit and spot of rain. We cannot risk running with any sort of fluid on the racetrack whatsoever, because if it's just a couple of spots of rain, frankly, probably not so bad, but it's normally the prelude to something a little bit heavier. And if it does start, by the time the cars leave the start line to get off the shutdown area, it's a good 30 seconds and things can change in a big way in that amount of time.
Well, just to remind everybody, and I'm sure that most of you were here yesterday, that the Drag Racing Hall of Fame has their for sale area right next door to where all the vintage drag racing machinery is on display. It's all still there, I'm sure, this morning.
Of course.
Plus some trophies, trophies that were issued in the early days of drag racing. One issued by what became SEMA in America, and that was given to, was it Mr. Allard? I'm trying to think of it. But anyway, there's a lot to see. So if you want to take advantage of this little break, then you've still got the Hall of Fame, who are selling lots of goodies to, of course, bolster the Hall of Fame funds. So go and have a look at those, and also have a look at the various historic vehicles that we have on display. Plus, of course, Graham Sykes' steam-powered motorcycle is there. That is some piece of kit. Amazing. It really is. I mean, I didn't see it run on Friday, but steam power with the ability eventually, I think, to run 200 miles an hour.
I think he's not far off that already,
yeah.
Actually. Already there. He may, do you know, the oddity about it.
Did I say Steve Sykes? Graham Sykes.
Graham Sykes, yeah.
I meant to say, sorry.
Is obviously, they don't have speedos on these machines. We rely on the clocks out there on the racetrack. So it is quite weird because you only get the speed measured at the 8th mile half track and at the finish line. So he may have been going 200 miles an hour at some point on the racetrack, but it wouldn't measure that. It just measures it at half track and at the finish line. But anyway, still holds the record for the fastest ever steam-powered vehicle on the planet.
That's incredible.
It's pretty unbelievable, isn't it? Very
but I mean, to me, when you look at it, it has all the reminiscences of Eric Tabull. And, it's being shown now.
Yeah, I was going to say, thank you very much indeed, Barney. You're listening to us.
And I haven't seen that before. My God, that took off like a scalded cat, didn't it?
Literally scalded cat with the steam, yeah. He went 671.
You'll have to forgive us. We're looking at a TV monitor up here in the control tower. So, but that is the first time that I've actually seen that. I didn't see that run on Friday because we were driving up here at the time. So
I think a lot of people were.
Yeah.
So while we're on hold for a moment, we will hand back to Nitro FM. It really shouldn't be too long. There is, looking at the radar, there's a couple of spits and spots around, but all being well, it should blow over fairly soon. We have a lot of great stuff to show to you today. We still got to finish, obviously, round one of Nostalgia Superstock. We started at 9:30. It's nearly 10. Sorry, yes, nearly 10 o'clock. We're about halfway through. Nitro FM, thank you.
Seconds, 160 miles an hour.
004 red for Paul. Not that matters.
Yeah,
but,
Paul Brown pulls the red. But now then, what are we going to get? Oh, 7. Very good. Spot on. That was the numbers that Colin was calling.
He's taking it easy just to make sure that he doesn't go red. And guess
pulls
what?
a red.
He went red. It really was only just though, Colin. 007 for red. Tried very hard indeed. 11.63 and breaks out as well. Bad on both ends.
Yeah,
I think is the phrase. But
Slick Tricks lane. So there goes Nick. And there, 3 seconds later, that's Pete Christmas. Car's called Fallen Angel, and we all know what it's like to be one of those. Now, first one to the top that doesn't break out, basically, and it is Pete Christmas who takes that one.
By 0.4 at the stripe, you know?
Yeah. Well, Alan in the Falcon dials in 13.38, 12.60 for Jared Heathcote in the Nova. So Jared leaves second. Now then, the race is on once again. Jared closes and go towards the top end. And, Alan Huckle takes it. Is that a breakout again in the right?
It is a breakout, but there was no way Jared Heathcote was going to win that one with a 0.6 reaction time. Accomplished races in their own right. I think that's called commentator's curse, isn't it? Red light for Gary Semper.
So already the win goes into the Slick Tricks racing lane and Steve Lloyd.
No. Gary Semper runs 11.75 on, guess what?
11.75 was babes in arms when I first came here.
My goodness me. Somebody's on time this morning. Can't say who it is just yet. Spence is out in front and backing off, and it is Spence who takes the win. Jim Smith was 005 on the tree. Spence,
thank you.
That's the one.
Right, here we go. So the Mustang of Dan Sanderson, dialing in 13.75. Almost similar dial-ins, these two, 13.20, 30.75. The race is on. It's going to be so tight at the top end again. Who gets there first? It is Dan Sanderson. I'm just looking to see whether nobody broke out.
Even though he qualified down at 67, he just had a bad couple of days.
Well, there's the weight. There's the gap. He pulls some red. Well, he may have everything in the locker, including a red light.
I commentator's curse all day today.
So automatically, Paul Singer takes the duster through to the next round.
Well, I think Simon Rickwood will remember.
Here we go, and light burnt down, and a good reaction time for Dan Williams, a .01.
We can't say that in Eliminations.
Forgot that.
It's okay. Dan was never going to be beaten that way. 0-1 on the tree, as John said.
That's right.
Exactly.
So he dialed 44. So the Impala goes first. Now then.
Beavis was your number 2 qualifier as well, and Beavis will be moving on.
Well, there you are. And it was a 0-4.
Stick the indicators on, and he did. Okay, so Phil Stillwell goes red, unfortunately, with the Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane. Gary Cork through to round 2 with the Coronet. 11.70, 11.72. He had an O2 light as well in 11.72. That's very difficult to beat.
Have you 12.85 dial-in, and then 3 seconds later, Vic Parsons will be chasing her. Here we go. And it looks like Vic goes motoring by. He doesn't want to break out.
That's the way to do it. He was on time on the tree, John Hira.
Talking without knowledge, so I'm not going to go on anymore. But I know one year when I was working at Goodwood, they brought over the wheel standards, and one of those in the hands of a very famous American racer. I just couldn't take my eyes off the racing for a minute there. Phil Hobson gets it.
Yeah, a whole shot win as well. That'll go down. Because
Dicehurst away first, followed up by Lee Charles. You can see the gap, and Lee flying in the Kestrel Beers lane, pulls alongside maybe, and yes, takes the win. Absolutely fabulous. Dialed in a 987, runs a 935, and 11.55 dial in for the 57 Chevy. So Chevy goes first, and yeah, hopping and skipping away. But the Barracuda has him in his sights, pulls alongside maybe, and pops the nose over second. There you are. So well done to AJ Denning with all that hop, stepping and jumping away from big news, headline news in drag racing. And Sylvia proceeded to dominate for quite some time. But Carly Watts closing in at the top end, but it's still Bob Main who takes the win in that fabulous looking Superbird.
Yeah, he slammed the anchors on a bit at the top end. I could see that happening where he was too far in front. So what they do is just to make sure they don't break out.
Williams hasn't put in an appearance, so it's going to be a bye run for Carl. Dials in a 14.90 anyway. We'll treat it as a full practice run. And let's see what we get in terms of time. Well, how about that? Dials in 14.9, runs Mick Sharp in the Slick Tricks lane. Should have been running against Rob Tyrrell. There's quite a few cars not putting in an appearance this morning.
There are a few. That's why Simon Rickwood was in. He was number 67. 10:37. Mick Sharp once again on the money.
Honey, baby, meet me just one last time. Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's hard leaving you this way, but the train's about to roll into the bay. Such a good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you.
This is the Custom Car Invitational, just in case you've forgotten.
Yeah, okay, but I have straight away. First pair, Steve Summer and Kenneth Baker. 11:48 for the Rambling Man in the Slick Tricks lane.
Of course, has been driving this car for years. He's at all the hot rod shows. He's out there in the Slick Tricks lane. But the Deuce in the Kestrel Beers lane is on the finishing line when Adrian's on the halfway mark. There you go, 10.9. And how we go.
Both very quick cars, these, well capable of tickling the low 9 seconds.
Well, Danny Wilson's in the Mark 1 Zephyr 6, but Warren's long gone. And look at that, 9.24. Good run for him.
147 miles an hour. Yeah, he regularly runs in national competition.
Hall of Famers. But this is young Tim Ball in the Slick Tricks lane with the 300E van. And as a DJ, I had loads of those, I have to tell you.
Really?
Everyone went to the scrapyard.
Oh.
So.
That one didn't. 10:29.
Yeah,
1:36.
very nice, like that.
He just actually purged the gas and it could well be a 10-second run. Yeah, both of these run nitrous as well.
Wow.
So there's a very good chance we're going to see side-by-side 10s here.
Yeah, this looks really, really good. Oh, wow. You spot on, called it beautifully.
10:63 at 1:26 for Tom. That was fabulous.
Is that the same?
Cool.
Well, the Firebird in the right-hand lane. It's not a Trans Am, it's a Firebird,
It
yeah?
is a Firebird.
Look at that go. That is, I imagine Mark Todd is sitting in there seething.
But he hasn't got the GTO, yeah. Well, 9:19 at 1:47
nice.
for Paul Houston. Still not a smooth run. He's been well into. He's have a day off because Colin does all the scrolling, trying to find entries and everything.
Yeah. That's a really sweet little car, isn't it? It looks totally American, the Metropolitan. But
I'm sure it ran like that when it came out the factory, didn't it?
yeah, no.
Oh, well, 13.81 into 69. Which used to be an incredibly quick run. We're rubbish. 8:01, 166. We're officially rubbish. 8:66 at 1. 8:01 at 1:60. Well, Ricky runs it to half track. Relatively easy, but again, once, like I said before, no testing or anything coming out before this event. 13.63.
What
a run from Paul Harris. Look at that.
Oh, superb pair of runs. Yeah.
6.30 for Paul Harris.
Absolutely stunning looking slingshot dragster. Here we go. Well, they're really making a race of this. It's going to be Timmy to the top.
He goes 6.23, 211 miles an hour. Good looking run for Bob Hawkins too. 6.7.
And he's doing a huge driving job there. Oh yeah!
6.28 and 2.25. The scoreboards are working again. 225 miles an hour for Tony Betts. 6.43 at 2.08 for Andy Raw. Not his quickest run ever, but pretty much what they were looking for. Great side-by-side runs from the funny cars again. Yeah. Hopefully this will be nice and smooth. Pretty bouncy.
Yeah, well, tire shake again on that. Caterpillar tracks right the way across the start line. And it does get very painful, doesn't it? The shaking of the brain when that happens.
Sometimes it is. There's a fantastic photograph of Adam from last year up on one wing.
Oh, Jared.
Very quick announcement. We are about ready to go. Don't worry, folks. The drivers are getting back in their cars. You're better positioned than all of us to tell whether it is actually spitting or not, as the case may be. Hopefully not for much longer anyway. The bright stuff is coming. You can see it. Could we have Gasser Circus into the pairing lanes, please, for round one action? Gasser Circus, could we have you down, please, for round number one? We'll continue with round number one of Nostalgia Superstock as soon as we possibly can.
Track, and the closest to that they get says where they sit in the order.
Right, Glyn Dunford, Pete Christmas, Glyn dialing in a 12.20, Pete a 10.60. Pete's going to get there first with the Fallen Angel. He gets a 10.66, moves up to 11. Nice move there.
Good move.
Oh, beautiful as a horse. Phil's not actually taking the run here. So concentration on Dan Williams, doesn't want to break out. That's the most important thing.
Because he did, didn't he?
10.66, 62 to number 9.
That's an awesome...
So many of these American muscle cars now becoming worth so much money and being fettled to run at Santa Pod.
37 the dial.
Nice.
Yeah, 10.40 on 62. Now then, 10.19 is his dial-in. Doesn't want to break out. If he does, he's going to be very, very nervous.
Good run.
36, so he moves up to 25.
Here we go. So we're looking for 12.31 in the Kestrel Lane, 13.10 in the St. Greens Racing Lane. And left-hand lane seems to have come out of it.
Too quick.
Breakout, isn't it? In the
Yes, too quick breakout. Connor Hall, going to be nowhere near. Second door car would have been like one. There's probably only a handful, wasn't there?
not
handful.
even that. I think it was a fingerful. Oh,
Struth.
My
Well done,
goodness
Andrew.
me.
Kept it away from the wall there.
I saw the wall move back a bit there.
It
Did you
did,
see
it
it
really
take a
did.
pace back?
Bulldog goes in at 36, and Andrew Bishop drops to 41. But, well done.
And in the Kestrel Beers Lane. So here we go.
Well, Jason's seen his dad go into the not into field, but into the qualifying ladder. He's okay. Jason's going to be well and truly okay as well. 10.82. Jason, 12.78 years ago, or not?
Just
Very good question. I don't honestly
that's a
think so,
Barracuda.
or no, but yeah, it might have been a CUDA. Still a very unique machine.
Oh, 10.99 or 10.90 dial.
so here we go.
Currently 46 and 49 in the order.
Looking for 11.75 and 10.70. So here's the first one.
Oh, Gary Semper goes to number 1 with that one. 11.75 with an 8 and 11.75 dial.
Dialing.
Yes, it is, yeah.
That won't be a 14.99.
Well, we've still got Honky Tonkin to play with, so it's not so much of a problem. So, sorry, it's Mojo. Come on, Mojo, 11.33.
can see the difference between them on the track, can't you, in a second?
12.52, 13.53. No movement from Paul, but Holly moves up to 42. Yeah, he's nicely off the line. So John currently number 11 anyway. He will get to the top end first. How close is that 968? 80, time, 50.
Didn't he drive a car something like that for the youngsters who are out there? So, but the Plymouth Duster, you got two Mopars side by side, both pulling reds. Bit of difference between them. A 975 we're looking for here, and a 1375.
He doesn't
in the
want to
Kestrel
break
lane.
out, and he doesn't. Don's in.
At 29, Nick Martin.
Really is.
Mopar and Mopar out here. Barracuda and Challenger. Oh!
We had to breathe in then.
Take it a long way round.
10.07. Duncan moves to 53. John.
Is he?
Sometimes I tell lies. No, lovely bloke, Chris. So John Davison should get there first, looking for a 10.50. He's only number 55 at the moment.
So looking for a 10.50.
11.26.
What
He
is up
moves
to,
up 2
John?
spots. Another car below us hasn't put a run in yet.
Oh, blimey. I wonder what you're excited about. It just, potentially pushes you further down. I think you'll be all right.
I don't mind if this one goes quicker though.
Okay.
So 12 seconds we're looking for in the Kestrel Beers lane, and we get 12.223.
Yeah, Paul Fleckney goes 16.706, plays 12.20.
What make is that Savoy then?
That's a Plymouth, isn't it?
Plymouth,
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah.
Plymouth Savoy.
But it's a Chevy in the right lane. Gary Carr goes 11.25,
Yeah,
that gets him in at 35. And Neil Francis goes to number 40.
I saw the car being
Plymouth
loaded up as
against
well.
the Chevy.
What Matthew Dowdy doesn't want to do after all that effort is go quicker.
He won't
than
go
a
quicker than
12 lap.
12.
Okay.
That'd be 12.2.
Says Colin.
Oh, 12.4, that'll do it.
work.
That gets him in. 49. And read it off the screen, but yeah, you can see switch cars.
It's an old, yeah.
Yeah. Glyn used to drive old Scatterbolts, but this is his new one. So he's looking for a 990, gets a 10.14 and 11. Oh, Gary Court breaks out by less than
Really?
Absolutely that. Yeah, it's
Wow, that is historic.
it goes as well. Watch.
So another Plymouth versus Chevy matchup. There seems to be a lot of them today.
Well, dials in 990, runs a 10.01. So is that?
Oh, look at that! New number 1
Another
qualifier. Come on.
else. So we seem to have a prop, or is it a clean-up going on? So it's John Hurrian on his own, looking for a 12.75, as you said, already in at number 60, and
And
runs
he goes up to 45. Yeah.
very good, 13.05. That's a big old car to move along the racetrack, as all these machines are.
Well, safely qualified in 32. Wants a 12.30. Gets a 12.30 with a 5.
Oh, wow.
Goes to number 2. Nice one, Beavis. Very.
I've got to tell you, there's not one horrible car amongst these, is there?
Why would there be? I mean,
No,
it's just
they're
like
all such absolutely magic for your eyes to feast upon. I think it's the nicest way of describing it.
12.93. Actually,
10 spots.
yeah, indeed.
Okay, dials in at 987. And that is a perfect bit of race kit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
So he's looking for 987 and gives us 990.
Paul Small makes a big move from 50 as he's dialed.
65.
Lots of wheel spin off the line
65
there.
Mustang.
That's not going to help Tim Stanbury, unfortunately. 989 with a 5. Lee Charles proving once again while he's such a killer.
Dials at 1260 and a 975 for that Belvedere.
Well, Vic's safe at 18. Not sure Jared's going to be running a 1260 though. Vic goes 991. Jared goes Apple. So Keating in at 59. Simon Rickwood last week. That would be a massive shock if Simon Rickwood didn't get in.
Is he out of it?
He looks like he is. He's off the throttle and cruising. Keith goes to 28. There we go.
Keith's well and truly in. Simon Wickwood, 65. Oh. The trigger's broken in a Wild Bunch pit. Definitely after, I think it's an OptiSpark unit for a Pontiac distributor. If you've got one of those, let them know.
Astralson don't break out, and he doesn't. Outhouse, not quite penthouse.
17 Lloyd with the
wheel spin central there for Steve. That completely did not hook up at all.
So 14.90 is what Bob is looking for. What's he going to get? Here's a 15.69.
Yeah, he's not going to move from 61.
No.
Oh, he does.
The Superstocks class, because he drives in all other classes as well, doesn't he?
Well, if he's a quadruple double champion in Super Gas and Super Comp, knows his way around a car. Him with Bob and Tim.
Yeah, Daddy Bob looking on as though he's saluting. And dials in 13.40 in the Kestrel beer lane, and 13 in the Slick Tricks racing lane in the Chevelle.
That is a full-blown numbers matching Z28 actually Guy King's got there. Lovely car.
I would expect nothing less.
13.35. Drops a spot because Alan Huckle. Whoa. 62 to number 10.
Very well done. 13.75.
68 Mustang.
68. So looking for a 985, 988.
He's on it. A proper.
Wow.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lifts the wheels every single gear change, pretty much.
Well, we're looking for, was it 1038?
Oh, that'll help.
1039.
And he wasn't.
Well, only two actually. Lovely wheels up launch there for Pete.
An 0-1 reaction time for Aussie. 933 and 1099. Aussie is in at number 28.
Well, Spencer pulling a red light, just examining the envelope with the Camaro and then the Superbird. So Spencer dialed in 1128, runs 1137, and he moves up from 34 to 20.
One for Mike, needs to get into the show. He's currently number 69. So Adam goes 11.06, breakout too quick, and a 12.48. Oh, Mike Graham breaks out by 2.01 light for Paul Brown, as you would expect. So are we going to see a 7.9 this time round? It's an 8.02, but it's 167 miles an hour at the stripe, and I should think the passenger has now breathed out.
Hold your breath. And Graham having his first run on Black Cat, but it looks like he got a few gearbox problems there. But what a fabulous run he made yesterday. Alongside him, Tim Howe, on the sort of machine you saw at sprints and drag races in the 1960s. Tim normally races a supercharged BSA, unfortunately it's got the crank out. But a 12. Just have a quick reset then. Ramrod in the Slick Tricks lane. Ridden by George Hughes, the grandson of the original rider, Dennis. That little Honda is a real handful. But sounding very nice at the top end. Obviously getting a little bit leery off the line, but a 12.97. Well, Matt's having a few problems there, but that wasn't the point of this. Such a great competitor.
After all that waiting, unfortunately, problems. Randy Cobb off the line. 1060 Graham Barton, and he goes 1070. Good effort. Was 18. It's going to be higher than that now. Actually, yeah. So Shawnee with the wagon, one of the quicker cars in the class normally. Well, Lauren isn't here anyway. Looking for 1001. Well, right numbers, wrong way around. Sean actually hadn't got a number on the board. Wow.
Chris broke out by what?
Two have put in runs already.
Sam Glenn running the car yesterday in Rugby Rug, if you remember. But Simon back behind the wheel now.
Up one spot for Simon. Run.
No, that's not going to work.
So John Gibson goes 1090 on a 1080. That might help.
On his way. KB being pushed back. So Nick gets 1168, goes up to 2217. Target of 1085. With all the zeros at 118.
Solid looking runs in both lanes. 965 and a 1020. $9.92, nice run, and 10.44. Nick Hewison goes all the way up.
Thank
so
goodness we got some racing in.
Well,
He's only here today.
100%. Simon Dials 11 flat. He's currently number 4. Brian Gibson 11.39. $11.06 for Si, and Brian moves up one spot. 11.55 on a 39.
The round one matchup was Harvey Turner against Ray Turner. Harvey won it. Considering it was Father's Day, that wasn't very nice of him, was it?
No. There's your present.
Steve Matthews goes 73.
That'll help. Yeah, up to number 10.
Breakout.
What's he going to get, though, is the most important thing. 11.04. Stays put at number 9. Okay.
Everybody involved for that contribution. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all. Well, Ben, currently number 6 on an 8.38. Has he got any more for us? 8.52, he's done that.
Not shifting into second gear by the sound of that. It's good looking launch and everything else though. 10.59 still moves him up to 21.
Yeah. Walking on. So thanks, Dougie.
It's called a moonwalk.
Yeah,
That's what it's called. Yeah, because it's a night. So Ronnie Mercer yesterday went into the 8s with an 8.97. Dougie looks like he's on a good one this time too, actually. Ronnie Mercer goes 9.01 at 140. Dougie goes 10.28, 128. Well, Spencer jumps off the line and opens the door. Well, sorry, boot. Quickest still for Ginner. 8.56, 1.59, nicely done. Good looking run for Martin. That'll be better than yesterday. Yesterday he went 9.82. Today goes 8.88. 1.54. Purging the nitrous. Yesterday we went 10.40. Today.
I believe, engine damage for Roy, unfortunately.
I love the sign on the back of that thirsty work. Hold my beer, I'll be back in 10.56.
What's he dial? 10. Oh, that's who he's put his dial in next to it. Very clever. Yes, I like that. I like that. So, Paul qualified number 28.
One thing I have noticed as well, Cole, watching all these over the last couple of days, 10.59 on a 56, good test run for Paul. A lot of these cars appear to be Superstock legal. Are they? Like that car looks like it should be a stocker.
Yeah.
You know?
Right, next up, Jason Dodd, Matthew Dowdy. Matthew dialing in 12.36. God, he's had a weekend that didn't go to plan so far. He'd had a new transmission installed, broke one already. Looks like Jason Dodd dialing in 10.86. Oh, Matthew breaks out.
Well done.
Well, Jason... No, but
double breakout.
It was, no, Matthew wins.
Yeah, Matthew wins that one, wow.
Lesser of the two breakouts.
Wow.
Or battle of the breakouts,
Yeah.
as the man next to me never said in his work.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Right, so Dave Bilodeau is the man in there from up north, dialing in 989 in the Kestrel Beers lane. And Gary Carr with his Chevelle in the Slick Tricks Racing, dialing in 11. So, little bit of a gap between them. Here goes Gary.
Whoa!
What a wheel stand.
Bit of fresh air under that engine.
Now then, here we go. On the finish line, who gets it? Gary Carr.
The banter between those two last night was up there, I tell you.
Well, that will go down as a whole shot win. 006 reaction time for Gary Carr.
Yeah, he's confident in that car.
A little bit. 05 for Dave Bilodeau. He wasn't exactly snoozing.
No. Don't forget the perfect light is up for grabs.
Tegan Kath Napier, that's the one.
50 quid.
John Pratt and Glenn Dunford, your next pair. It's not often you see a 0.8 of a second reaction time. 12.03. That is a very big whole shot win for John Pratt. 0.29 on the tree. He wasn't exactly on time, but a 0.83 in the other lane. Kind of the end of that.
I must confess, I can't ever remember having said that was the number 18 qualifier against the number 50 qualifier. Such a big field.
Yeah.
Straw.
So Mojo out here in the Slick Tricks lane with a satellite taking on Pete Wisen with the damage case. Again, another car, John, that 40 years ago would have been just groundbreaking, I think, 40 years ago, something like that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the Plymouth Satellite and the Dodge Challenger. Challengers and Chargers were all round about the same sort of era, weren't they?
Pretty much.
In this shape, in this sort of later shape. So dialed in 9.85 to an 11.10 in the Slick Tricks lane. So Mojo goes first in the Plymouth Satellite, and then Pete Wiseman is running hard to chase. There you go.
No way Pete Wiseman was going to win that one after the start line. 0.2 for Mojo to a 0.27 for Pete Wiseman. He was closer to his dial-in again, once again. Technically a whole shot win. So Glenda Thompson and Glyn Boardman. So, Glyn with the olds in the Slick Tricks lane. And the Show Quality Charger. That's not what it's called, that's what it is. In the Kestrel lane. See, John, this is sort of where not only when Colin's racing we lose him, but we lose him now because he's busy doing his homework. Catching up on all the bearing.
You catch up, mate. So what a gap there. A dial-in of 14 to a dial-in of 10, and there's the gap that 4 seconds leaves. Is he going to get to the top end fish? Glyn going to do it? No. It's Glenn that takes the win. So
lesser
well done.
of the 2 breakouts again. That was they both went too quick. So Pete Dodd with the Metamorphosis. Against Adam Novak. Adam didn't get to run yesterday evening, so this he's one qualifying run back on Friday evening, which seems like a lifetime ago now.
So the discussions we were having yesterday, Mopar against General Motors out there, and we agreed in the end that it was fairly evenly split between the 2 major manufacturers in Nostalgia Superstocks. But a little gap on the tree, and another one of these huge wheel stands away from the start line. Fabulous to watch. Photographer's dream.
Pete Dodd's going to get there, and Pete Dodd does. Look at that number. 9.30 on a 9.30.
Well done. That was fantastic.
It certainly was. Adam with 11. It wasn't exactly that bad with 11.09 and 11.05.
No,
however.
I know.
However. So Stu Doheny was supposed to be taking on the number 62 qualifier. Bob Gallagher with the fair lane. No Bob for this round 1 matchup.
Broken yesterday.
Oh, did he?
Damage, yeah.
Oh, great shame.
Stu, I can say because he's on a buy run, 019 light. Not that that's uncommon for him.
There you are. 12-point breaks out on that, doesn't he? Dialed in a 12.01, runs through with 11.99. But that car, with that ability to run on the numbers, is for sale. So for those of you who were just watching that, if you're interested in coming into this ever-expanding class,
word with Stu. The other thing as well is if he goes a long way or wins today, the price might go up. So go have a word with him as soon as you can. Yeah. Although saying that, he's been very successful. I'm only joking. Been very successful with it already.
So Ozzy Brown with the Camaro, the Vanadoo Racing. Who used to run that? Was it the Brown family?
It is the Brown family.
Yeah.
Oh,
they are still the Brown family.
Oh, okay.
Ozzy is mum. Harrison just walking away from the car there is dad.
Yeah.
We've got Ian down here who normally drives the car and had done for years.
Yes.
Down here looking on the start line. It's a win for Ozzy in round 1. John Davidson went 0-2 red. Win light on for the Camaro.
Well, see what happens. 10.90 darling. A run to 10.93. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, the depth of the class is amazing as well, because I've just realised, obviously, seeing Amy Watkins down there. The Watkins family have got 3 cars that are legal for Nostalgia Superstock, and they're not here this weekend. They all raced last weekend in the Pro ET Championship.
Yeah,
right.
But bearing in mind that Amy is helped with, with Vanadoo team.
Yeah.
Tom, monster wheel stand last weekend, and did a little bit of damage to the sump. And I don't know about Neil, just chilling out.
No, he's probably having a weekend off. Yeah, send the kids away for the weekend. Andy Bosworth with the Dodge. Look at that thing. If you squint, it could be, well, the 70s, because the car in the other lane didn't arrive till then.
Big thanks to Guy King providing all the burgers and the sausages for the barbecue last night.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, but yeah, awesome.
Quick test. How did they taste?
Lovely. It was so good. I had
did,
another one.
You did. Good to see you catching up.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. So Guy King in the Slick Tricks lane going to go first. That was a yes-no moment for Andy Bosworth that time. Guy King on exactly on his dial-in, but Andy Bosworth on a hole shot.
Yeah, indeed. A 0-1 to a .16 reaction time.
That was the difference in that one. Again, we may have said that a number of times this morning, but then I think we've had 18 races out of 32 or something, roughly that anyway. It's going to happen.
Thanks, Guy. I wasn't the only Williams Brothers car to lose in round one because all the others have gone through.
I bet he's chuffed you mentioned that, mate. Yeah. Well done.
Sorry, Guy.
Well, Don Scott is
I've
the
been
man
looking forward to this one.
Don Scott is the man in the Superbird out there in the slick tricks lane. Dials in 9.84.
Heads up race, actually. They're both dialed 9.84. Here's one he's going to go to. Don Scott on a hole shot. Look at the win margin, 0.006 at the finish line, nothing in it at all.
6 1,000ths between them.
They both dialed the same number, so it is basically a heads-up race without breaking out, and Don Scott did it. 0.5 on the tree to a .11.
6 thousandths between them. It's going to be what, half an inch or something?
It's a little bit more than that, but
not
far off. I'm sure Simon's on it at the moment. He'll tell you in just a second. But yeah, nothing in it at all. Absolutely nothing in that.
Well, next pair then, we've got Paul Dodd with his Oldsmobile Cutlass coming through into the Kestrel Beers lane, dialing in 11.45, and Ashley Rawson with the Kermit coloured Duster, called Kermit, dialing in 10.24. So over a second between them in the favour of Paul Dodd in the Kestrel Beers lane.
15 inches. There we go. 15 inches. That was 0.006.
Thanks,
Thank you very much indeed, Simon, from the ever wonderful Eurodragster.com. Oh, again, bang on the money. Ash Rawson, 24 and a 24. Paul Dodd had to break out, and he still didn't get there first because he left 300 as a second behind. How many races we got, Colin?
Well, I don't know if I found all the pairings yet, but 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 that I haven't got a result for.
Okay.
So I've missed. This is the last race.
Well, John Wilson is in the Kestrel Beers lane with the Barracuda, dials in 14, and Duncan Watts with the Challenger dials in 10. So they're easy numbers to remember. So John Wilson, car's called Dirty Barry. That's
I like that.
For a car. But I'd rather get the feeling Duncan's alongside, just puts the nose over on the finish line.
Whole shot win again.
Yeah.
Once again, if you look at the numbers, it must. I think right. I would like to say that's the end of today's event, folks. We've been here for a couple of hours now watching Nostalgia Superstock, but no, that was excellent first round of racing. I'm just kidding. It's not the end, obviously, but it just feels like that went on for a long, long time, and it was very cool to see. So Jason Stegall?
Yeah, he's on a time trial. That was basically, it was too late to actually put him in because there was a muck up on his first time compared to his second time.
Right.
And the computer took the time that he ran, which was a 15 plus, which didn't get him qualified, even though the car will go quicker. So they just, we'll just tag on the back and have some fun. So that's exactly what he's doing.
So were the cars that didn't make the 1499 cut, were they the ones that were missing, or were they actually?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
There you go, 12.8. Nicely done, gang. Well done, and we will see you soon. Brilliant. Right, I've got to suss out the pairings that I didn't catch.
Custom Car Invitational.
Yeah. Ian Smith and come back. That's Warren Watts.
I hate to say it. I mean, as much as I'm enjoying the running demonstration, you don't have to run that far to back someone up. You can hang around back here. They can get themselves most of the way back, unless Warren likes the view, of course.
Great way of keeping fit, though, isn't it?
It certainly is.
So it's just another one of these things that you don't see anywhere else in motor racing. A Morris Minor.
Maybe hill climbs, possibly hill climbs.
Well, yeah, but you don't do hill climbs side by side.
That's
do you?
a very good point. Yes. Yeah. Not racing.
I mean, a Morris Minor against the Camaro. So there you go. Great mix. This is what hot rodding, drag racing is all about. Such wonderful mix, eclectic mixes of cars. So
choose what you want and go fast with it.
now, what
basically.
is this, on dialed-in times, or is this
No,
heads-up
just,
racing?
just heads up, just races. Again, it's an invitational, so it is just effectively a show class of a bunch of cool cars that were invited by Custom Car Magazine
Right.
to come along and run. So Warren normally runs in the UK National Championship.
Yeah, low 9s can tickle into the 8s.
Well,
9:05.
absolutely spot on, young Colin.
I had a chat with Warren in the pits last night because he's pitting with Pete Dodd, and I sort of looked at his Camaro and then I looked at Pete's Camaro. And I said, Warren, I said, you fancy having a go at the start? He said, yeah, I'd absolutely love to, but obviously his is a tube chassis car,
Yeah, it's
so he
not
couldn't do
legal.
it. I said, well, how's that getting on? He said, no, I quite like this one. So he'd love to do it, but can't do it, so to speak.
Well, the Dodge gets pushed back, unfortunately.
That's another pretty car, isn't it?
It's a very unique looking shape
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, Steve, some of that is
Very, very
a
nice.
Rambler.
Meanwhile, the Falcon, I believe, in the Kestrel Beers lane, gives us 13.43 at 107 miles an hour.
Right, who's coming round the corner next? Oh, I don't know if you've mentioned it, guys. Not sure
Go
if you
on.
mentioned this one. That chap stood in the middle down there. It's his birthday today.
No, we didn't.
Yeah. Callum, happy birthday, mate. Say it in public. Many happy returns indeed. What, 21 now, is it? No, I don't. +5. +6.
Take our advice, mate. Stop there.
Yeah, just stay there, mate.
Don't
Yeah.
tell him that. Goodness me. Just think what you were like when you were 26. Exactly the same height as you were when you were 11 and the same height as you are now.
I'd say you are probably
Correct.
Good
Yeah,
point, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, the waist size changes over the years, but the height stays the same.
Is that young Winston down there? It is, I think. Hi, Win. You okay? Nice to see you. So, it's one of those cars you have to do immediate recognition on, Dalboy.
I'm glad you said that to me. I got it wrong yesterday. I'll do it again today because I'm going to say it's a Zephyr.
You're quite right. Well done.
That's because I said it was a console yesterday, so I thought it was 50-50 chance. Up against the hot rod in the Kestrel lane. Another beautifully turned out.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. A wonderful deuce.
Into the 10s for the coupe. 10.95 and 11.37 in the other lane. So Tim Ball
yeah.
and Vince Naylor
So Tim in the 300E van,
with the nitrous on.
and Tim's dad's strip duster car on show in the Drag Racing Hall of Fame marquee of previous drag racing vehicles. And Vince Naylor with that Model A in the Kestrel Beers lane.
Now then, Tim and Troy share driving this one. Troy's
Right.
got the highest speed of the two of them, 141 mile an hour. But Tim, he's set a new PB there. It was 993. He's just
Well
gone
done.
987.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done, Tim.
Yeah, super
Awesome.
run.
Yeah, that's got a Ford, what they call a modular V8, 330 cubic inch, 4-speed Lenco. And
Obviously.
And 150 shot of nitrous.
Really?
Yeah.
Lots. Hence it
In
runs
a
in the
300 van. That's wonderful.
When
Well,
you-
he said he could go possibly 200. Makes you wonder if he ran 200 on that one. But either way, nice one, Tim.
when you need your deliveries super quick.
Yes.
That's what that's for,
Yes.
isn't it?
Call for us. We'll be there in a second.
Yeah, you got it.
Just a polite message to people on the banking, actually. I'm going to put this one. If you see a pair of chairs left on the banking, they're not there for you just to sit on. They belong to someone else. So if you think, oh yeah, I'll sit on those, yeah, just remember that they are probably someone else's.
Hey, look.
So
The management here leave 100 chairs out for everyone to sit on. So
yeah, they're
it's,
called the grandstands.
perfectly fine.
Yeah.
In the olden days as well, you remember this, John. I'm sure you will, Colin, as well. People used to build scaffolding.
Yeah.
Didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh,
It was
God.
never
Well,
the-
people used to take like a school chair and put 4 extension poles
That's
on
it.
Was it like our camera position, right?
Yeah.
Pretty
at the
much
end
like that,
there?
but all the way
Yeah.
down, if you remember. So Adrian Sidwell and Tom Semper with the little 100E.
Yeah.
I remember some guys rocked up once with a massive sofa, 2 ladders, and they strapped the ladders on the back of the grandstand upwards, and then they put the sofa on top of it as well and strapped them up there. It kind of felt very safe at all.
I said to Adrian in the Oval yesterday, hey, your car seems to be running quite strong. He said he would do if I changed gear. So, another obviously quick run for Tom Semper there, so well done to him.
That's his quickest of the weekend so far. Well done. Yeah, street legal. Proves it, actually. Plenty of times.
Okay, 2 guys that have raced each other, I'm sure, in Street Eliminator before, just not in these cars. Well, one of them has. Damien Halliwell, the beautifully turned out Biscayne in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah.
Taking on Mark Todd with Bonneville Wagon.
That is something, isn't it? We were talking about the size of it yesterday. It's huge.
He's got. He's the only car with a master bedroom in the back.
Yeah, I
like
can believe that. I can believe
like that.
It looks as though it belongs in a James Bond movie, full of baddies and things like that.
11.36 and 1. Doesn't hang about either. 14.43 at 95 for Mark Todd. Mark just wanted to say apologies to everyone who was looking forward to seeing the GTO. Trust me, he was looking forward to it as well, but still having issues. He said that the problems he's been having this season, a bit of a light bulb moment like a week or 2 ago, and it's being fixed, which is a good thing.
Well, we've got the Austin or Nash Metropolitan
It is a
out there
Nash.
in the left hand. It is a Nash, is it?
Well, according to the screen.
It's called the Clown Car.
I'm not sure how many clowns you could fit in it, though, really. Half of
then
one?
The Mark 1 Zephyr out there in the Slick Tricks lane. Well, that looks a tidy run, doesn't it? Just into the 10s.
138 with the shootout as well. 1378, 78 miles an hour for the Nash. Couple more runs and then it's on with round 1 of Gasser Circus. Nail-biting, nerve-jangling time for everybody. Okay.
So the Firebird of Paul Houston coming through. Scottish Bird, it's called. So presumably Paul is from Scotland.
That's what he is, really, yeah.
And got a big engine in there, though. 555 cubic inches. And Dominic Sharp is the man with the GOAT, the Pontiac GOAT. Greatest of all time or GTO? There you are.
It's interesting just having a look at the profile picture of Dominic Sharp, and it is of Dragstalgia when he was here last year. The reason we can tell it's got the Christmas tree from last year in it.
Which only surfaces
At Dragstalgia.
once a year.
Bit like Paul Houston, really.
You're about right, yeah.
No, to be
And a
fair,
number
we have
of
seen
other
him a couple of
faces.
times this year.
So that car is run well down into the 8s. If it hooks and goes, you might see one again now. If it's a smooth run for Paul Houston, which hopefully it is, that looks a lot better. 8:33,
Wow.
that's a lot more like it.
That's a great run.
First time today I've been proven to be a complete liar. 167 miles an hour and 10:45 in the other lane at 1:26. Look at this matchup as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jason Blott and Danny Wilson.
Turning the nitrous on in a rather unsubtle way in the boot.
Aren't they in spectacular condition, aren't they, these things? When you think they're, what, 70 years old?
Oh, look at that. The nitrous purge is out the top of the radio. You remember the radio?
Aerial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The nitrous purge is out the top of the radio
Oh, that's
aerial.
cute.
Oh,
I didn't
missed
even
that.
see it. I wasn't looking. I'm
I'll
sorry.
purge it again. You'd have thought the cars with boots this side, they had to have another little hold all on the back, just to put the last few bits in, eh?
Well, it tells you how fast they are as well, because you need a chute if your car goes over 150 miles an hour.
Well, it won't be for Danny this time, unfortunately.
Oh, super sweet run in the Kestrel Beers lane. That was super. And into the 10s with a 10.79 and a 12.67 for the Zephyr in the Slick Tricks lane. Side by side with Zephyrs.
So the last pair of our invitational cars before we get to round one of Gasser Circus.
Yeah, Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Chevy. And of course, ain't no saint the Volvo.
Now, if I tell you, everybody knows anyway, one of these cars is a Hot Wheels car.
He's been pushed back, unfortunately. Yeah, I think there's fluid under the car.
What a shame.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we didn't see Lee yesterday.
Oh, well, there goes the flip-flops.
Oh, both of them. That's a good. That's a
good
nice
effort.
touch.
Brilliant effort. Clean up for the flip-flop. Oh, that's on camera as well.
So Frankie the Gasser will be on its own.
So what Simon got for us then? Good, strong 1064, 123 miles an hour. His quickest of the weekend. Right, Gas Circus, Eliminations Round number 1.
Okay, Sean Milson with Ain't Misbehaving. Sean's got another amazing looking car in the works, but for now, we just have to be content with a 10-second wagon, which is still stunningly good.
Sean has been champ, hasn't he, in this class?
Yes. 3 times.
Three
He's been-
times?
Yeah.
My goodness me. But
Very, very good at this.
he used to work on your Top Fuel car with you.
He did indeed. Him and Simon used to have contests to see who could strap me in the hardest and make my eyes go pop. And I still talk to them to this day.
Oh, that's
anyway,
wonderful.
Andy Cobb in the other lane though. Bad to the bone, the Model A.
Well, Sean's got to go some here, I think. He's closing up. He gets it.
Andy Cobb went way too quick. Nearly 0.35 under his dial-in. Sean was quicker off the tree. He did back out of it a little bit at the finish line. And here's the other guy I was talking about that used to have like a, honestly, contest to see who could, you know.
Simon Prest.
That's the one.
Strapper innerer of Darrell Bradford. That's the way we look at him.
Someone said like outside the car once, it was just like the car was just bouncing all over the place. I said, yeah, no, those were my bits making it bounce. There we go. So Simon in the Rockets in the Kestrel lane, taking on Graham Barton with high anxiety. Simon had been racing this car for around about a year now. And he will be moving to round 2 because Graham went red on the tree. Simon won't be particularly chuffed with the 0.21. However, most importantly, it was a green light. The Rocket, wow, with an 11.01 as well.
That's spot on.
He's doing a good job of this bracket racing stuff. Definitely that.
Is he still connected to toys? He is, which is an occupation, isn't it? My Laura thought it was her lucky day when she got introduced to Simon Prest with all the toys.
Yes, very much connected to the toy industry, shall we say. Dean Maudsley with the coupe in the Kestrel lane against Nick Brook-Langham.
Nervous Nick.
For Nick. Yeah.
Nervous Nick. So he's the man who, for the NSRA, produces the bi-monthly or tri-monthly street gasser, which is always a good read. Dials in 11.50, so he's going to be leaving before the black coupe. Sorry, after the black coupe. Get it right, boy. Attempt to pull alongside and then pull the nose over first, and he does. Well done to Nick Brook-Langham. Excellent.
Breakout by the least by a minuscule margin as well there, actually. That's how Nick Brook-Langham took that one. Okay, Patrick Hobbs with the Falcon in the Kestrel lane against our good friend from France, Laurent Levy, with another Comet. As Simon said, quicker than his. However, Simon's is street driven as well, and it's been in a film. It was in the most recent Fast and Furious film.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Not being driven, I might add. So, Lawrence going to be going second by over 2 seconds. Out. Look at the other lane though. Patrick Hobbs matching numbers. 11.55 on. 11.55. Laurent goes 9.42 at 1.47. He was 1.37. Sorry, he was actually over the finish line first, but broke out.
Well, Ray Irish is the man in the Gas Junkie, the Willis pickup truck. Before that, he had an A40 pickup truck he used to campaign, but coming out to run as opposed to the Willis Wars in the Gasser Circus. And Chris Layram is the man in the Kestrel Beers Lane. I hope is what it says on the screen.
It is Chris,
so it's a different car for him, is it?
It is.
Yeah.
That's right. It's still his number. It's still him in the car. And he's way out in front too. And he doesn't break out. There we go. Wire to wire for Chris. 0.12 again in the tree to a 0.4. Once again, the difference in that race. Okay, Jason Hollenby with the... When I spoke to Sean last night, he called it the jumping jalapeno, and I smiled.
Well, he dials in a 10.74. John Gibson with the car in the Slick Tricks racing lane dials in a 10.85. So there's just a tenth of a second between these. If you blink, you miss it. But red light. John Gibson pulls the red, hands the win to ex-NSRA chairman Jason Hollenby.
Keep him away from the timing ticket, though. He was 02 red, but Jason was 0.5 green. 0.5 green is what we would like to call a polite reaction time, as if to say, you go first. No, you go first. It's okay. Okay, the really immaculately turned out short fuse. They're all immaculate, aren't they?
Yeah.
But Nick Hewison taking on Brian Gibson with Identity Crisis. This is the way funny cars kind of started, where they altered the wheelbase on the cars, with the rear wheel shoved further forwards for better weight transfer. And that's kind of where the name came from. Funny looking.
I'm just looking at short fuse there. I think it's got a 400 cubic inch engine shoehorned into that. It's like the things they do with the Anglias and the Pops and the Fultons, of course. Yeah. Quite extraordinary these days. Oh, and a red light. Poor short fuse.
Yeah, Nick Hewison rolled the tree. Oh, and he goes 992.
Oh,
dearie me. Right on the money. But here's Brian Gibson moving on to round number 2.
Well, Brian was doing quite well, wasn't he? He was not that far off of his darling.
Pretty good in both lanes, actually. Yeah. Okay. So the cherry bomb of Jason Pickett taking on two of the most... Again, they're all beautifully turned out, aren't they? I keep saying that, but they really, really are. Lee Pike.
Yeah, quite important, this one. Jason Pickett is the points leader in the Gasser Circus Championship. Got quite a decent lead. But we haven't seen many of the other top 6 running so far.
Jason Pickett's going to take the stride. Jason Pickett breaks out massively. He had a huge margin. Well, huge in bracket racing anyway. 0.3 on the tree was not normally you'd expect to leave first. However, Lee Pike was 0.5, but he takes the win.
So, famous car, Roaring Rat, first met this car in the 1970s when it was built by Slick Tricks Racing. And the man who owned Slick Tricks Racing at the time is the man sitting in the driving seat now. Ex-Kenny Brooks car, and it's Keith Bartlett, the man who owns Santa Pod, in the hot seat. And Harvey Turner is the man in the Chevrolet Nova, dialing in 1198. And there's the gap that the boss has got to make up.
I think he's going to get there. It's just whether he breaks out or not.
And he does it. Wow.
Nice one.
The boys on the banking can't believe it. That is extraordinary. Well done. I meant to say in the VIP area, not on the banking.
Yeah, win margin of 0.4. That's how you bracket race. Keith backed off at the finish line as well. You can see the speed was
had the better light as well.
Slightly down. What a matchup between these two. Both 55 Chevys.
And important for Ray Turner because he's 2 in the points and he's just seen Jason Pickett go out.
Of a second between this on their dialing, and it is Ray Turner. There you go, who goes through.
Whole shot win. Look at that. He was quite a way off his dialing compared to Adam Krasinski in the other lane, who's only 200ths off. Whole shot win again.
Right, so this is birthday boy Steve Matthews. Many happy returns him today. He's number 3 in the points. So again, wants to climb that points chase if he can. Going alongside Simon Glenn.
Simon goes red by 0.2. 001 for Steve Matthews. I think he might have seen the red light in the other lane though. Steve Matthews will move on with very nice looking 966.
Yeah, spot on.
I think that's a wrap for round one of
Gasser Circus.
Thank you very much. We're on to, I think,
Outlaw Anglias.
indeed.
Shall I finish off all your sentences?
That's the plan.
You set them up, I'll knock them down.
I finished off plenty of yours, so I think mine are more interrupting, though, than actual breaths. But, yeah, Outlaw Anglia round one. 32 car field
My goodness.
for Outlaw Anglia. Just before we start, is John Willard definitely out?
Yes.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Dan Blast and everything else as well.
Yes, that's a great, great show.
Well, I know a lot of people this weekend have come to see the Australian races, both the Aussie Outlaw and the Double Trouble altered up there in the pit area. Unfortunately, both of them broke on Friday. John Willard's was on a qualifying run. He was the #1 qualifier, and a test run for Paul Stephen. Once again, if you haven't been up there to see them, they're only here. This is their last day at a drag strip on this side of the planet. Please go and see them, go and shake their hands and say thank you very much for coming, and go and buy a T-shirt as well. Yeah, definitely go and buy a T-shirt. All helps, every little helps with the funding and everything else as well. And I just want to say thank you to both of them again for the show, for everything that they've done as well. You can't quite, I mean, it's enough for a lot of people. It's enough of an effort. You live in Toaster, what, half an hour away? It's enough of an effort you getting your stuff here to race, isn't it? Yeah. Let alone bringing it from the other side.
Yeah, I do
of the
half
world.
an hour. They do half a planet to get here. Well, they do a lap
Possibly
of the planet
more.
to
They
get here,
do.
basically, don't
They really do. Anyway, but once again, we won't be seeing the Aussie Outlaws sadly in this round one. The big John Willard came all that way because he wanted to be part of the biggest ever field of Outlaw Anglias, and he is. He's #1 qualifier. Just sadly not going to be taking part in today's racing.
Talking about going to obviously the Double Trouble car at the moment, would have been running in the Cannonball.
That's right.
Which is a good chance to call the Cannonball cars into the lanes, please. But I have had a message to say that we won't be seeing the Double Trouble car. They tried to start it up and all the mag wires are burnt and everything. So.
Oh, they did try and fix it. I thought that was definitely
no,
it.
they were going to run it on 7. That was the plan.
Oh.
But I thought, no, we've come
Like
all
a
this
true
way.
racer.
Let's see what we can do.
Yeah.
And there was various ways of doing it. I thought, well, okay, we'll take a rod out so that the pistons don't go up and down. But no, not going to. And sort of like block the fuel going into it and disconnect the plug lead so there was no spark and just run it on 7. But no, apparently Matt has messaged me to say that no, the mag wires are all burnt, so it's not going to work. It was a good effort. It was a good plan. But unfortunately, their last roll of the dice and it fell off the table. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I know of racers that have done that before. They've actually just sort of like plugged them up because they need to.
Yeah.
They need to make the round.
Yeah. No, they were trying absolutely everything.
Well, again, a nicer bunch of guys and proper drag racing. I mean, that's what you call a drag racing enthusiast,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is.
And while we're on the subject too, everybody out there, because they've been brought here, obviously partly funded by themselves, but partly funded by a terrific crowdfunding effort. Did you see that? Yeah, that's how they did it. There were various fundraisers.
Rob
weren't
Nixon started the ball rolling, set the GoFundMe page. Well done, Rob. And I saw that. I thought I'm in on this. So, like so many people, just chipped into the pot, and that pot grew very, very quickly indeed. And it just helped so much with obviously organising the container. And then the thought process was, well, it's not that much more to get a 40-foot container compared to a 20-foot container. And so then that's how we got 2 cars over instead of 1.
Hence Paul turned up as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a terrific story. I just wish it had a slightly happier ending.
Well, you know, every book has a beginning and an end, but sometimes you have a second edition, don't you? So you never know. I think they both would love to try and do it again. So
it's just a
might
case
not be
of,
next year, but let's see.
yeah,
Let's see.
you never ever know. But it is proper bucket list. I think that's what the phrase bucket list was invented for, wasn't it? And John Willard, he's been an Anglia enthusiast all of his life.
Yeah.
And over in Australia, he's the only car like that. Over here, 32 car field. Okay, admittedly, not all the cars are quite the same as that, but it's the car he always wanted to build. And well, without saying too much more, again, please go and see him. Go and check out all the stuff that they've got over there for sale. And once again, go and shake their hand and say Thank you for the effort, because it's very much appreciated. Small amount of track prep, and we've got our pairs for Outlaw Anglia coming up. I see Al's gas around there. Is Al actually racing?
Yep.
Ginner?
No, it should be Lee Taylor.
Lee Taylor's right behind him. Sorry, they paired them up one
him.
after the other as opposed to... yeah.
So, well, if John was racing, he would have had a bye, actually, because we ended up with 31 cars that actually qualified. John would have got a bye. Lee Taylor taking on Al O'Connor. Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange having a side-by-side with John Webster. So that would be good fun for him.
Okay.
Rob Brendel taking on Gary Bird. Now then, I don't know if Dalton Scarlett has made it down the lanes. I hope he has. Going to be taking on Nathan Barlow. Luke Hoskins taking on Barnaby. So good match-up between those two.
Great, yeah.
Mick Taylor would have been alongside Rob Turrington, but Rob's broken an engine, unfortunately. So we do know that Mick Taylor will be on the bye.
He still had 1 horsepower, though.
We did, but I don't think that was enough to actually move the car. Anyway, you'll see them all come round. There's so many pairings. And rather confusingly, one of the pairings, I've got Ben versus Ben.
Nice. Well, at least you know...
I know Ben's going to win it.
At least Ben's going to win it, yeah.
But I didn't write the surnames.
What I was referring to, John, was I don't know whether you saw Rob Terrington's crew guy. In the spirit of dressing up Darren. He won the best backup a few years back. This wearing full chainmail with because it's called Anglia Saxon, full chainmail,
right,
with a sword and everything,
shield,
directing traffic and all that sort of thing, which is really cool. This year he's got a horse. He's actually got a horse costume. I think it's a costume anyway.
Is there a back of it, or is it just the front?
No, it's like he's sitting on a little horse.
Oh, okay.
In full chainmail.
Like Bernie Clifton on an emu.
Basically that, yeah, same kind of thing. Oh, but much more professional.
Well, Ginner.
Taking it easy.
Otherwise known as Mr. Middleton. And long-time hot rodder, drag racer, rebuilder of drag racing cars. Whole list. Whoa! Hey, is this Fast Freddy? Whoa! Oh my God! Fast Freddy reincarnated.
He might be the original, I hate to say, but there we go.
Yeah, it should be alongside Simon Swarbrick. I can't see him.
You know, this must be sort of so bittersweet as well for, I know we just spoke about John Willard. He normally watches this on the internet, doesn't he? He's actually here to be able to watch it and should be racing, but there we go. So, Ginner qualified with an 8:56.
Oh, that sort of time and speed is about where Ginner wants to be with this, I think.
Right, yeah.
I think that's his comfort zone with this car. What happened there?
He got a green light, just sort of just double step the throttle a little bit. Goes 967 at 157 miles an hour to book his place in round 2. Yeah, just kind of a double step basically.
Yeah.
Just went, am I ready to go? Yes, no, that was it. So all of these are what we call heads up races. Everything you've seen so far has been about dial-ins. For these, the tree runs at the same time in both lanes. Green lights come on, and whoever gets there first wins. About as straightforward as it can get, really.
Okay.
Graham Scriven in the Kestrel lane, and incredible little car in the Slick Tricks lane. Turbo Lexus engine in there, John.
Oh, wow, that's a different.
It's a different approach, but works really well.
My goodness me. But my favourite shape of Anglia in the Kestrel beer lane with that slab-fronted radiator grille. I did think that was the sort of design that Ford should have carried on, but they didn't. They didn't listen to me in the 40s.
Oh, Ben Kennedy just takes it with a 956, 135. 10:28, good try for Graham Scriven. I think Ben had trouble bumping that into stage there, so he had to bring the revs down and just move forwards just to make sure he didn't get red lit. He knew what was going on. But he was a bit late on the tree and just got there in time.
Well, here we go. Als Gasser was here racing years before I ever joined or ever knew anything about drag racing. First car got written off here, was rebuilt with donations from the crowd at Santa Pod, and then it happened again, and Ginner was the man who rebuilt Als Gasser.
Not without Al's actual knowledge, which is the most unbelievable thing.
Yeah. Hell of a Christmas present.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, well, the unveiling at Dragstalgia that year was just, it was the moment of the event, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, that's right. The fact that Al turned up and he didn't even know the car was here was pretty special. Special.
We always used to call him the Professor years ago.
He used to run in Super Gas and went on a tour of the US, didn't he?
He did. He did indeed.
Going to be a close race. These two are number 16 and 17. There's only a few hundredths in it on their qualifying times. But this is racing. Al gets the jump off the start line. Is that going to be what he needs to take the win?
Certainly looks a great control run. Right-hand lane coming back, but it is the Professor who takes the win. Alan O'Connor.
Lee Taylor, good effort at 10.10, 140. Whoa. Dalton Scarlett. The car's called the Hooligan. You're probably going to, well, just found out why. Against Nathan Barlow, sorry, I beg your pardon. One of the two-car Orange Pop team for this weekend. Well, actually, there's 3 Orange Pops because there's another one around there too, but that's not part of the same team. Nathan was number 29 qualifier. Interesting, actually. They've run this it's not as a sportsman ladder, is it? It's technically a pro ladder. So Dalton is number 4. Nathan is 29, or was 29, I should say. Dalton had a great weekend. His first weekend ever in this car. Already into the 7s.
Extraordinary, isn't it? 6s and 7s for
from Anglia's, yeah.
Yeah, Anglia's.
Admittedly,
sure.
I think the bodies are the only real things that resemble Anglia's, but you know. Although Nathan's car looks like it's original. It's a steel car, whereas I'm pretty sure the Hooligan isn't. Again, heads up race, first to the finish line wins. Well, Dalton Scarlett had time to settle himself and then go. Another great looking run. Oh my goodness me! 7:42, 185 miles an hour. Just knocked nearly half a second on his personal best again. 12.96, 80 miles an hour in the other lane. For Mr. Barlow. We have another contender in Outlaw Anglia.
Yeah.
Not with a 1.3 second reaction time, maybe not, but he was just settling himself that time.
We've had a courtesy staging, but courtesy leaving the line.
It's a bit much, really, isn't it? He won't get away with that all day. No. Spencer Tiswell and Dougie McClure. Dougie with a slug cess, and that's young Spencer over there in the Kestrel lane. I think Mum Jean will be round somewhere. We didn't realise, but Jean was actually driving on Friday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was driving.
Oh, okay.
They weren't too far apart in their qualified times either, actually. Whoa, Dougie McClure with a huge wheelie, brings it down perfectly. But he's not going to get there first. 9.95 at 134.
Well, there was only a 0.28 of a second between them on the finish line. So well done in that Kestrel Beers lane. Great run. So you wouldn't have thought that in the year 2023 there would be so many Ford Anglias and Pops still in existence. And there was a big sheet of flame under the car of Barry Woodford just out there now. Guys, running on nitrous?
Yeah, but the nitrous shouldn't have been activated until at least till he was bringing it forward to the start line. That may have well have been something else. Looks like the fire crew they've taken care of it. There we go.
Wow, it was certainly a big flash of flame from under the car. That would have got his attention immediately, I would have thought. So back we bring it.
Well, it should have been up against Ronnie Mercer. Ronnie's one of those guys that he must have hundreds of runs in a year. He runs in Outlaw Anglia, he runs in Pro ET, but he races pretty much every weekend or every other weekend, doesn't he?
He goes to France.
Yeah, went to France recently.
I don't know if he's going to Hockenheim this year as well, actually. I think he might be on that one.
Wow.
He is going. Thank you, Simon.
Goodness me.
So, yeah. And has a damn good time when he goes racing.
Certainly makes the most of summer. That's,
yeah, good for him. Is he a local lad to the track?
Not really. I think he's from St Helens, isn't he? Up in Merseyside, is that right?
Sure.
I think so anyway.
Bit of a schlep to come here.
Yeah, it's a fair trip to come. Fair enough trip to come here, let alone go to France or Germany. Yeah, well, Ronnie, I think after that one, I'm not sure. Yeah, Barry Woodford's getting out the car. That will be the end of his weekend. It's going to be Ronnie on a bye run. We've also got Simon Barlow lurking around there, and John Webster too. Is it the Cannonball after Outlaw Anglia Cup? Is that the run order? Because I think they're not too far away as well. We've also got round one of the old school Stalkers down there too. Well, Ronnie Mercer's car comes back to life. Just looks so right, that little pop, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it is.
It does.
It looks like a little pop as well, doesn't it? Runs 8 second run.
They just blow me away. These are so extraordinary, these cars. So.
So Ronnie reheats the tyres. No need to use the nitrous on this one now. If it was a heads-up race, he might have thought about it, but now, oh, he's still going to use it. Yeah. There we go.
Just to make you out to be a fibber.
They all do.
So the lull before the storm. There we go. So Ronnie Mercer on his own. Runs 8 seconds, I'm told, by Darryl. Let's see what he runs. There you are. Just inside the 9-second bracket, 8.96, but 142 miles per hour.
Not hanging about at all. Okay. The noise you hear now is Simon Barlow with the beast. Looks like Simon may be on a bye as well, actually. No reason to nail it because he's got to get back for round 2 if he is. See, they all prove me to be a liar, don't they? Well, if it goes to plan today, there's 5 rounds of racing for 2 of our drivers here in Outlaw Anglia. Simon Barlow's got every chance of making it into the late rounds. It's just the amount of maintenance and everything they've got to do between rounds with that supercharged pop down there. Really back on form. First qualifying run, 7.15. Made all the hard work worthwhile. Should have been up against Rob Nixon, actually. See how far he's going to run it for. And what I'm talking about is he's going to be back round in a little while for the second match-up in Eliminations. And Just makes it a bit easier if you don't have to do full maintenance on the car. Very obviously some sort of driveline issue. Sounded like it jumped out of gear. It may have been something in the gearbox. Let's hope that doesn't take too long to fix. That was kind of what I was alluding to, is that you don't want to hurt stuff on a bye run when you've got to make it down for the next round.
I understand that perfectly. But again, that car's got a 540 cubic inch engine in it. It's massive. You know?
Well, they've carefully cut bits out of the bonnet to make everything fit.
Yeah,
well.
I bet.
This car absolutely purpose-built for the class as well. John Webster, master fabricator.
Now, my memory serves me correct. I think I was here to watch when he came out for the first ever time in this. And didn't he run a 7 straight away with this car?
Off the trailer.
Yeah.
But it's a 60-foot numbers that shocked everybody. It was like 103. And then he went 102, and I think, if memory serves me right, he's got the class record for 60-foot.
Really?
At 101.
Well, it's actually powered by a blown small block, would you believe? Taking on Andy Cunningham with the Agent Orange. We've seen a few orange pops so far. This is another one. Not part of the same team, I might add. Yeah, John Webster as well. I had a chat to him about this, and he said because of the way the configuration and how to fit everything in, it's like basically sitting on the can and driving the car, because he has to sit pretty much upright with the wheel in front of him, and takes a fair bit of hanging on to as well. So his best timer in the 7.0s, he's run north of 190, I think, as well, which for a small block is outstanding.
Yeah, but for a full pop as well.
Yeah, that as well.
Just extraordinary. Sorry, I just can't get over these. They really do blow my mind.
103 to 60 foot for John.
Having a bit of a wander around.
He's doing a driving job, isn't he? Look at that.
7.16, 185 miles an hour. And Andy Cunningham, I think, was just watching in the other lane. I think that was a perfect example of not taking your competition lightly, no matter who they are, from John Webster there.
Yeah.
Andy Cunningham was a bit outgunned, but just to make sure, John Webster ran his quickest run of the weekend.
Of the weekend, but he's run quicker than that.
He's run in the 7.0s before.
Right, okay, all right.
But I think that is John's first full pass in the car this year. That meant, a proper run.
Sure.
I mean, he qualified with an 8.59, but we didn't have many runs.
And it would have been even better if he hadn't sort of
course,
examined almost every inch of the track on his way down.
But not only that, it was a good light, cracking 60 foot.
Yes.
He was going.
He's going to be tough. He's going to be in the mix. If he can keep the car straight. That's always the thing with these cars. Rob Brindle and Gary Bird, talking of keeping straight. Both of these two have had their moments over the last couple of years. Rob Brindle qualified number 9 with an 8.73. Gary Bird 24. However, I think Gary's car has been in the 7s. No, 8s before, isn't it? I think. Well, Rob Brindle out first. Gary Bird's going to have a big job to run him down. Still a close race, though. Rob Brindle takes it on a hole shot. Wow.
Not much to choose between them on the finish line, was there?
Proper race. That's why you need to be ready. They weren't exactly speedy on the tree in either lane. 0.36 for Rob Brindle, 0.6 for Gary Bird. That was Gary Bird's quickest run of the weekend. He hit 160 miles an hour as well.
Well, as we mentioned earlier on, Rob Torrington car unfortunately broken, so it is a solo for the Banshee of Mick Taylor.
Again, not sure whether Mick will run it all out, because he knows with the bye run he's got to make it back for round 2.
I can't remember if it was we were talking about that Silverstone show coming up.
Yeah.
But also Mick Taylor is going to be at Silverstone with the Banshee, and also the Banshee Altered is going to be there.
Oh, the Altered as well, yeah.
Yeah, going to take that.
Just Just amazing how many of the guys have opted to go for the Falls and Panel van,
Yeah.
rather than just the pop body.
Looking good. 023, 163 for Mick Taylor. He has been in the sevens a few times before as well.
So Wayne Power is now in the Slick Tricks Racing lane with his 537 cubic inch engine, and small block in Mark Bracken's car. Mark has been around this class now for years.
He is one of the very handful of people that's been to every single one of these events as well. Been part of
Dragstalgia
yeah,
events. Oh right, okay. NSRA man, I'm sure as well, Mark Bracken, if my memory serves me correct. So NSRA, of course, big contingent of NSRA people and vehicles here this weekend, which is lovely to see. So let's see how we get on here with these two. And it looks as though it is going to be Wayne Power who gets there first.
9:59, slightly quicker than his qualifying run as well.
The great barbarian, of course, Martin Payne. Cracking looking car again. The quality of the machinery here this weekend is really second to none. So Ian doing his burners. Ian doing his burnout
Even.
with the anxious car coming forward. There he is.
Yeah, the only problem is that Martin Payne is pointing very right.
Yes.
I'm sure they'll sort that out. Yeah, there we go. Paul's on it straight away.
Ian Tweddle is the man in the anxious Anglia. 502 cubic inch engine under the hood there. 476, so they're both similar power plants for Martin Payne.
Well, that one's all Martin Payne from start line to finish line. .19 at 148 takes the win over at 10:55. So it is Ben Rushforth with the family pop. That's his dad in the window on his side, or in the door, I should say. Also ably assisted by Scott Collier, who works there up there at EDA with Ben during the week as well, coming to help out on the weekend. Actually, Ben occasionally helps him out when he runs the ET bike too. So Ben set a new personal best, first qualifying run of the weekend, 8.38 against Ben Montgomery. There's a number of these cars, John, like you were just saying, that they're definitely rods, not race cars.
Yeah.
But they tend to progress into race cars a lot over the year. I remember talking to, I'll mention it in a minute. Well, this is all Ben Rushforth.
You had to qualify that one quickly,
Wow.
didn't you?
Oh,
8:15.
goodness me. That's a massive chunk off of his quickest run.
Well done, guys.
Yeah, superb job.
8.15 at 163. I remember someone who should remain nameless with a pop who said, because I said to you, how'd you get into racing? He said, well, we used to go to shows with him. But I just wanted to do something a little bit more than sit in the field all weekend. I wanted to come out and actually do something with it, and that's how he ended up in racing, which I'm sure a lot of these guys can relate to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can we please have round 2 of Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Round 2, Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes. I'll see you. Oh no, I didn't win, did I? I was going to see you later, but yeah. Can we have Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes, please?
We are still suffering for you, Cole, up here.
I think I suffered until I got past the tree. Oh,
Our
dear.
sympathies are with you.
Yeah, right.
Look at this face. That's a sympathetic face.
Luke Hoskins and Barnaby Levy from Ireland. Barn didn't have a great time in qualifying at all. Seeming straight out with a round one win here.
A little bit of difference now then.
Yeah. Nice and straight and smooth. Not as quick as he's been, but 9:32 at 1:39. It's a round win, that's the most important thing. Okay, I think we're nearly there with Outlaw
last pair.
Anglia.
Well, Colin Miller, the man in the Kestrel Beers lane with the flying fifer, the man from Scotland. One of the guys that has and is capable of running 6 seconds in a full pop. And Aaron Bird with his antisocial car in the Slick Tricks lane.
$7.99 with a 9, 161 for Colin Miller. No, I didn't spot it. Was that a non-nitrous pass? It was non-nitrous. Oh, we had a little bit. No nitrous. Are you saying it's because you're still quicker? Yeah, thought so. Right. Yeah, Colin Miller's first ever sub 8 second pass with no nitrous.
Well, congratulations
But
to him.
not quicker than what Aaron had been in the car with no nitrous. So that's
okay.
what he was on about there. All right, old school stalkers. Round number one for them. This is another thing I find absolutely awesome with this. It's a 16 bike field with 16 bikes. Right, first pairing then. Kev Melling and Len Paget.
Len Paget is on Tyne's bike, isn't he? I think that's the idea. Should have been Tyne riding it, but Len's taken over out in the Slick Tricks racing lane. So Len, of course, pro stock bike rider. Whoa! Really leaping more skyward than he was forward, Lenny. But Kevin Melling gets there first on the Quacker and gives us an 8.61, 147 miles per hour. And Len with that very jumpy start line routine, 11.27 at 99 miles per hour.
Yeah, Kevin, only 100 of what he ran in qualifying, so fantastic run there for Kev. Right, Chris Spry rolling forward in the Slick Tricks lane, going alongside Freddie Smith. Now, bearing in mind, they didn't get the number of runs in qualifying that they really wanted, but they ended up, Freddie, number 6, with a 9.25, and Chris Spry ran a 9.94. So Freddie in the Kestrel lane, Chris in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, cherry on the tree for Chris. So it will be Freddie Smith that goes through into round number 2. So look at the numbers anyway. 9.41 for Freddie and 9.82 there for Chris. Right, so that's 2 pairs in. Kevin through, obviously, and Freddie is through. Still got 6 more pairs to go. As I say, old school stalkers, to have this many bikes taking part is absolutely phenomenal. 16 bike field and 16 bikes taking part. Right, burnouts under the tower come through, and it's Alan Ward on the GSX. He is in the Slick Tricks lane, going alongside Rob Spry. They qualified 7th and 10th. Rod qualified with a 927. Alan with a 981. But it is really a case you just got to go from A to B as quickly as you can and stay ahead of the other guy or girl. So both in pre-stage? No, I was going to say no stage battle there. Alan goes in, Rod goes in, lights go green in both lanes. Rod Spry ahead, and Rod Spry will take the stripe here. There's 932, 138, and it's a 10-10 for Alan Ward at 113. So we will be seeing Rod again when he comes out in round number 2. Right, already next pair fired up, doing the burnouts underneath the tower. And it's going to be Claire Rule and Peter McGuinness.
So it's a different rider. This is Claire Rule's bike, isn't it? So different rider on there as well. Is that Suzuki EFE, isn't it? I think. I'm not. Can't.
I'm not 100%, but
well, that's 750 Quacker. Is it? Oh, no, it's a 500 Quacker. In the left-hand lane. Yeah. But 40. It's a GSX. Sorry, not an EFE. So this is how it used to be. Back in the day with Pip Hyam and Brian Johnson when they were all racing, and Jeff Stilwell, who's been here this weekend. This is the sort of racing you get involved in.
What a shame. It's going to be Peter McGuinness through to round number 2. Goes 11.51 at 115. Next pair coming forward, Sean Biddlecombe and Richard Peachy. Richard with a nice 887 in qualifying.
It's a nice looking bike, isn't it?
Yeah. Sean Biddlecombe, it's called the Ice Cream Van. But interesting though. Both Suzuki GS 1000s.
Yeah. And that was quite a familiar, popular bike to go pro stock racing with all those years back. And street racing. GSs were great at super street racing.
And a 932, 141, good enough for the ridden there for Richard. So he'll be racing Freddie Smith in round number 2. Peter McGuinness will be taking on Rod Spry. Right, the race between 8 and 9 qualifier. Andy Lambert and Danielle Esposti. So the Moving Eyes GS 1100 from Italy. In the Slick Tricks lane, and Andy Lambert comfortably on the Kawasaki Z900. On the other side of the racetrack. Well, Andy Lambert's gone deep. And goes red.
Yes.
Too far forward.
Yeah, indeed.
009 red. Oof.
Almost side by side, weren't they?
So the Moonlight
Great
takes
run.
it. Right, we've got a vehicle that needs moving as soon as possible. G17 DOR, or DOK, I think it's DOR. G17 DOR, that needs moving as soon as possible. I don't know where it is, but you need to go and move it as soon as possible. G17 DOR.
Well, Suzuki Katana for Gary Hester out there in the Kestrel Beers lane. And Chris Reed with skirt on the Quacker in the Slick Tricks Racing lane.
Oh, slight issues there for Gary Hester, and Boyce has gone by. Oh no, but Gary coming back. Oh, that was all over that race. It was 10:49, 120. He leaves out 10:73, 112. And now Gary Hester takes it. Right, last pair, Dean Stevens, Daniel Berglund. Right, after this it'll be the two-seater, and then it'll be the Dragstalgia Cannonball.
Well, after yesterday's Cannonball session, I'm really looking forward to today's runs. That was really something else yesterday. So we've got a GSX and K2 Kawasaki, the 750, getting to the top end first for Dean Stevens. Well done. And 9.39 to a 10.35. So excellent stuff.
Just very quickly, chaps, before we do get to the Cannonball, you could find out from the race director if this is going to be the final run before we set the finals, or they're going to try and squeeze another one in today.
I shall
Just
find out.
Just a thought.
Well, two-seater, you can do this, folks. If you want a thrill ride, you can contact Santa Pod's office and find out how much it will cost you for celebrating your birthday, Christmas present, anything like that. So it is called the thrill ride because you are going to be going down the track behind young Paul Brown, who is an acknowledged hot rodder and drag racer. You're going to be doing the length of the track in something like 8 seconds. 7 seconds this morning was the time, and a terminal speed of 160 to 170 miles per hour. If that floats your boat, if you'd like to have a go at that, then call Santa Pod's office and you could be out here on one of our race days in the back seat of our two-seater.
And this is Alan Sears from working in the back seat. It's a present for himself. Been coming here for years, never been down the track, so this is his first ever trip.
So let's see what we got. We had 7 seconds this morning. Are we going to get another 7? We are. There you go. 7.99, 167 miles per hour. And then that chute comes out and you see your breakfast all over again.
Value for money.
Value for money.
Okay, it is the Dragstalgia Cannonball. And Daryl, the news I can pass on to you, this is their last qualifier.
Okay, so currently, first up is going to be, possibly in one of his last runs ever, sadly for us anyway, and him, Steve Johnson with Motor Mouse in the Kestrel lane.
50 years he's been in the sport. That's why he's retiring. That's what we were told yesterday.
Up against Timmy Garlick, who was the quickest of everybody yesterday. Tim's got to put in a strong run here to make sure he's around later for the final.
Yeah, but you've got to remember, they're not racing one another, are they, here? They are just... They're not racing one another, they're just racing the time clock, because we're going to be adding all these times together and find out who's done the 2 quarters, so half a mile, the quickest. We're looking for 2 vehicles, and they will go into a heads-up final.
I think we do actually have like a final, like an A final and a B final as well. So they'll still come round again later on today, but this will determine the order.
Well, Steve Johnson, as I said, has been 50 years drag racing here, 10 years before I arrived, and still has the need for speed. He's out there in the Kestrel Beers lane in that beautiful slingshot built by John Webster. But Tim Garlick is our current #1, I think, isn't he, Cole?
Yeah, 623.
Yeah, in that Trans Am funny car. So deeply reminds me of the original Gladiator car. Here we go. Tim, straight as a die. What a beautiful run.
Wow.
6.05. That is the quickest so far, isn't it?
7:02 as well for Steve Johnson on what might actually be his last ever run down the drag strip at Santa Pod Raceway. 198 miles an hour, but it was all about Apache, that one. I think that could, unless anyone does anything utterly spectacular, place in the final, I think, is pretty much secure.
Well, he's going to need 5-second runs from one of 2 or 3 other cars to prevent Timmy from making the final.
That sounds like a great idea. Should we
It
do
does,
that then?
yeah.
Yeah, should we do that? That sounds really good. Okay, next underneath the tower in the Kestrel Lane. Before we get there, round of applause, please, for everybody going up the top end to collect them. The Apache team.
Yeah, that was outstanding.
Yeah, quickest run of the weekend from anybody, actually, that was. And he's got one more chance to do it, albeit well, in the final.
Well, Mr. Barnes, don't let go of the back of that van, whatever you do, mate. Just keep holding on whilst you're waving.
And for Steve Johnson's team as well. Steve, if that was your last run, thank you so much for all the memories.
Well, I think they still try and get some pairings for their second runs
I hope
today.
so. I do hope so. Under the tower now, we have the Cannonball funny car, which was originally Don Prudhomme's Army funny car from back in the day. Ricky Gowan in the seat.
Right, actually, just got a bit of a correction on that. John Spord has got in touch. The original Army car did actually get burnt. This is the X-Tree Krona body. So, yeah, thanks ever so much.
It's no less historic then,
Oh,
really?
yeah,
No, I was
exactly
going to
that.
say, it's pretty much...
So, thank you, John.
Quite sure everything underneath it was as well. But anyway, so Ricky Gowan with the Cannonball. Ricky did send me some notes this morning, but I've left my phone with you, so I don't know what they were. Yeah, anyway. Trying to take it step by step with the car. Yeah, Ricky trying to do, as he said, the best with what he's got. Ricky's been around funny cars all of his life, and this is kind of his dream ride, if you will, in the Kestrel Lane. The car running on methanol. They're just trying to find the sweet spot with the tuning to get it to hook and go a little bit quicker.
Well, on the first ever Cannonball that we had here in 1981, it was the Cannonball car driven by Wild Bill Sherratt that took the win. It was an event that we started to fall in line with the Cannonball film, which was launched at the same time. And I have it in my head that we were taken to this West End small cinema to see the film before it came out. And with Burt Reynolds in it and Dom DeLuise, all you did through the film, as I recall, is you just giggled at it. But no giggling matter here now. We're out on the drag strip with a tribute, therefore, if it's not the original Prudhomme car, a tribute courtesy of Ricky Gowan to that original car that we had here in 1981, which indeed at that time was the Don Prudhomme ex-Army car.
So good luck to Rick. I hope it all goes to plan and it goes a bit quicker every run.
Well, it's almost identical to the first run on the car that we had yesterday. And a 12-second pass that time.
A little bit quicker. A little bit.
Just a little bit quicker. Yeah, it was 13 yesterday.
Yeah, if he keeps chipping away at it like that,
yeah,
he'll get there.
Yeah, yeah.
He will definitely get there. So.
Right, I've got a guest who's joined us in the tower, actually.
Fantastic.
And Daryl's got his T-shirt on. Well, not his one, but...
I didn't pinch that off him.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's Paul.
It is, yeah. Paul Stevens joined us in the tower. I know you really wanted to be down on the track, though, didn't you?
Well, that was the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long way to come. But we had another go this morning. Got to thank the guys. They worked their butts off. And, yeah, we just found a little bit of burnt wiring on the mag as well, so... They talk to you, these cars.
They do.
And they're saying, I think it's saying that's enough, pull the pin.
Yeah. But have you enjoyed your trip?
We've
That's
had an absolute ball. If we can organise it again, we will.
Good.
It's been fantastic. The people have been so friendly. Last night was just a killer. We've got nothing like this in Australia. We have nostalgia meetings, but not the festival type atmosphere with the bands and the... It's been fantastic. It really has, yeah.
Bit of a difference from last weekend when it was just like a national round and it was...
Well, yeah.
You knew... Well, you had an indication that this weekend was going to be something different.
Yeah, well, last week's generally what sort of we run in
racing,
Australia. We've got some great tracks and some really modern facilities, but, yeah, we don't have the, let's call it organisational skills that this place puts on. It's fantastic.
Do you know anyone in a place high up on a board somewhere that might be able to put that in place, Paul? Maybe when you get home?
Mate, my forehead has got that many scars on it from belting it against brick walls. But we keep trying.
Fair enough. But no, very, very kind words indeed. And it is a bit of a different way of doing it, isn't it? It's much more like a 3-day festival with some racing as well.
It's like a rock concert. It's fantastic.
It's great fun. It really is great fun. It has evolved over the years. I mean, the one thing we don't have that we have at a lot of the other big events is there's a live action arena over there as well, which you know, we don't flip flop between the racing, but it just makes the day more enjoyable for families and everything else too. And
look, there's so many other things going on, and we know drag racing is just, you know, as I said to the boys this morning, if you don't want to break the car, you don't take them out of the shed. That's just what happens. So I don't get too down about that. But we know we have downtime on the track. And that's just part and parcel of the games we play here. So if we can keep the crowd entertained with all the other stuff that's going on, and it's fantastic. And that's one of the hardest things. If you've got a big oil down or an incident on the track and you're down for a while, you know, you've got something to do.
Well, we just get people from the other side of the world to talk to us. That entertains the crowd for a little while. So it seems to be working so far. What's the nostalgia scene like in Australia? Just like you said, you don't have anything quite like this, but what's it like over there? Because you've got heaps of cars. You've got loads of nostalgic. You do have loads of nostalgic cars.
Yes, we do. The Gasser stuff, like what you call the Gasser Circus here, the last 4 or 5 years in Australia has just gone crazy. We sort of 6 or 8 cars have turned into 20, have turned into 30, and they're bringing out the old straight axle. You know, similar here, the 55 Chevys, the Willys, and it's the nostalgia. They've got their own little group that get around and do the same as here, barbecues in the pits, and you know, which Australia was like that up until recently. You know, the last 5 or 6 years we've had another governing body come in, and it's really split the sport, which has been, and the same thing happened in New Zealand as well. The same mob went over there, and it's sort of taken the fun out of it a bit. Everything's very serious, and you know, so this is a lot more laid back and a bit looser around the edges, you know. So. But as long as the safety and everything's kept up to the standard it should be, it's, you know, there's no reason we can't all have fun.
How did you get into it then, Paul? What started you?
I was born into it. Yeah,
you're born into it.
Yeah, Joe and Ben Gatt, they're very famous over in Australia. They run nitro funny cars back in the day. They actually had the fastest Ford, what you call pro mod in the world.
Right.
The Falcon. It ran back in the day. It ran a 660 at 220 odd mile an hour, and and that was with a camera motor in it.
Right.
And that was the quickest Ford in the world there for a while. Till another Australian took the mantle. McSweeney from over in Perth went quicker again with a Ford powered pro mod. So yeah, so from day one, I done my first pass on an old Triumph 1968 Triumph Trophy at Castlereagh Dragway in 1979. Yeah.
Wow, you've been in it a fair time then.
Yeah. The wife's driven. She's driven the Altered as well. Actually, everyone knows the story, or most people. She ran a 6 before I did, which was...
Oh,
I ran something like 18 7.0s and two or three or four 7.00s, and we're on the start line. Diane used to run the track championship rounds, and I'd run the national events. And I just had the normal tune-up in it, and bang, and up on the scoreboard came 688, and it was like, not just a 688. Where did that come from? And then we had a look, and that's what caught us out this week as well, is the air. The air, when we got back and we had a look, the air was like 400 feet, which is very, very unusual for Sydney.
Yeah.
And that's what caught us yesterday, and I think John pretty much the same. He's went lean as well and melted a couple of pistons, but and we pushed a head gasket because we just underestimated it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's a common thing, but we do get sometimes in, I think Pro Mod is a class that they do underestimate not only the air but the track conditions as well, because the track is generally, it's that good. And it catches a few of them out. It takes them a couple of laps to get used to it, but once they do, I mean, like yourselves when you go racing, when you come out for Q3 and Q4 in Pro Modified, because it's the best nearest example I can give you, they're all on it. And we have these flood of 5-second passes appear on the boards where they, like before, they were 7s and 8s because they just couldn't get a handle on the track. And
well, this racing surface is as good as anywhere I've ever seen in the world.
Oh, that's a huge compliment. Thank you.
At 1,000 foot is exactly the same as 60 foot.
Yeah.
It's prepped to win 5 or 6 inches of each wall, which is brilliant because we do get out of the groove occasionally.
Yeah.
And it is a billiard table. It is like we haven't got enough power to throw up this track, you know what I mean? We're about 2,500 horsepower, and that's why we were shaking a bit yesterday as well, because believe it or not, with 2,500 you're still underpowering. You know,
chuck that in with the air and the weather as well. Yeah, okay, it might be a bit soggy yesterday, but chuck all that together, and you do have like kind of not mineshaft conditions, but the conditions are really, really good to run quickly. And a little bit of a history type story. Way back, both Ray Beadle and Gene Snow came over here to race their funny cars a number of years ago. Someone will know. I think it was the 1979 World Finals here at this racetrack, and they ran the quickest ever side-by-side funny car pass in the world at the time, and it was all about the air. That was what did it. It was so much better than what they were used to running in Texas or California or anywhere like that, and that was pretty much what did it.
We throw some fuel at it and let it eat.
Exactly that. We've got our next pair coming round. Joe Bond, I presume, is going to be round in the Slick Tricks lane with the quickest ever British-built slingshot. Joe's a young lad who used to race a junior dragster, but my goodness me, can he nail it in this car. Normally runs with the supercharged Outlaws, but for this weekend, he's in the Cannonball, taking on Adam Clayton with the Firecracker. A lot of history with Adam as well. He's the grandson of the guy that won the original Cannonball race back in the 80s.
Well, absolute screaming burn out there for Joe Bond. Giving the rods a good old stretch before gives it some exercise alongside Adam Clayton, say, with the Firecracker Topolino. Looking at yesterday's runs, well, Joe, he went 6.400. Sorted himself into the number 5 on the run list, if you like. Adam Clayton, it was 13, but it was getting down the track for him.
Well, we got 3 generations of the Sherritt family out there with Adam Clayton. Granddad just walking towards the front of the car now. Here's the man Bill Sherritt, Wild Bill Sherritt, who won that first ever Cannonball race back in 1981, and his son is to one side of the car as well, behind the car now. His grandson's in the car, so it's a family affair.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
And of course, with Joe Bond, his dad was a methanol drag racer, not slingshots, I think, rear engine cars. So it's very much the pair of them, long-term family involvement. Here we go.
Huge fluid lead there for Adam Clayton, but Joe Bond has gone to a 6:41 at 2:22. But yeah, Adam Clayton just pulling it over at the top end there. Got up on 2 wheels sideways there, crossed the centre line.
It does. He seems to do those kind of antics at every single Dragstalgia we have, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He did that last year up on... You're right. It's okay, Jane. Don't worry. Joe was long gone by the time Adam got over the centre line. The good news is as well, by the looks of that, that's fuel. It is evaporating.
Yeah, very quickly.
He's going to go out with the tractor anyway. But Joe with the 6:41 at 2:22. I'm sure they were looking for a little bit more. Joe actually wrapped the throttle when he went into stage, which put him in deep, which knocks a little bit off the ET, as we know. Yeah, that was a bit lively, wasn't it? Dearie me. Maybe you should rename the car something calmer than Firecracker, guys. I think you really should. But yeah, that was fun anyway. So Joe at the moment is in the second position in the Cannonball order. However, we still have a bunch more to go. Yeah, that's evaporating, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, you could see the way it was coming out. It was fuel. But well held, actually, Adam.
Certainly would have got his attention.
Yes.
There's a shot of it doing almost exactly the same thing 1 year ago today, but that was for a different reason. It started bouncing and he nailed the throttle and just took off, which Altereds tend to do. What's your most lively moment been driving cars? I mean, you've driven Altereds and stuff for years, I guess. What's the key to driving them, and what's the most fun ride you've had?
The key, believe it or not, is you just follow your butt in the centre steer car. So, and you don't really get time to think. You just react. So, and the more laps you do, the time slows down a little bit. So, but yeah, when you try and relive a pass and you go back over it and you think, well, that all happened in 6 seconds, but it'll take you 30 seconds to sort of process. Yep, it went there, it went to the wall. Okay, I pulled it back off. Should I get off? No, I'll stay on. And this is all happening in tenths of seconds. But the most lively, I had a massive crash at Willowbank in 2010, a 2-car crash. Pro mod. I was running a pro mod at the Winter Nationals, and he came across and we tangled it about half track or just before half track, both over the wall and into the wall, and yeah, that was one that got my attention, I suppose.
What sort of speed were you doing there, Paul?
Oh, well, the car at the time was running 680s, but yeah, I'd actually broken an input shaft on the shift, and I was out on him, and he sort of rowboated and up on 2 wheels across, and T-boned the car. So that was a big one. That's on YouTube. It pops up every now and then. And
I thought you were going to say something like, I went into the field or whatever, but collecting a pro mod is not something you want on your resume, is it really?
No. We've had the usual things here. You'll have the odd fire, or, we've sort of slapped the wall once or twice. But no, that was the big one in 2010 was at Willowbank.
That sounds like it was absolutely huge. Also, we were talking about the weather and the conditions and everything else as well. What sort of conditions are you used to racing in then when you race in Australia? Because in the summer in Australia is notoriously warm.
Oh yeah, and if you're in the pit area, obviously on the hot mix or the concrete, and it's 40 degrees, you can probably put another 10 or 12 on top of that just for the heat radiating off the ground. And when you're in a Dash 20 suit, it's like being in a freezer suit. You know, I mean, it's and you sit and if there's any delays and you're in the lanes for any amount of time, it's not the most pleasant thing. But air-wise, as I said, we it's usually above 1,000 foot in Sydney. Occasionally we'll get the 300-400. Perth's a lot better. It's right by the beach at Kwinana, so you definitely get better air in Perth. But yeah, the conditions. Yeah, I mean you tune the cars around them, as you know, so we can still run the numbers, So,
and you can still race obviously as well. But sitting out in that kind of weather is it's a bit oppressive, isn't it? I think
it is, and it does affect the track. When you get up into the high 30s, it does affect it. So, but all in all, we generally find a way to tune around it and get on with it.
Well, you can still race. It's just how comfortable it is to race. That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, it's like this. It's like yesterday. Okay, it wasn't the greatest day yesterday, but once we got going, it was fine. Today's a kind of a beautiful day. How often do you get days like this to race? I.e., with the temperature like this? To us, this is a nice, warmish summer day.
Yeah, this would be like a nice warm either winter's day or spring.
Winter's day.
Yeah. At home, I think at home today it's about 22 or something. Yeah. It's the middle of winter. If the sun's out, it's quite nice. As I said, that we can race through winter, not an issue. Summer throws more curveballs than.
Yeah, just the heat, I guess, as well. And you have, I mean, funny enough, just to recount a story, the first time my dad ever went to Sydney, you had a massive hailstorm. I think it was a February race or something like that. And there were actually a bunch of cars in the car park that got damaged by the hail. So you do have some severe weather as well, don't you? But
oh yeah, they call it the southerly buster. If we get a real warm day, and you'll get a storm in the evening, or usually around 5 or 6 o'clock. And yeah, no, I remember that day where everyone was holding down awnings. Jim Reed's Top Fuel awning actually took off and over the top of the transporter. So that was a big storm, that one.
Yeah, it sounds a bit lively. Okay, we do get stuff like that sort of happen here, but not nearly as often. We don't get the temperature extremes that you do. But so tell us about also, you're part of Supercharged Outlaws in Australia as well. A whole bunch of cars that run to you run pretty damn quick as well. Just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm president of Outlaws in New South Wales. We're Supercharged Outlaws is a little bit different in Australia. It's a good bracket. We can have 40. Well, I think about 42 or 44 cars at the Winter Nationals. Before the split, before the other mob came over. We run 650 to 799. It's a handicap pro tree, so flash, it doesn't count down. And it's dragsters, funny cars, altereds, sedans, all in. So it's a handicap bracket, so it's a dial your own bracket. As I said, 650 to 799, and we run a 32 car field. So
that's tough. Like, really tough.
I mean, most of the cars are anywhere from 650 to sort of 670, 680. Yeah, you find the majority of them cars would sit in that sort of, that ET.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And the fact that so many of them, you've got so many blown cars as well. It just must be great fun. And because there's a lot of you, it just probably makes parts, everything else, tuning, just makes it that much easier when there's that many people doing it together.
No, 100%. And when the technology changes too, in say top alcohol, the parts always filter down. So at the moment we're running top alcohol set up from say 6-8 years ago. I've got the auto in for this weekend because it was only the wife and I, and we sort of picked up the guys over here at the cruise. And thanks to Dave and Paul and Matthew and his lovely wife. So we put the auto in and took the Lenko out just for the ease of not servicing it, clutching between rounds, and we were here to have a bit of fun. The pressure was more on John. John was over here to not so much prove a point, but to chase his dream, and we just jumped. We just jumped on the bandwagon with him. So we were here to have a bit of fun. So although we'd like to be out there doing a few more laps today, it is what it is. And as I said, if you don't want to break him, you don't take him out of the shed.
Well, we normally say to anybody that comes over and enjoys themselves, please come back next time and bring friends as well. It might be a little tough for you guys to do that. I totally get that. And you've been a long way to race before as well, but this is obviously the furthest by far.
We won the championship 2 years ago in Supercharged Outlaws, and we put. I went to get the registration done on my transporter, and the guy that was doing the inspection said, "Something wrong with this your speedo." So why is that? He said, "Well, 34,600 kilometres. You couldn't have done that in 1 year." I said, "Yeah, we did." So that's it's 4,200 to Perth. So we did 2 trips to Perth. We did Alice Springs. We did up to Darwin. That's the same, over 4,000 k's. But even down to Portland in Victoria. And by the time we get there and back in Mildura is 2,000 kilometre round trip, and that's probably the closest track outside of Sydney for us. And then Portland's a bit over 3,000 return. So. Yeah. And
do most of you do that? Most of your guys travel like that every year?
Not everyone chases the championship because every track there's a fairly good group of cars. So, yeah. But the guys that the way it's set up, 300 points maximum. So you can do certain, and once you get to your max, you want to either park it up or get out and try and block others. But no, there's a few. We had a little travelling circus there when I won the championship. There was 4 or 5 that did just about every round. One guy from Tasmania, Mike Evans, lovely bloke, and it's good because we all live out of each other's toolboxes and parts bins. So most of the guys are running Hemis.
It harks back for me to the early days of dragster and funny car racing in America, where they used to tour around and used to be a travelling circus. Yeah, indeed.
So we do 1,000 k's a day as a rule. So we'll get up at 8 in the morning and.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
And I moan about driving up 90 miles to Santapod.
It's all relevant. You just get used to it.
Yeah, I know.
You just
I
do.
know.
Well, just a very quick update on what's going on the racetrack. The reason the track crew aren't doing anything at the moment is that the fuel on the track is actually, as Darren just said to me, pretty much raw nitro. It's unburnt. And what it's doing is it's because it's sitting on there and because the sun's on it, it's made the rubber a little bit soft. And as a result, that's why the crew are doing what they're doing. They're waiting until it goes off a little bit, because if they go over the tractor now to try and drag it, it will just take the rubber off of the surface, and we definitely don't want to do that because that involves a whole lot more work. So in just a few minutes, when it gets to the right place, if you will, that's when the tractor will start moving and we'll be able to start racing again. So that's what the delay is. They're not just sitting there doing nothing. They are, unfortunately, just waiting to see how long it's going to take before it does actually harden the rubber up again. What it's done is made the rubber soft, and Darren just said to me, if you go out there, you can see it in places. It's actually making the rubber bubble, and if you drag the tractor over it, it will take the rubber off, and then you're faced with a whole new prep job. So it's much easier just to give it a few minutes and do what they're going to do. So I just thought I'd say, throw that in there, because everybody's sitting there looking at the track thinking, why are we doing anything? That's why. We're just unfortunately waiting for a minute until it gets in a better condition.
If I could just jump in on a slight change of subject here. I've just had Ginner and Mick Taylor come up to the tower with, well, they've caught me out again. They've already done it to me once this weekend. They've done it to me again. All I can say, I'll do a Facebook post later on this evening when I get home, but I just want to say a huge thank you to Outlaw Anglia as a collective, and also to Paul Watts from the Supercharged Outlaws. Another huge donation from them. Thank you all so very, very much indeed. They had their hog roast last night, and they basically totted it up and realised what they had left over and put it in my fundraising pot. So
Really?
absolutely awesome. Thank you all so very, very much indeed. But so I'll do a proper post on that to thank everybody later on. But just awesome.
As I said before, I think this is going to be a bit of an annual sporting event. Colin with a challenge.
Yeah.
Challenge Colin, I think it needs to be. He's obviously challenged himself to lose 4 stone. What can we do next year, folks? Answers on the postcard.
Well, I think the challenge has already been set, but Dougie McClure is twisted my arm to have a go in the London Walkathon, which is a nighttime walk, 26 miles around London. So I think Dougie's going to look into that, let me know, and I think that will be the plan next
Well,
year.
you can pop in.
Yeah, well,
Get a cup of tea with us.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
It might not necessarily work out like that, but yeah. Well, it sounds like a good idea, Cole. And again, congratulations on doing that and doing it for pancreatic cancer as well. It takes a serious effort to do that. I know how much you love barbecues. I remember the days when you started this job and you used to do a barbecue tour after we'd finished
Well, it
work.
always stopped and started at the Harrisons, didn't it?
And you used to, but you used to go round to everybody else in the meantime.
Yeah.
It was like an eating competition.
It was. Yeah, those are the days.
It was very cool.
Got us actually talking of barbecues, just getting this one in as well. Huge thanks to Guy King, to Team Thompson and everybody in Nostalgia Superstock for a pretty epic barbecue there last night. Just a very, very enjoyable evening. So many people there last night. Well, when you got 73 cars booked in and a huge field in Nostalgia Superstock, very, very good evening there as well. So, yeah, there's been a lot of burgers and sausages consumed on various barbecues, and that you had a pretty. I think you were at one of the barbecues last night. There was a big. I can't remember.
That was the one he was talking about. Out front John Willard's pit.
Oh yeah.
They had the pork on the spit.
Yeah, the hog roast.
Yes,
that's good. But no, it's as you say. You're alluding to actually. I've always gone full circle on this conversation now. Like you know, the evening entertainment, obviously with the festival feel of everything. What's helped has been like the evening temperatures. Like people are still like 11, 12 o'clock at night. People are still eating, having a drink, and just having a real good time.
They were enjoying it. So we were coming in, and there was yesterday. It was raining, and there was people queuing up, walking in.
Yeah.
If that was Australia, they'd be turning around going the other way. But no, they certainly enjoyed themselves last night. The ACDC tribute show was fantastic.
Yeah.
Brought a little bit of Oz back for us.
It's really, really good.
Well, you've got ACDC Light with Airborne as well, haven't you? They're very good too. But it's kind of like that all the same. Every event anyway. Everyone just shows up, and if it rains, it rains. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's just one of those things. We just try and do absolutely as much as we possibly can. So I guess the crew did the test patch out there, and they're going to spray a little bit more of it and keep going. So we really are sorry for the delay, folks. We don't want to just be yabbing on all the time and filling gaps. We want to have racing, but unfortunately, until... There you go, that looks pretty good. Mr. Marshall's going out there to check everything, and the crew out there are constantly on it up in the Slick Tricks lane. So what's the plan from now on, Paul, anyway? Are you going to be, obviously, you're heading around Europe on a bit of a holiday, and then back home, and then take it out the box when it gets home and see how it works out?
Yeah, we'll load it up. I think we're loading up, John and I, on we'll make a start this evening or this afternoon, load it up tomorrow. The box will be ready to be picked up, I think, Tuesday. I'm not sure when it's actually heading back to Southampton. When Diana and I are heading up to Scotland and Ireland and Wales and France and over to Germany, so we'll do another 6 weeks. While we're here, we might as well fill our beds.
So that's a lot of time. That's good.
2 months we're away. All up, yeah. I miss my dog. But no, that's that, and then we get the car home. We were going to put it on nitro when we got home, but with the damage there now, I've got a brand new Brat 6 that I was going to bring, but we were just waiting on parts.
Right.
And the pistons only arrived, I'd say 4 or 5 weeks ago. So the car was almost here. So best laid plans, as they say. But so we'll get back and we'll just we'll bolt it all back together. And I'm not sure the next... We've got a brand new track opening up, Tail and Bend it's called, in South Australia, and it's obviously the newest drag strip in the world, latest and greatest, $300 million I spent on it.
Wow.
So, I think that's October, actually my birthday weekend, so we will be heading down for that, for the grand opening. We can't miss that.
I'll tell you what, I think quite a few of the UK races, and obviously because we've now got a proper link with you guys now, obviously with yourself and with John. So we'll be checking in what you guys are up to down there.
Oh yeah, I think I've got about another 50 or 60 English and Scottish and Facebook friends. So, and that's been real handy. The last couple of days we've had a few issues. Parts we put call out and they turned up. We needed a blower gasket the other day. We had a little mishap when we first fired the car up. The plug lead crossed, and didn't realise, and it was 6 and 8, which aren't the two you really want to cross if you're going to cross a pair, and it sort of banged the blower pretty hard and broke the blower belt, and that was just trying to start it. So that put us on the back foot from the start, but and no problem. That's an easy one to overcome. And we had probably half a dozen people offering us up blower gaskets and bits and bobs. So really appreciative. It's been fantastic.
That's been good.
Yeah, why not? I've also got a quick question to ask you as well. The new track as well is going to be spectacular. Does the same guy design every single racetrack in Australia? Because they're kind of like, they're laid out the same way with the bowl and the banks on both sides and everything else as well.
Yeah,
they look very similar.
Come through the tunnel, the amphitheatre, and it's just a great design. I mean, Perth Motorplex did it first, and then it was replicated in Sydney, just a little bit larger. It's probably 33% larger in Sydney. It probably holds 25,000 or so. And Perth, you're fairly comfortable in there with 15,000. But it's just a really good design. There's not a bad seat in the house.
Nothing else, with racetracks around the planet suffering from, well, all kind of issues. Some of them closing. Lots of racetracks, as you can see, everyone knows in the States, a bit selling up and doing different things and becoming housing estates and stuff. It's really nice that in some part of the world there's new tracks springing up, and not just like little tracks, massive, like what you're doing over there is huge. Where's the interest and, most importantly, really the money come from to do that kind of stuff? Because that takes so much commitment to do it.
Well, the one that's about to open is privately owned by the Shahim family, who own the majority of petrol service stations throughout South Australia. So they're a massive company, and he's actually got a touring car track there that opened up about 3 years ago. So, and they've built a motel, so it's on a massive scale. That's just what they're into. The Perth Motorplex and Sydney were both built by the state governments. Calder, which is about to open up again for racing. We've got a couple of dates. It's been closed for a little while. That's privately owned by the Jane Corporation. They own a big tyre retail company. Willowbank was the land was donated by the government, and then it was the races, all fundraising and everything that actually built it back in the day. So
it's very interesting to hear as well, because government's funding racetracks. I mean, how do we get some of that? It's, you know, because we went in this country as well. We lots of old airfields, but obviously we're a small island. There's only so much space, and the one great thing we have as well, believe it or not, is those windmills, because houses are not allowed sort of very close to windmills, so we're going to be safe for some time, hopefully. But there was another racetrack over near Stratford-upon-Avon, beautiful place to go and visit. Long Marston Raceway, Avon Park Raceway, Shakespeare County Raceway, whatever you want to call it. Fabulous place to go racing. It really was. It was just so much fun. Again, in a really, really nice part of the world. Unfortunately, again, civilization caught up with that part of the world. Then the track up in York, in Melbourne, was actually closed down a little while back, but due to the efforts of the Herculean efforts of the straight liners guys, that's open again as an 8th mile, but it's an unprepped 8th mile. We used to have another racetrack. Well, it wasn't really a racetrack, it was an airfield at North Weald, just outside London. That was really good because back in the 80s and 90s, when they raced there, you could get there on the tube from central London. So it had fantastic transport links and everything else as well. But unfortunately, again, people complaining, usual stuff, and that's no more either. So this is pretty much the one solid place on this side of the planet, actually. There are a number of other racetracks around Europe, but a lot of them are what they are. They're airfields that are prepped to the best of the ability. We've got clusters in France and a few others. Unfortunately as well, this weekend out in Holland, at Dragstalgia, they've had a number of events there over the years as well. It's their last weekend, this weekend as well. It's kind of a story all around the world, but that's what I was getting to anyway. It's so good to see that you've actually getting new racetracks. Or a new racetrack.
As I said, Sydney, believe it or not, we had... we were trying for a lot of years after Castlereagh closed. We were using the Eastern Creek, the main straight there, which was good. But then we were prepping it, you know, VHT, gluing the tracks, and then there was a big crash there in the touring cars because of we basically couldn't prep the track anymore. So then we got it came about, believe it or not, because we had a couple of fairly high-profile media people, like your Piers Morgan over here, Alan Jones in Australia, and he
never heard of him.
Yeah, he
Piers, that is.
He pushed it, and the thing I think that got us across the line was we had to get kids off the street racing. Okay, so we sort of pushed that angle, and I think that's what sort of got the government over the line to commit the funds and the land. So I think it's about 1,000 acres there, and it's basically the geographical heart of Sydney. So the land would be worth, but it would be worth a fortune. But you know, it's there. As I said, it gets kids off the street. We have street meetings every Wednesday night and Fridays, sometimes Sunday, and we get 200 cars and a couple of thousand people generally turn up. So just street cars, guys, you know, out there having a bit of fun off the street, keeping it safe. So I think that was the thing that really pushed it across the line to get the funding.
Does that work? Does it get them off the street?
Oh, well, if there's 200 of them there on a Wednesday night, they're not somewhere else. There's 200 of them that's not doing it.
Yeah, very, very good point. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
But now the street racing scene has dropped right off in Australia. Like I said, we've got most capital cities have got a track, and they do. Even where Calder's been offline now for competition racing, they've still been running their street meetings on a Friday down in Melbourne. Yeah, so and they get a good roll up. We try and cap it at 200 because everyone gets their 4 or 5 passes on the night.
Yeah.
You know, gates open at sort of 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
Even that's going some, isn't it?
Yeah, we get them through it. Well, being that they're street cars, you very rarely have any downtime on the track, you know.
Yeah.
You don't have too many breakages. So, and we get sort of 1,500, 2,000 spectators turn up, so friends and girlfriends and whatever the guys.
Oh, wow.
And so the staging lanes are always chock-a-block full. So, and it's like I said, it's worked. The street racing, you don't hear as much of it on the news or... as far as, you know, people crashing, but they're always drag racing when someone crashes on the street. Drag racer, you know.
Yes, that's when the name gets
got nothing to do with drag racing. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah. But no, I mean, over here I'm just trying to think how to word this. We do have no prep events that go on, don't we, throughout the UK. We used to have a racetrack. just me talking from personal knowledge, at North Weald Aerodrome, which has ceased now, unfortunately. But we used to get a lot of the younger generation with their Skylines and Evos and that type of thing. And they really used to go for it there.
So these are guys that aren't going to turn up at a say a track championship round. Or they're not. They're going to be intimidated. Like I said, they'll turn up in all, whether they're Japanese or muscle cars, or it's just it's a great cross section, and everyone just has a bit of fun. It's just
Yeah. Well, as long as it stops them doing it on the road is the good thing. I'm just looking out there, Daryl, at the moment. It looks as though
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, that's fabulous. So it's beginning to take shape again.
Yes.
We keep on saying here at Sandipod, our crew, where would we be without our crew? It's like these boys and girls, they're there, and they don't just stand and lean on a shovel. They're all working all the time.
That's it. You can have the best facility in the world, but without that track staff, it's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and all the way down the shutdown area and everybody up there as well. I was, funny enough, we were talking about that this morning. I was talking about that with Simon up there from Dragstalgia, about the fact that, you know, we were remembering events where they started, where big international events, they started out with, even though it was raining, at 4 a.m. they were still out there with the dry. They started at 4 a.m. the first chink of light in the morning, just to try and keep the water off the track, so as and when and if it did rain, we could get on with it as soon as possible. And on the subject of getting on with it, we have the next pair fired, thank goodness. Once again, thank you again to our excellent track crew. That was the quickest way to deal with that spillage, folks. Like I said, they weren't just hanging around, they were waiting for the situation to improve so they could get it done. And we could get back to this. Who have you got this time?
Well, certainly Tony Betts coming round. I can see Leslie walking round towards you now. And not certain who else is going to be making their way round. But there are about 3 or 4 names that could end up in the final.
Yeah, it's going to be Paul Harris, I think.
Fantastic. Well, either of these two with a decent mark to book their place in the Dragstalgia Cannonball Final.
Yeah.
Paul Harris ran his quickest ever run yesterday, 6.30. Tony finished 6.0. Paul Harris with the Dennis Brittle tribute Monza out there. Fantastic looking car. Debuted at this event a couple of years ago, wasn't it, Colin?
Yeah, you're dead right.
And always run well.
One of the sweetest looking funny car bodies too, the Monza. It was just, that was a golden era of nitro.
I agree
funny
with
car.
that too.
The Plymouth Arrows and the Monzas and the Vegas, they were just, that was the time.
Well, we had a number of them over here as well. Gene Snow brought one of his monsters over here years back. Also Dennis Brittle, the guy that car is a tribute to, had one. And a fantastic car it was as well.
Well, certainly one of these two could make their way into the final. Tim Garling, of course, is the #1 qualifier at the moment with a 6.05. These two have run a 6.28. That is Tony Betts, and a 6.30. That's Paul Harris. So very, very little between them. The whole thing is, if it all holds together now,
that's the run.
That's going to be the run. So the only other person I think I've been told that could get in to the final is Nick Davis. So with the Hammett Alton. So here we go, folks. Get ready. It's going to get loud. Here we are. Fuel funny cars, 70s and 80s style.
Side by side, all the way to the stripe. 6.30 for Tony Betts, 6.37 for Paul Harris. Oh, incredible runs, and it looks like they're both good in the shutdown area as well.
Well, Paul Harris really does have a great, consistent race car over the last few events. 6-3 again. I know I'm going to regret doing this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Afternoon, sir. Was that the... I know, I need to go away. Was that the plan? Nice and safe?
Trying to keep it safe, but another 10th would have been good.
It would have been handy, because obviously I think at the moment you're set in the final, but we've still got that little green car around the back.
This is true. He's the problem.
He's the problem. He's not, he's the solution. But anyway, it's good to see you, sir, and some great runs again this weekend.
Bye.
Hall of Fame tuner, Mr. John Wright. Sent me through the finish line with a few aluminium bits hanging out over the years as well. But yeah, great runs. 6:30 at 2:20 for Tony. Give him a round of applause, please. The Venom team. Paul Harris as well. Fabulous weekend for them once again.
Yeah. Well done to both teams. I tell you what, that was cracking. That's what the Cannonball is all about.
It's a drag race, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Fair as 6:30 side by side, 200 over 200. That's...
Yeah, the other thing as well, obviously, I mean, they're not the quickest runs they've ever made. They're not the quickest runs in the world, but it's just so good to see fuel cars side by side on a summer's day, and it's all about consistency coming out here and trying to run.
To show how good that run was, actually, Paul Harris was quicker to 60, Paul Harris was quicker to 330, Paul Harris was quicker to the 8th. There's only 500s between them at the 8th, 410 to 415. But it just goes to show, well, put it this way, if Paul Harris could have kept it all open all the way through, then he could have been sort of that other spot provisionally in the final. But
well, I spoke to Paul up the top end back at the main event, and he said to me that it just feels like the car kind of runs out of legs over the finish line. They just need to give it more fuel, or less fuel, whichever, to get it over the finish line and to keep it running strong, because the speeds always tend to drop off for Paul's car. He hovers around 205, 206 when I know he wants to go faster. Talking go faster, John Hale from Texas. We're the Dirty Deeds. Rob Elson's Dirty Deeds. Camaro Nitro funny car in the Slip Tricks lane. John unfortunately didn't get a run in yesterday. Got shut off on the start line. Hoping for much better today. There's a bunch of new stuff on here, and the car hasn't actually run for a year.
I'll tell you what, Paul, this is beautiful. If you,
it is one of the nicer Camaro funny car bodies.
And I would say he's going for it.
And there's a man behind the butterfly steering wheel that knows
he's going
what
to be
doing.
alongside Bob Hawkins. He's coming round the other lane.
They're just letting him do his burnout and back up. Bob with the Nostalgia slingshot. Runs a bit of nitro in a blown Chevy, which is always a brave thing to do. Coming out in the Kestrel lane. So John Hale from Texas, been around nitro funny cars pretty much all of his life. He ran his own car for a number of years out there, even won the NHRA Nostalgia Series in the US. Good friends with Rob Elson, who owns his car. Rob actually goes over to the States and helps out before John when he was racing. And John doing a decent thing, coming back over to drive Rob's toy. Not sure how far John Hale's going to go, actually, whether it's going to be to 330, maybe half track. But, well, we're about to find out.
I love that hunting noise that the methanol cars
Can
make.
only be a drag car.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely superb. And I think that's the music of my lifetime, I think that. Really, really wonderful. Well, here we go. We're going to. We know that Bob Hawkins can run into the 6.7s. Certainly, that's where he is at the moment. John Hale has yet, I think, to put in. He hasn't put in a run at all, Cole, has he?
It hasn't got a full run, no.
No.
Got a cylinder out at the hit, John Hale, on the right bank.
Well, they both come out of that one.
Yeah.
772 there for Bob Hawkins, 109. And John Hell eventually across the line, 10.16, at just 76 mile an hour. But as you spotted there, Paul, yeah, not all the candles lit, literally from the start.
Well, drop cylinders. There's a whole bunch of new stuff on Rob's car as well. He's got to get time to figure it out. I think he's actually put the like some of the fuel tech stuff on there, some of the management systems too. So it's going to take him a little bit of time to figure it out. That's kind of why he needed the run yesterday. But yeah, there we go.
I think if we got out there today, my model looked a little bit similar with a cylinder out on the right hand.
Yeah.
Might have been hosing a bit of fuel.
Yeah.
So that was the plan, was it? Just sort of blank off the cylinder and...
Yeah, we had it on and off. We had the blower and the manifold and the motor apart 2 or 3 times yesterday, and then it was one of those silly 3 a.m. in the morning things when I went back to the motel. I went, why can't I just drop that cylinder and run it on 7?
Yeah.
It probably would have run a 7.0 at 190 something on 7.
Sounds like a great idea.
But yeah, not to be. We had a little bit more damage than we thought.
In the Cackle lane, the last car ready with the chance of getting into the final of the Cannonball, one of the world's most famous fuel altered. Nick Davis, Rob Loring with Havoc coming round alongside Adam Glenno with the motor cycle. I've known Adam for years, ever since he was in junior dragster. These are the kind of moments that he's now lived for. Adam's right now on. Now, Adam's run against Nick before, but that was when it was a methanol engine in there. Now he's got a fuel motor in there. He's been itching to get back and run against Havoc. So Nick Davis yesterday went 6:31. Have you any idea what kind of ET he needs to run, Colin, to get into the final?
Let's have a quick look, actually. Well, I think he can run the same thing again. Well, put it this way, 6.2 should do it.
Well, Nick certainly had a wild ride yesterday afternoon. Went every which way but straight in the Havoc. Phantom down there. And Rob Loring bringing his business partner right up to the line. And the Glenno family, of course, in the hands of Adam Glenno out in the Slick Tricks racing lane. I don't think Adam has got much of a chance to get into the final, but certainly Nick Davis with the Havoc has. So it all depends on what we've done. Oh, this is looking good!
Oh, that is a storming run for Nick Davis. What's the clocks? 6:23, 2:23. That puts Nick Davis into the final. Adam, 7:46 at 1:85.
As I run after Rob. Rob, if it's okay, very quickly. Down on the start line with Rob Loring. Was that the number you were looking for?
To be honest, we were looking for anything better than a 6:27. And, you know, I'd have taken a 6:26, whatever.
Well, you're in the final by the looks of it, just by a few hundreds. I want to share something with you. You know Tim Garlick the other week put on there that he was mixing fuel for Dragstalgia and he had a special blend for the final. I really wanted to answer, are you bringing that for Nick and Rob?
I'll tell you, best bring his A game because we're going to pull the trigger.
Good boy. Thank you very much for what we want to hear. It's going to be Funny Car against Fuel Altered in the final. Also, massive round of applause, please, for the Motorcycle team. Well done. That's their quickest run on Nitro. 7:46, 185 for Adam Glenno.
Yeah,
Trying his
fabulous. Well done.
absolute best. Well done to both.
Oh, and the Dragstalgia Cannonball ain't over yet. We've still got Andy Raw. We've still got Wayne Allman as well.
Okay. Well, Andy Raw, if he pulls out the run of his life, has still got a shout, actually. He's got to go seriously quick.
I think it's going to be Andy and Wayne together.
Excellent. That's what we like to
Yeah,
hear.
the two VWs. I hope so.
Well, why not?
Yes, it is, yeah. They're both firing up.
Okay, going up to collect Nick Davis as well. I want you to give them absolutely raise the roof. It's so good to see that little green car back here on the quarter mile. Rob Loring and Nick and everybody on the team. Put your hands together, please. That's Rob going up to get Nick Davis and everybody in the back. However, like I said, if Andy Raw, I think he probably needs to run something along the lines of a 6-0. If he does that, though, it's him and Tim in the final.
Andy Raw went 6:43 yesterday.
So Nick's just been 6.23. He went 6.31 yesterday.
Yeah, he's
so
going to have to go quick.
He's got to go 6.0. The car's got it. We'll have to see. Well, Andy Roy with the nitro bug in the slick tricks lane against Wayne Orman with the pickup, the mental breakdown in the Kestrel lane. Vying to be the first ever commercial vehicle over 200 miles an hour. He's been 199. Just quickly, Paul, your thoughts on that VW?
Yeah. Wow.
Well, if you've ever met Wayne, you'll know it's him all over.
I thought us auto guys were a bit loose. That is something, isn't it? That is.
But it's the name as well. Mental breakdown.
Well,
it's just Wayne all the way through.
How do you even come up with that idea?
You need to meet Wayne.
Yes, that's
I think I'm going to like this, Wayne. I might have been up with him this afternoon.
Anyway, for you good ladies and gentlemen here at Dragstalgia, you are now in Volkswagen heaven. So you've got the Samba type pickup of Wayne Orman and the bug of Andy Raw. And Andy absolutely astounded me yesterday with the speed and time that he ran. So you never know with these machines, you never know. At the moment, we think it is havoc in the final with Tim Garlick, but could that change? Here we go.
Good looking run for Wayne. How close to 200 is this? Oh, 196 mile an hour for Wayne. 727. Andy Raw tried everything on that. 107 to 60, but it was already out of the groove.
He was certainly getting after it, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, it's either basically go or get off the pot, I think, was the time, that one. So they needed to turn
Carl
it up.
and the team, they're all smiling. They threw everything at that time. Oh, take me out of time.
I think they knew if it stuck, they were a chance.
Yeah, I think so.
That was hopped up.
Yeah, just too much. But I think it was the way Carl and everybody was grinning.
Yeah,
they knew that they tried.
If this sticks, we're a chance.
Yeah, if you're going to go down, you've got to go down swinging. You can't go down,
Well, as we say in Australia, we're not here for a haircut.
It's a good job for most of you.
Oh dear. That's right. I'm just wondering what Christian was doing with the remote control, with the pad. I'm thinking, no, I'll give it a bit more, a bit more. And Carl goes, nah, just send it.
Send it.
Brilliant. Really good entertainment, that. But Wayne Orman, what a run for him. 727, 196 miles an hour. We're willing that car over 200 at some stage. It will happen eventually. But, oh boy, he has had that in the 60s. And, yeah. Well done indeed to the Nitro Bug team with Cool Flow. Absolutely awesome for you guys. Let's hope we come out again later on, actually.
Sets up our final round, doesn't it?
Does,
very nicely. That pesky little green car against the funny car. It's going to be fun.
Well, I'm going to leave it all up to you guys now. I'm going to head down
Paul,
to see if I can't sell some
Paul.
T-shirts and pay some bills.
Yeah. If you don't fancy bringing the car next over,
it's been a pleasure, guys. Really has. Thank you very much.
Okay. Right. Nostalgia Superstock.
Lovely to meet you.
Round number 2. So we have got 16 pairings to get through here. First up is Bob Main and Stuart Arthur.
Oh, only 16 pairings.
Yeah. Oh dear, what a class. Record-breaking class this weekend. The first time we have had a full 64-car ladder with alternates.
So if you like muscle cars, now's your turn, ladies and gentlemen. We've just seen the bugs out on the track. It's American Muscle now. And our first pair, the Superbird of Bob Main and the Roadrunner of Stuart Arthur. And it is Stuart who gets to the top end first. Dialed in a 12.94, ran a 12.99. Breakout for Bob Main. In actual fact, I think Bob got there first. He did, but broke out. So there you are. It's the man in the right-hand lane gets to the next round. So here's our next pair. Paul Small with the Oldsmobile coming out into the Kestrel Beers lane, and Mojo with the Plymouth Satellite, dialing in 11.10. They're not that far apart on their dial-ins, these two, a 10.56 and 11.10. Now the first one who puts the nose over that doesn't break out. It is no breakout, and the winner is Mojo with that Plymouth Satellite. Dialed in 11.10, ran 11.15, 120 miles an hour. So well done to him. The Oldsmobile, 10.87 on and 124 miles per hour. Right, next pair coming through. And Pete Christmas with the Demon out there in the Slick Tricks lane, dialing in 10.64. And 14.90 is Carl Kenyon with the Twisted Lemon, the Valiant. And you can see the difference between them on their dialed-in times. It's like half a track almost, but Pete Christmas is coming back at the top end. Wow. Both of them break out, but it's Carl Kenyon in the Kestrel Beers lane who breaks out by the least. So he marches on to the next round.
Yeah. His number one qualifier was Carl as well, so he stays in. Well, this is number two qualifier, Beavis Allen with the Impala, taking on John Pratt with the Barracuda. Darlings, Beavis will be going first, 12.25, John 11.40. Well, Beavis with the 59 Impala. Going to try and give his nose front, not break out, but John's going to be there as well. And it is John Pratt that gets there first. Win margin 0.5, 11.45 to a lose out, 12.36. Steve Lloyd with his Impala. Dialing in 11.02, taking on Ash Rawson with Kermit the Duster, 10.24. So it'll be Steve Lloyd going first. Tell you what, whoever goes 6 rounds of racing and wins the final certainly earns it this weekend without a shadow of a doubt. There goes Steve. Oh, but wheel spin off the line. So Ash Rawson already pulled alongside, already gone past Steve. And you can hear him lifting early there. Yeah, Ash Rawson into round number 3 with a good 10.34. Dan Williams for Williams Brothers Racing, a dialing 10.68 with the Camaro. That's stout. Going alongside Stu Doyney. Oh, great mates away from the track.
It's going to be interesting, this one.
Yeah.
They're both seasoned professionals, aren't they?
Well, considering Bob Doyney and Keith Williams, the two dads, used to build hot rods together all
No.
those years ago.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, so much family history then.
Yeah.
Interesting. Young Stuart Doyney really is an electric man on the lights. And can he put a Dan Williams away here? Here we go. Dan Williams, last one in. Here come the lights.
Stu goes red.
Red light.
Oh, 006 red for Stu Doyney. Dan Williams is through. .12.02 breakout there for Stu Doyney. 10.65 breakout for Dan. It didn't matter. It was already decided. Dan Williams through. Next pair, Vic Parsons with the beautiful, freshly restored, repainted and reinvigorated the Belvedere. 9.78, darling. That is coming down all the time. Going alongside Mick Sharp with the Detroit Hustle.
Well, there's not much between them, Colin, is it? It's just over half a second on their dial-ins here. So, I must admit, I do like the Belvedere. Maybe just it's red the colour for me at the moment, I think.
Well, Mick is chasing. Mick is pulling alongside. And, oh, Vic breaks out by 100th of a second. Oh, he's not going to be so happy with that. The car, that's his quickest ever run, but breaks out by 100th. Mick Sharp breaks out as well. God, I'm looking at this all wrong. 10:32. So yeah, it's Vic Parsons actually takes the win. Oh, well, boy, oh boy, they were trying so hard. There wasn't a lot of difference on their dial-ins there, but yeah, misread it. Well, just saw the breakout appear first for Vic. That's what it was.
Well, Spencer Tran now in the Kestrel Beers lane with his Camaro, and Lee Charles with the Valiant out there in the Slick Tricks Racing lane.
But both winners of this event before.
Oh, are they?
Lee won a few years ago. Spencer won it last year.
Interesting.
So 11:30 plays 9:89. One of the previous winners is going out here.
Look at this. Look, right on the line.
Oh.
Lee Charles gets that, and there's 2/100ths of a second between them on the finish line.
Well, Lee needed to run his number 9:89, and that's what he did. 9:89 with a 2 on a 9:89 dial. He was 0.5 off the line. Spencer just 200ths off his dial-in, but it's Lee Charles that goes through.
Okay, next pair. We've got Glenda Thompson with the Dodge Charger out there in the Kestrel Beers lane, dialing in 13.90. 12.35 is the dial-in for the Duster of Paul Singer in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. So there's just over a second and a half between them on the dial-ins. There goes Glenda, and now here comes the big chase. Mopar against Mopar.
Well, Glenda looks way out in front here.
I'm just saying that.
And takes it.
Great run.
I think the reason for that actually was the 0.4 reaction time compared to the 0.4.
Yes.
But well done, Glenda. She's through. Next up, Don Scott taking on Gary Cork. The number 21 taking on the number 37 in qualifying. I just can't get my head around this, you know. Right, Don Scott got past Kiwi in round one.
So you can see the dialed-in times, 9.87, 11.70. That's what they aim at to get to the top end on the quarter mile in that length of time. But they want to get there, not go quicker than that dialed-in time, and beat the opponent. That's how technical it gets now. So here we go. So you've got the Coronet against the Superbird. Again, all Mopar.
Well, this is going to be very tight at the stripe between these two good racers.
Here we go. Here they go side by side again. Oh, wow. Gary Cork, just having a look at your screen above your head, just watching the replay.
Well, they were both 0.3 off the line. That's how close it was. But well done, Gary.
Fabulous racing. Hey, it's a Ford, everybody.
Yeah, that must be Dan Sanderson. Yep, taking on Andy Bossenworth. Yeah, I've got to say thanks ever so much indeed to Kath and Tig. Well, Kath. We did that rough calculation on the split of the manufacturers, and Kath actually studied it properly. She had a bit more time to do it. Thanks ever so much indeed, Kath. Hugely appreciated. As she had more time to work it all out.
Well, again, it's right on the finish line. But
well, yeah, Dan.
The red light though for Andy Bossenworth. So it is Dan. The Ford goes through. So it is General Motors against Mopar on this one. John Sleeth is the man in the Camaro, 9.71. Very close behind him. Duncan Watts with the Challenger, 9.92. You're going to blink, you're going to miss the difference between them on the tree. This is going to be tight between these two. Lights burn down.
Duncan hugging the centre line.
Door handle to door handle, isn't it? Who's going to get this?
John Sleeth, 972 on that 71. Win margin 0.4. Duncan goes 95 on the 92. These guys are good.
They're on it, aren't they?
Yeah.
My goodness me. So,
AJ Denning and Gary Carr next. Well, we guaranteed a Chevy win here. Gary Carr 11.10, 11.65 for AJ. The car's called Mother's Worry. I like it. So there's Jerry stood next to Ian on the line. Gary Carr, freshly imported car from the States. Oh, Gary Carr goes red. AJ, well, he didn't launch the way he wanted it to, but he's got the wind light on in his lane.
that's a repeat of what he did the last run, I think.
Yeah.
Exactly that. But he gets the win. So the 57 Chevy goes through. And 11.70 on an 11.65 dial-in. So that hop, step and a jump must all be taken into account.
Yeah, they figured it in.
Yeah.
Matthew Dowdy, 12.29 the dial-in for that lovely little red Nova, taking on Phil Hobson with old Scalamogs, the Coronet.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew has got to be one of the few, you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong, few of the youngsters that's gone into a door slammer rather than a dragster or
Yes, you're right,
an
actually.
alter.
Yeah, and certainly a nostalgia superstar.
Yeah.
Yeah, a former national champion in Lucas Oil's junior dragster. And yeah, this is his first quarter-mile car.
So dials in 12.29, 12.10 for Phil Hobson and the Coronet in the Kestrel Beers lane. So not too much between them on their dial-ins. Now then, this is going to be interesting. These are they're so tight all the way down the track. Who gets it? Yeah.
Matthew Dowdy.
Done. Matthew Downing gets it.
300s off his dial in there, 12.32 on the 29, 12.19 on a 12.10. So Matthew Dowdy is through.
And a better start line reaction as well for Matthew.
2 pairs left. Alan Huckle with the Falcon, taking on Chris Goodale with the Chevelle. That could have been me down there. I went red. There, Alan Huckle, off he goes. And there goes Chris in pursuit.
Such a huge gap between them. And this is what makes this interesting. You want to put the nose over but not break out. And that's exactly what Chris Goodale did. Well done to him. Dialed in 987, ran a 993. And the Falcon 13.42 and ran a 13.62. So... But the pair of them leaving the start line was a 0.07 reaction time to a 0.09. So they weren't hanging about on the start line, were they?
Yeah. Right, the battle, the last pair in the Nostalgia Superstock, and it's the battle of the first gen Camaros. Ozzie Brown and Pete Dodd. 10.92 plays 9.30. Number 29 against number 13 in the qualifying order. That doesn't mean anything now. It's all about win lights. Both go green. So Pete Dodd is in the chase. 9.30. Can he get round a 10.92 here? It's going to be close at the stripe, and it is. Pete Dodd that takes it. A 9.30 hits his dial-in 0.1 light. That would have been very, very tough to get round. Having said that, Aussie still went 0.4 off the line, 93 on a 92. Pete Dodd overtook that by 0.3. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Right, we move on to the Wild Bunch. QE combo for them.
So these are the guys that keep the old-fashioned cars alive, the alters, the slingshots. This is what they do. It's the brainchild of Roy Wilding, and good number of years ago now. These must have been going now for 20 odd years.
Plus 30. Is it
Keep
back
going.
in the? Yeah, that's the scary part. The 90s is now 30 years ago.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
How does that work?
I don't know.
Well, time.
I'm still the
that's how it
same
works,
age.
yeah.
This is the worrying thing.
Yeah, we never get older. Just
No,
wider.
we get older, but we don't grow up.
That's the one.
That's the one.
So it is Robert Wright with the all-turn over there, pulling a lovely wheelie in the Kestrel lane. Goes 978 and a 986 that time. Okay, the coordinator for the Wild Bunch running out with a piece of paper. Is that how you normally go jogging, Claire? Claire,
I think that's upper arm strength for Claire, is holding
Yeah.
that bit of paper up in the air.
Things that we can't see what's on it.
the ever lovely and fantastic Claire Meadows, who provides us with extensive notes up here for everybody in the Wild Bunch. As always, thank you so much, Claire. Yeah.
Well, it's her man in the car, isn't it? Chris
Indeed.
Hartnell. And
This car was Malibu Express way back in the day.
yeah. God, yeah, I'd forgotten that. That's-
Yeah.
You know when they say, I've forgotten more than you'll ever know, son?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Roy Wilding's coming up to join. You're right, Roy. We got the big fella coming in. Cool.
wow. Do you want to put a headset on?
Yeah, well, he's going to. Whoa, all over the place for Chris Hartnell.
He's up to his old tricks.
Yes. So the brummy voice you're going to hear in here now is Roy Wilding, who is the man that the whole Wild Bunch is named after, Roy Wilding. And it's lovely to see you. Are you fit and well?
A little bit under the weather. With car's not here, obviously. Doctor says there's no way you're jumping in your car.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, you're gonna
And you're
jump
only 25?
3 times round, I think, John. 3
Oh,
times.
well, we'd appreciate your comments on some of the runs, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
If-
that's
if
fine.
that's,
That's no problem at all.
If you want to have, I'm going to stand up and grow good. You can have a sit down,
Yeah.
young Roy Wilding. There you go.
Well, there's a piece of history in the right lane for you. Used to belong to my old mate Ken Cooper, I believe.
Oh,
His
okay.
son's driving it at the moment.
Flathead Ken Cooper.
You got Flathead Ken Cooper.
Yeah.
Ken Cooper. And I always remember a few years ago, he paired him up with Harold Bull.
Yes.
And Harold Bull took it serious and shot off, and he's supposed to be on a test pass. It's quite exciting to see that. There's a few cars in the bunch that I've lost track with, because obviously involved with supercharged Outlaws and other cars.
Yep.
You can't keep tabs on everything, and when you're a racer, you don't see a lot when you're in the pitch, to be honest.
No, well, that's true.
Yeah. Oh, Ken Cooper's actually on the line.
Yeah.
There's a piece of history for you. Oh, there's another piece of history in there.
Yep.
Ian Lloyd's old car.
Yeah, well, Alan's in the car, of course. Gonzo the Great, which I think comes from the same family as me, i.e. the Muppets. So,
Which member are you now? Can we choose? Can we all choose?
yeah, you go ahead, but you might be wearing your lunch.
Mana.
So the dragster, Rich Butcher, Fourth Dimension it's called, in the Kestrel Beers
Where's
lane.
Rich going? Just
Ah,
it's going to disappear.
well, here's young Alan.
Looking for that elusive 7.5 second run. If the tune's right, it might happen. Oh, that's more like it. 7.66 at 1.68. They'll be happy with that.
That was all. Oh, it's a new one on me. Sam Freeman's got something to do with that.
Yeah, this was Sam's altered from a few years ago. Now with John Sharrod at the wheel.
Right, okay.
Right, I've got to say big shout out to John Tabbert, who did a Facebook post to just bring it fully up to speed. The chassis on the Rampage Funny car used to be the Heartbreak Kid, little altered way back when. Yeah.
But the body is one of numerous bodies, was it, that was built for Dennis Priddle, or the Page family, or
the Panic one? Yeah.
The Panic one?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So Philip James then in Rampage, John Sharrod in Never Say Never, the altered in the Slick Tricks Racing lane.
Yeah, 954 on an 889 on 895 there for John.
Well, you'll love both of these, Roy, both slingshot dragsters. That's where your heart is, isn't it, in these?
Oh, without a doubt. I built an altered a few years ago, and it was a toss-up of do I keep the altered, do I keep the slingshot? And
let me guess what you did.
I kept the slingshot. I built another slingshot since.
Oh, have you?
Out of my old Buick Nailhead. And I'm going to stick a lane in the seat, and we're going to debut it possibly next year now and put it back into the wall.
Look forward to that. Andrew Clifford is the man in Snake Eyes, that slingshot in the Kestrel's beer lane. And Ford Skip is in the other slingshot in the Slick Tricks Racing lane.
Yeah, now old enough to drive this car, I should say. 964 for Ford and 891 there for Andrew. Don't know if anybody else is going to be able to get in that car now. Ford, has Ford Bagzigged that car now? Is it? Yeah.
Well, this is Greg Tate coming out into the Slick Tricks Racing lane with the Topolino, and Ian Wild with the Wildcat, the altered in the Kestrel Beers lane. So just explain to me, Cole, what are the Wild Bunch? I mean, they're not actually racing one another in this, are they?
Well, in their mindset they are.
Yes.
But no, what they're doing is they have a predetermined ET that they dial to, isn't it? They can go above or below, and the idea is you just got to get as close to it as possible, and they add them all together and work it out, and it realises who's the closest overall after all their runs.
Similar to the Cannonball run, but accumulation of times.
Right.
But based on consistency.
Yeah. And how about Greg Tate there? 902 on the 9 lap. Ian Wild, 1241 went way quicker than his 1265.
The class stemmed from back down in Shakespeare County Raceway, where there wasn't so many alters banded together back then.
Yeah.
And between John Guthrie, myself, and later on Chris Hartnell and Claire Meadow, we gathered all these slingshots and alters that we could find and a few radical cars to bunch together. And it just, because there's fast cars, because there's slow cars, by doing this sort of time trialing, let's say, it allowed everybody to pick up some sort of accolade at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, let me just say that the Wild Bunch doesn't get any smaller as the years go on, which is a really, really good thing.
They have achieved over 50 cars at one meeting.
Have they?
Yes, they have, yeah.
Well, let's watch these two then. Peter Brown in the Kestrel lane, and Dan Wilson in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. So 1160 runs through 1136 for Pete Brown, and dialed in, well, ran in the right-hand lane 1023 at 124 miles per hour. So Liz Malcolm. Now Liz has been around with this 4-pot car for quite some time. I'm just trying to think. It's a Ford 4-cylinder engine, isn't it?
Correct, yeah,
it's in there. And 1092 is the dial-in for her, and 978 for Keith Crampton, who's another man who's been around drag racing for quite some
hang on a
time.
minute. Is that Thomas? It is, isn't it?
I tell a little story about Keith Crampton's
It is,
car.
Thomas.
That used to be about 6 foot longer than you actually see it now.
Oh,
Because
really?
it was actually built as a slingshot. And somebody took it away. And you see what you see today?
989 for Keith Crampton. No 2 there for Liz Malcolm. Well, we've already seen Rathchild go through. This is the other team car. It's Rebel. Going
Wow.
alongside Braveheart.
Oh, what a shame. There's a problem. Opel GT, I think that is.
You would remember the Clifford brothers.
I
running their
do. I
old
do. Yeah,
Opel.
absolutely, I do.
Yeah.
Clifton Brothers. was it? Clifton Brothers, yeah.
Stand corrected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a great, great shame. So back comes the Opel, and I imagine we're going to be seeing the slingshot run on its own. Dials in 8:38. And this is Rob Brown. So we had his brother out here just a few moments ago.
Correct, yeah.
Always nicely turned out cars, these, for the two Browns. Always look really, really good.
The two Brown brothers used to wrench for me for a while.
Did they?
Before they started on
Well,
their own.
couldn't have had a better teacher, Roy.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Well,
That's a good
8:38.
Oh, 8:37, 1:59.
Beautiful. Well done.
Also, the Brown boys have had their epic moments of their lives this weekend. Last night, you know, when we had the Cackle cars running outside and Tudor Rose wanted to join in.
Okay.
The Maras were there for that. And the Tudor Rose wouldn't fire, so the Maras were doing this, that, and the other. And eventually, it was the Maras that got Tudor Rose into that Cackle Fest.
Wow.
And, you know, it was just a huge, huge moment for them. I don't know if it was Rob or Pete, but one of them was in the car.
Yeah.
And the other one started it. And to be able to do that, because they bought that Nostalgia fire suit from the States as well.
Well,
Absolutely brilliant.
One thing I can say about them two brothers, if you could bottle their enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's a man who's been around longer than me, I can tell you. Alan Lowton with the Paranoia Altered. This used to win nearly everything back in the day, into the early 80s and into the 90s as well, I think. It changed hands a few times, and then Alan Lowton got it back.
That's right. Off Martin Holgate. I made that chassis legal for Martin Holgate.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Well, into the nines. 9.92. That's somewhere that didn't Paranoia run into the 8s on fuel?
I believe he did.
Yeah.
John. Yeah, I believe he did.
The 6-cylinder Jaguar engine in there, which is when I came to the sport, which is all I've been saying all weekend. Most of the Altereds were Jaguar powered.
Was the Oxford Builder, wasn't it, at the time? And
Yeah. There were loads of them.
Pegasus.
Yes.
That was another one. But the one they wanted to chase was always Gonzo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the one to chase.
Right, well, here's our next pair coming out. And the Raging Cajun, the Bantam, in the Kestrel Beers lane. And James Old with the little Faust dragster out there in the Slick Tricks lane. for $12.95. The dial-in for the Dragster, $10.31 for the altered. I thought maybe was giving a start to James Old, but there we go.
Oh, who's that?
Well, James Auld smoking again down in the shadow now. He did that yesterday, but turns the corner A-OK.
And this, I think, gentlemen, may be our final pair of the Wild Bunch at the moment. I can't see anybody else in the pairing lanes. So,
yeah, the Black Pig 2. That lovely little slingshot from Steve Field. Regular 8-second runner, and that's right, 8.6 is the target here. Going alongside the Short Crank Redemption. 12.50 is the aim here.
Certainly the best review, best seat in the house up here, isn't it? Certainly the best seat in the house.
Well, there goes Short Crank Machine and Steve Field as the Lancaster flies overhead.
oh wow. Oh, that's a great shot. Well done, Cole.
11.37 and 8.36 for Steve Field. Wow,
Wow.
what a run. So the Lancaster banking right as you look behind the main spectator banking. And looks like Rory's going to have the honour of running whilst the Lancaster is doing its display. In fact, this is the last car in the Wild Bunch as we get ready for a break, but we've got a couple of rather important moments to follow this. As we look skywards to see where the Lancaster is. It's banking right. It's going to come round the back of the tower.
Well, we were treated to the B-17 yesterday, and that was the American 4-engine bomber. Now we've got the RAF's equivalent.
And the Lancaster is going to chase Rory Hart down the quarter mile.
Here he comes, right
Look up,
across the
folks,
track. Here
right
he
above
goes.
the tower.
Oh,
Wow.
that's a sound. There you go. That is absolutely fabulous. Yeah. Braveheart and a Lancaster.
Yeah.
You can wear that motif forever. That's lovely.
Well done, Rory. 11.60 on 11.50 target there. Let's just look up in awe of that Lancaster. Does it just banks now left?
And we'll say thank you to Roy Wilding, who's been sitting in here chatting away to us. Roy, hope you
Thank you very much, John.
feel good, and we'll see you soon.
I'll, I think it'll be the hot rod drags from the car.
Okay.
Out again, yeah. So,
We'll see you then.
yeah, it's painful just sitting here, John. I'll tell you, it really is. Darryl knows the feeling well. And then, yeah.
but he's not bothered today.
No, I'm not bothered.
Yeah.
Right, the Lancaster. Now, if you look towards the finish line to the right, here it comes for its third flyover. We'll keep quiet in the tower so you can listen to the Lancaster as it flies overhead once again.
I think I'll take the headset off and listen to the 4 Merlins.
Here we go.
Glorious sight this is. Right across the top of the track and the control tower. That was super duper. Can't think of anything else to say about that. Yeah, give him a big round of applause. Absolutely fabulous. And The Lancaster doing, unfortunately, what the B-17 didn't do yesterday, which was fly down the track. I was so hoping that that was going to happen. But the Lancaster, I think, has departed.
Okay, right, ladies and gentlemen, you can see all of our start line crew walking out onto the track, and everybody on the grandstands and everybody on the banking, I would like you all please to stand up. As we now get ready to take a minute's silence, and this is basically for our honour roll call, as over the last 12 months, sadly, we have had to say goodbye to a few people that were rather instrumental in the sport, or pivotal people in the sport that have been involved in the sport, and who are sadly no longer with us. John Morton, bike rider and car driver, of course, of the No Hair Camaro and Hall of Fame member. Dennis Stormin Norman, the bike rider and also a Hall of Fame member. John Bennett, the director of National Dragways, original developers of Santa Pod Raceway and the sport, and again, a Hall of Fame member. Nobby Hills, owner and tuner of many Hound Dog dragsters and funny cars, and once again, a Hall of Fame member. Harold Bull, car owner and driver of Strip Duster, and yep, a Hall of Fame member. Brian Taylor, commentator, first contingency scheme organiser and author of Crazy Horses, Sydney Allard Dragster Restoration Group chairman and past Hall of Fame CEO. John Bolton, long-time crew member for Vic Hammond, Mr Big and Mickey Moore and Ollie Burns, the Mob Fuel Altered. Amos Meekins, a long-time MS UK car scrutineer at the pod. And most recently, Steve Moxley, long-time photojournalist specialising in event coverage for the bikes. We would like to take this moment to have 1 minute silence in memory of those that can't be with us this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Now we have another moment that we're going to celebrate, and now it'll be down to Darryl on the start line, hopefully, as we get ready to do the Spirit of 76 presentation.
Yeah, I'm here, Colin. Just waiting for them to come and take their place on the start line, which they're just wandering out to do right now. Now, this award that's about to be presented, the reason it's called Spirit of 76, it's presented by the man it's named after, really, Mr. Pete Crane, one of the most famous moments in UK, European drag racing history. Back in 1976, Don Garlitz came over from the US. It was one of the defining moments in our sport, and in front of an absolutely packed house, the man who's coming out to present this award, Mr. Pete Crane, not only beat Don Garlitz, but he ran the first ever 5-second run in any kind of drag race vehicle, obviously a top fuel car, and also sent Don Garlitz home. So before we get to the actual award part, I'd like you all to put your hands together, please. It's so great to see him again. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pete Crane. Everybody. So, Pete, this award is presented annually And I know you'd like to say a few words about the people that are receiving it this time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the guys that are receiving the award, and I've got my hearing aid on. Yeah, the guys that are receiving it are Alan Martin, Steve Tristram, and Martin Payne, from the original Hot Dog Drags and Nostalgia Nationals that they started, well, I gather it was about 35 years ago. You need you don't need an award from me, you need a long service medal. but it's richly deserved. You've done a tremendous job, and your perseverance has really meant a lot about nostalgia drag racing as it is today. So, without more ado, thank you. If you'd like to come forward. There you go. And then this is the one that you keep. And congratulations to you all, and just keep the good work. Okay. Right.
Thank you very much, and Pete. Right, guys. So it's an award that we give every year, but you guys have been doing this kind of thing for a long while, haven't you?
It doesn't feel like a long time because we still enjoy it, you know, and it's been marvellous being part of this whole scene. And I've just been blaming Pete for costing me a fortune because in '77 I got the bug and I haven't been flush since. But there is another member, original member, that is not here with us, Mark Fullard, and it is his idea. And it was just the four of us, well, the three of us at the time in a pub. We knew that Avon Park was along Mars and was on its knees, and we thought, well, we could get a crowd of hot rodders there, we could boost the coppers up, and we could keep our local track. And it's kind of snowballed. And then Steve came on board, and he's just dynamite, you know, he's an organising wizard, really. So it all just came good, and we all, well, the three of us still thoroughly enjoy it, and we look forward every year to getting stuck in and trying to sort out the few little problems that come along. It's marvellous, yeah.
And also, it's an extended family as well. All the years that you've been doing this, you must have made so many friends.
Yep. Nearly all my friends are hot rodders or drag racing people. It's like a big family. Yeah, really good.
And that's why events like this are really good, because everybody gets together again. They all get to catch up. And yeah, the racing's fun, but it's the people that it's all about.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's all about people and about interacting. And we've made so many friends and over the years. It is incredible to think that 35 years ago was when we hosted the first Hot Rod Drags. And I think if anybody had told us 35 years ago we'd still be doing this now, we'd have told them they were mad. But there you go.
Well, what we all learn from that, folks, is all the best ideas come from a serious drinking session in the pub. Is that right, yeah? Well, there we go. So everybody get in the pub tonight and put your thinking caps on. You never know, in a few years' time you might be standing here getting an award. But thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed, Pete. Once again, a round of applause, please, everybody, for the guys from the NSRA and obviously the one and only Mr. Pete Crane.
And let's not forget the NSRA are actually part of the Hall of Fame. They were inducted last year, so it makes you wonder what the scene would have been like without the NSRA. Staunch supporters of drag racing, big supporters of the Drag Racing Hall of Fame as well. That's been talked about a lot this weekend. And we really do thank the NSRA for absolutely everything that they do. And they're all volunteers. And now they get the Wilshire treatment. Well, whilst they're doing that, ladies and gentlemen, we are on a lunch break, so it's time you get yourselves fed and watered. Half-hour break, and then when we come back, it will be the continuation of eliminations and pairings and racing and everything that we have here. So yeah, it is a lunch break, and we will hand over the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. We will see you in a little while. Thanks very much indeed.
Tim, straight as a die. What a beautiful run.
Wow.
6.05. That is the quickest so far, isn't it?
Yep. 7.
Well, it's almost identical to the run the first run on the car that we had yesterday. And a 12-second pass that time.
Huge fluid lead there for Adam Clayton, but Joe Bond has gone to a 6:41 at 2:22. But yeah, Adam Clayton just pulling it over at the top end there. Oh, cracking looking runs.
At this.
Side by side, all the way to the stripe. 6:30 for Tony Betts, 6:37 for Paul Harris. Oh, incredible runs, and it looks like...
Got a cylinder out at the hit, John Hale, on the right bank.
Well, they both come out of that one.
Yeah.
772 there for Bob Hawkins, 109. And
so it all depends on what we've done. Oh, this is looking good.
Oh, that is a storming run for Nick Davis. What's the clocks? 6:23, 2:23. That puts Nick Davis into the final. Adam, 7:46 at 1:85.
As I run after Rob.
Oh! Good looking run for Wayne. How close to 200 is this? Oh, 196 mile an hour for Wayne, 7:27. Andy Raw tried everything on that, 107 to 60, but it was...
The track, it's American Muscle now. And our first pair, the Superbird of Bob Main and the Roadrunner of Stuart Arthur. And it is Stuart who gets to the top end first. Dialed in a 12.94, ran at 11.10. They're not that far apart on their dial-ins, these two, a 10.56 and 11.10. Now the first one who puts the nose over that doesn't break out. It is no breakout, and the winner is Mojo with that Plymouth Satellite, dialing in 10.64, and 14.90 is Carl Kenyon with the Twisted Lemon, the Valiant. And you can see the difference between them on their dialed-in times. It's like half a track almost, but Pete Christmas is coming back at the top end. But, oh, wow. Both of them break out, but it's Carl Kenyon.
Well, Beavis with the 59 Impala. Going to try and give his nose front, not break out, but John's going to be there as well. And it is John Pratt that gets there first. Win margin 0.5, 11.45 to a lose out. Shadow it out. There goes Steve Hall, but wheel spin off the line. So Ash Rawson already pulled alongside, already gone past Steve. And you can hear him lifting early there. Yeah, Ash Rawson into round number 3.
Here come the lights.
Stu goes red.
Red light.
Oh, 006 red for Stu Doiney. Dan Williams is through. .12.02 breakout there for Stu Doiney. 10.65 breakout for Dan. It didn't match.
Red the colour for me at the moment, I think.
Well, Mick is chasing. Mick is pulling alongside. And, oh, Vic breaks out by 100th of a second. Oh, he's not going
to... Interesting.
So 11.30 plays 9.89. One of the previous winners is going out here.
Look at this. Look, right on the line.
Oh.
Lee Charles gets that. And there's 2 100 between them on the... dial-ins. There goes Glenda, and now here comes the big chase. Mopar against Mopar.
Well, Glenda looks way out in front here.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
And takes it.
Yeah, great run.
I think the reason for that actually was...
Here we go. So you've got the Coronet against the Superbird. Again, all Mopar.
Well, this is going to be very tight at the stripe between these two good racers.
Here we go. Here they go side by side again. Oh, wow. Gary Cork just having a look at your...
Yeah, hugely appreciated. As she had more time to work it all out.
Well, again, it's right on the finish line. But
yeah, Dan...
the red light, though, for Andy Bosworth. So it is Dan. Needs to. Lights burn down.
Duncan hugging the centre line.
Door handle to door handle, isn't it? Who's going to get this?
John Sleeth, 972 on that 71. Win margin 0-4. Gary Carr, freshly imported car from the States. Oh, Gary Carr goes red. AJ, well, he didn't launch the way he wanted it to, but he's got the win light on in his lane.
That's a repeat of what he did the last run, I think.
Yeah.
Exactly that. But he gets the win. So the 57 Chevy goes through the Kestrel Beers lane. So not too much between them on their dial-ins. Now then, this is going to be interesting. These are they're so tight all the way down the track. Who gets it? Yeah. Well done. Matthew Downing gets it.
300s off his dial in there, 12.32. Oh, there, Alan Huckle, off he goes. And there goes Chris in pursuit.
Such a huge gap between them. But this is what makes this interesting. You want to put the nose over but not break out, and that's exactly what Chris Goodale did. Well done to him. Dialed in.
That doesn't mean anything now. It's all about win lights. Both go green. So Pete Dodd is in the chase, 9.30. Can he get round a 10.92 here? It's going to be close at the stripe, and it is. Pete Dodd that takes it. A 9.30 hits his dial-in, 01 light. That would have been very, very tough to get round.
So it is Robert Wright with the all-turn over there, pulling a lovely wheelie in the Kestrel lane. Goes 8.78, no, sorry, 9.78. Whoa, all over the place for Chris Hartnell.
He's up to his old tricks.
Yes. So the brummy voice you're going to hear in here now is Roy Wilding, who is the man at the whole Slick Tricks racing lane.
Yeah, 9.54 on 8.89 on 8.9.
And Ford Skip is in the other slingshot in the Slick Tricks racing lane.
Yeah, now old enough to drive this car, I should say. 9.64 for Ford and 8.91 there for Andrew. Don't have anybody dial to, isn't it? They can go above or below, and the idea is you just want to get as close to it as possible, and they add them all together and work it out, and it realises who's the closest overall after all their runs.
Similar to the Cannonball run, but accumulation of times.
Right.
But based on consistency.
Yeah. Well, how about Greg Tate there?
In the Kestrel lane, and Dan Wilson in the Slick Tricks racing lane. So 11.60 runs through 11.36 for Pete Brown.
And you see what you see today?
9.89 for Keith Crampton. No 2 there for Liz Malcolm.
On the road.
Couldn't have had a better teacher, Roy.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Well, 8.38.
Oh, 8.37, 159.
Beautiful, well done.
Also, the Bramble.
Okay.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Well, into the nines. 9.92. That's somewhere that Faust Dragster out there in the Slick Tricks lane. Well, 12.95 the dial in for the Dragster, 10.31 for the Altered. I thought maybe was giving a start to James Old, but
certainly the best seat in the house.
Well, there goes shortcut machine and Steve Field as the Lancaster flies overhead.
oh wow, oh that was a great shot. Well done.
Honey, baby, meet me just one last time. Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's hard leaving you this way, but the train's about to roll into the bay. Such a good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you by my side. When my work is done, we go back to having fun. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me.
Slick Tricks lane. So there goes Nick. And there, 3 seconds later, that's Pete Christmas. Car's called Fallen Angel, and we all know what it's like to be one of those. Now, first one to the top that doesn't break out, basically, and it is Pete Christmas who takes that one.
By 0.4 at the stripe, you know?
Well, Alan in the Falcon dials in 13.38, 12.60 for Jared Heathcote in the Nova. So Jared leaves second. Now then, the race is on once again. Jared closes and go towards the top end. And, Alan Huckle takes it. Is that a breakout again in the right?
It is a breakout, but there was no way Jared Heathcote was going to win that one with a 0.6 reaction time. Accomplished races in their own right. I think that's called commentator's curse, isn't it? Red light for Gary Semper.
So already the win goes into the Slick Tricks racing lane and Steve Lloyd.
Oh, no. Gary Semper runs 11.75 on, guess what?
11.75 was babes in arms when I first came here.
My goodness me. Somebody's on time this morning. Can't say who it is just yet. Spence is out in front and backing off, and it is Spence who takes the win. Jim Smith was 005 on the tree. Spence,
thank you.
That's the one.
Right, here we go. So the Mustang of Dan Sanderson, dialing in 13.75. Almost similar dial-ins, these two, 13.20, 30.75. The race is on. It's going to be so tight at the top end again. Who gets there first? It is Dan Sanderson. I'm just looking to see whether nobody broke out.
Wait, even though he qualified down at 67, he just had a bad couple of days.
Well, there's the weight. There's the gap. He pulls some red. Well, he may have everything in the locker, including a red light.
I commentator's curse all day today.
So, automatically, Paul Singer takes the duster through to the next round.
Well, I think Simon Rickwood will remember.
Here we go. And light burnt down. And a good reaction time for Dan Williams, a 0.01.
Ah, we can't say that in eliminations.
Forgot that.
It's okay. Oh, Dan was never going to be beaten that way. 0-1 on the tree, as John said.
That's right.
Exactly.
So he dialed 44. So the Impala goes first. Now then.
Beavis was your number 2 qualifier as well, and Beavis will be moving on.
Well, there you are. And it was a 0-4.
Stick the indicators on, and he did. Okay, so Phil Stillwell goes red, unfortunately, with the Camaro in the slick tricks lane. Gary Cork through to round 2 with the Coronet. 11.70, 11.72. He had an 0-2 light as well in 11.72. That's very difficult to beat.
Have you 12.85, darling. And then 3 seconds later, Vic Parsons will be chasing her. Here we go. And it looks like Vic goes motoring by. He doesn't want to break out.
That's the way to do it. He was on time on the tree, John Hura.
Talking without knowledge, so I'm not going to go on anymore. But I know one year when I was working at Goodwood, they brought over the wheel standards, and one of those in the hands of a very famous American racer. I just couldn't take my eyes off the racing for a minute there. But, Phil Hobson gets it.
Yeah, a whole shot win as well. That'll go down because
Dicehurst away first, followed up by Lee Charles. You can see the gap, and Lee flying in the Kestrel Beers lane, pulls alongside maybe, and yes, takes the win. Absolutely fabulous. Dialed in a 9.87, runs a 9.35, and 11.55 dial in for the 57 Chevy. So Chevy goes first, and yeah, hopping and skipping away. But the Barracuda has him in his sights, pulls alongside maybe, and pops the nose over second. There you are. So well done to AJ Denning with all that hop, stepping and jumping away from big news, headline news in drag racing. And Sylvia proceeded to dominate for quite some time. But Carly Watts closing in at the top end, but it's still Bob Main who takes the win in that fabulous looking Superbird.
Yeah, he slammed the anchors on a bit at the top end. I could see that happening where he was too far in front. So what they do is just to make sure they don't break out.
Williams hasn't put in an appearance, so it's going to be a bye run for Carl. Dials in a 14.90 anyway. We'll treat it as a full practice run, and let's see what we get in terms of time. Well, how about that? Dials in 14.9, runs Mick Sharp in the slick tricks lane. Should have been running against Rob Tyrrell. There's quite a few cars not putting in an appearance this morning.
There are a few. That's why Simon Rickwood was in. He was number 67. 10.37. Mick Sharp once again on the money. One thing I have noticed as well, Cole, watching all these over the last couple of days, 10.59 on a 56, good test run for Paul. A lot of these cars appear to be
transmission installed, broke one already. Looks like Jason Dock dialing in 10.82. Oh, Matthew breaks out.
Well done.
Well, Jason.
Oh, a little bit of a gap between them. Here goes Gary.
Whoa! What a wheel stand.
Bit of fresh air under that engine.
Now then, here we go, on the finish line, who gets it? Gary Carr.
The banter between those two last night was...
Teague and Kath Napier, that's the one.
50 quid.
John Pratt and Glenn Dunford, your next pair. It's not often you see a 0.8 of a second reaction time. Yeah, 12.03. That is a very big whole shot win for John Pratt. 0.29 on the tree. He wasn't exactly on time.
0.10 in the slick tricks lane. So Mojo goes first in the Plymouth Satellite, and then Pete Wiseman is running hard to chase. There you go.
No way Pete Wiseman was going to win that one after the start line. 0-2.
You catch up, mate. So what a gap there. A dial in of 14 to a dial in of 10, and there's the gap that 4 seconds leaves. Is he going to get to the top end? Glyn going to do it? No.
Glenn.
It's Glenn that takes the win. So
Lesser
well done,
of the two breakouts.
major manufacturers in Nostalgia Superstocks. But a little gap on the tree, and another one of these huge wheel stands away from the start line. Fabulous to watch. Photographer's dream.
Pete Dodd's going to get there, and Pete Dodd does. Look at that number. 9.30 on a 9.3 looking on the start line. It's a win for Aussie in round one. John Davidson went 0-2 red. Win light on for the Camaro.
Well, see what happens. 10.90, darling. A run to 10.93. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, the depth of the car. Yeah, so Guy King in the Slick Tricks lane going to go first. That was a yes-no moment for Andy Bosworth that time. Guy King on exactly on his dial-in, but Andy Bosworth on a whole shot.
Tricks lane dials in 9.84.
Heads up race actually, they're both dialed 9.84. This one is going to go to Don Scott on a whole shot. Look at the win margin, 006.
Kestrel Beers Lane.
15 inches. There we go, 15 inches. That was 006.
Thanks,
Thank you very much indeed, Simon, from the ever-wonderful Eurodragster.com. Oh, again, bang on the money. Ash Rawson, 24 and a 24.
They're easy numbers to remember. So John Wilson, car's called Dirty Barry. That's a strange
like
name
that.
for a car. But I'd rather get the feeling Duncan's alongside, just puts the nose over on the finish line.
Whole shot win again.
Yeah, low nines can tickle into the eights.
Well,
9.05.
absolutely spot on, young Colin.
I had a chat with Warren.
It's a very unique looking shape
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, Steve, some of that is.
Very, very
A
nice.
Rambler.
Meanwhile, the Falcon, I believe, in the Kestrel Beers Lane, gives us...
Into the 10s for the coupe. 10.95 and 11.37.
Kestrel Beers Lane.
Now then, Tim and Troy share driving this one. Troy's
Right.
got the higher speed of the two of them, 141 mile an hour. But Tim, he's set a new PB there. It was 9.93.
Yeah, we were talking about the size of it yesterday. It's huge.
He's got. He's the only car with master bedroom in the back.
I
like
can
that.
believe that. I can
I
believe
like that.
It looks as though it belongs in a James Bond movie, doing full of baddies and things like that.
11.36 and 1.
Well, that looks a tidy run, doesn't it? Just into the 10s.
138 with the shootout as well. 13.78, 78 miles an hour. If it's a smooth run for Paul Houston, which hopefully it is, that looks a lot better. 8.33,
Wow.
that's a lot more like it.
That's a great run.
First time today I've improved. Well, it tells you how fast they are as well, because you need a shoot if your car goes over 150 miles an hour.
Well, it won't be for Danny this time, unfortunately.
Oh, super sweet run in the Kestrel Beers Lane. That was super. And into the 10s with a 10.79 and a 12.67 for the Zephyr.
Could we have Willis Wars into the lanes, please? Willis Wars, please, into the pairing lanes. Andy Hadfield, Mr. Fadster down there on the start line in the middle, the head honcho of Supercharged Outlaws with Twister. Now, we need that T-shirt, John. Do you see what it says? It says, "You can't tell me what to do. You're not my daughter." Now, because I've got three of them, obviously. Sorry. Colin being as professional as ever. So, this is Brian Watson and Paul Watts. 2 seconds.
Yeah. And a 15-minute warning to the Cackle cars in the pit. So if you want to see Yesterday's Dreams and, of course, Ian Turbeville's fabulous slingshots, they'll be doing their Cackle in 15 minutes just outside the historic marquee.
Well, Brian Watson's got the burnouts absolutely nailed. That was fantastic once again. For the blown small block.
Calls it Oh Black Betty, Bannerland.
This car it's the Famoso Speed Shop car you see on the back there. Yeah. Famoso is where Bakersfield Raceway is.
Yep.
The car itself was built down the road from the racetrack, and Steve Nymathis bought it and raced it at Bakersfield. But when they took it to the racetrack, they just towed it down the road. They towed it out onto the road, turned left into the pits, and set it up. That's the way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of like John Webster can do over there, isn't it, really? So, Paul Watts and Brian Watson. Paul yesterday went 8:46. I'm sure Brian would love a lapse time like that.
What's the history of Chrome Mod?
It's another Tri Chevy. This is a 57, though. Henry Houston's was a 55.
Was it?
One. Yeah.
Wow. Sounds hard, doesn't it?
8:53, pretty much where he was just day 157 miles an hour.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
So this is Paul Watts with the acute angle. Anglia, needless to say, in the Kestrel lane. I think they're trying to fire up Des Taylor with the Thunder God. It's just not happening at the moment, I'm afraid. Actually, it's not Des Taylor in Thunder God. It's not. It's Duncan Beard. Who nearly turned into the lane behind Paul that time. But yeah, Duncan is the owner of this car and tuner of this car. Normally driven by Des Taylor, who I'm sure you've known for
from years ago.
while.
Yeah.
So Paul Dale, a blown small block in there yesterday. I think it was yesterday, wasn't it? Yesterday evening.
Yeah.
8:04. So desperate to get his first ever.
Yeah, that was his outright PB at 8:04.
So what is he shooting at? A 7 then? Is that,
Yeah,
that's where he wants to
That's
be?
where he wants.
Yeah.
From a 105 Anglia.
That's the one. Well, now there's kind of an unofficial race going on, because what happened is there's a few of these cars around, and a month or two ago, Paul started everyone talking because he ran an 8.1, and then everyone suddenly said, hang on a minute, what's the quickest one of these has ever run? Have they ever run a 7? The answer is yes. A guy from Sweden in Comp Eliminated it a while back. It was a 7.8. And now they're all hunting for the same thing.
Come on, Paul. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Oh, look at that! 7.86! He just didn't open the door and have a look. He took a sledgehammer and smashed his way in. Oh, my goodness me.
172 miles an hour. That could well be the quickest 100 Anglia we have ever seen.
Yeah.
To say they're overjoyed is a bit of an understatement.
Whoa.
That car, actually, I didn't realise till I saw the build pics. That was Tim Adams' car that he used to run in Supergas
Really?
many moons ago. Yeah, absolutely.
He's just gone 2/10 quicker.
So that was the Blitzkrieg 105E Anglia.
It was, I think it was just black and red at the time, that one. But it was definitely Tim Adams' car in the previous time. Okay, Jim Tucker, who's running quicker than ever down into the 8s as well, taking on Simon Boot. Now, Simon, trying for the 8s as well, went 9.00.
Wow. So what's how quick has Jim Tucker run with this?
8.70 is his quickest run. If Simon Boot can just get a clean launch, it will be an 8-second run. That was a lot more like it, though. Jim Tucker's out of it. Yay, Simon's finally done it.
With a pedal. With a pedal as
Two
well.
at least.
Oh, my word.
193 miles an hour for the bootlegger.
Yes.
Once again, as you can tell, they are absolutely overjoyed.
Oh.
I think the
but
only...
he broke traction before the tree, look.
Yeah.
Got
went off
back
to the
on
right.
it.
The thing is, as well, I think this is good. This is happening on Sunday, because if it was yesterday, they'd be so slaughtered last night they wouldn't be able to get out of bed today. They've got to drive home this
evening. Oh dear. Supercharged Outlaws.
Well, there's so much more in there than an 893 as well. If they can just get that launch figured. Yeah,
Well,
about an 850. Yeah, I'd say you're right. Yeah.
So this is
Andy
Parks
Up there
with the Model Y Ford, 1933, I assume, because they made them from 33 to 37, I think it was.
Yeah, this is the 33. The clue is, as John, I think you taught me early days, the clue's normally in the race number.
Yeah, do.
So, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. But it's one of those things I hold very dear to my heart, as I've told him, because my first 3 cars in 1962 were Model Y Fords.
Were they?
So
well, they might not be quite as nippy as this one.
No, nothing like as nippy
I love the
as
way
this.
he steadfastly keeps the spare tyre on the back as
Yeah,
well.
I
Like
know,
he's
but
going to need it.
it just makes the car. It really does.
Up we get Mike Houch with the little Hemi Hustler. Mike's looking to run as far into the 8s as he can. That's a good looking one. Oh wow, Mike Couch with an 853, 154. Andy Park in the 9s again. Well, when Aaron was looking straight on at Jimmy in the other lane, he thought, no, better back off now, actually.
Yeah, Megan didn't walk out as far that time, so she had confidence in a man was going to go to 1,000 foot. Oh boy. Aaron Windridge. What a young man he is.
He's in the Slick Tricks lane taking on our good friend James out there in the Kestrel lane. James has been around a long while. Used to be on the fire crew at Avon Park. Used to be on the crew for the Mob.
Yeah, I remember Jim.
Yeah.
But he drove the Mob car for a while, didn't he?
Indeed he did, yeah.
I do remember that. Yeah. So he's out there in the Kestrel Beers lane in this lovely, well put together slingshot here.
Another Roy Walding car, that
Is
one.
it?
Yep. Yeah. I think that was Roy's
looks
car
really
at one
good.
point as well. Well into the 7s actually. I think that run that he made yesterday was down in the 7.4s. It wasn't in session. So Aaron Windridge, we've been living in the 8-0 so far this weekend. Oh, he was nearly living in the other lane. Oh, he was living in the other lane. There we go.
But Jim is long gone.
Quicker still. 7:37 at 1:82. Aaron gets his foot back in it. Crosses the line at 152 miles an hour. Yeah. Bob Glassop and Keith Freeman up next. 2 low 9-second door cars. Kind of. Keith was a Supercharged Outlaws champion last year. Ooh.
So the Bubblegum Capri Mark 1, 454 cubic inch motor in there for Bob Glassop with 928. His best one so far this weekend.
It's nice to see Bob back out on the track again.
It is.
It was his car used to be called Bubblegum, didn't it?
That's right. Yeah, all of his Capris have been called Bubblegum.
Is this the same? Is it?
Yeah,
Oh, it
it's
is.
not the same Capri.
No, it's not. No,
it's the same name.
The same name.
Course,
Yeah. Okay.
Keith Freeman with El Loco in 32.
Well, Fords of different vintages and different sides of the pond racing together here.
936, 946.
Yeah, it was good.
What a session from Supercharged Outlaws. Just jaw-dropping driving, jaw-dropping cars, and fantastic entertainment. Anyway, we get ready for the NSA Shootout. And radio mic faded up for Keith Lee.
One on the bike. John did an awful lot of work on this machine when Dave Cleary, who stood down behind it, was riding it. Well, this is the third machine that Graham's ridden this weekend. And what a first run there. A 10.5 for Graham Sykes, who ran a 6.7 on the rocket bike. But that's a pretty quick run. Dave Clee would have loved to have run so quick recently. Even Mr. Hobbs gives the thumbs up, so gotta be a good one. And alongside on that last run, Justin Newell on that really difficult little Honda. The motor is so fearsome, but still getting used to it. Meantime, all the way from Sweden, Stefan Black enjoying the weekend with his 750 Triumph. He's in the slick tricks lane. Alongside him, not on his regular bike, but still BSA powered. This is what the souped-up street machines of the 60s look like. Just a little bobber tank, different seating position, but beautifully turned out bike. Stefan just moving the bike into stage. That bike of Tim's is essentially a street bike, so obviously not so quick, but our man from Sweden goes through with a 1265 at 100 miles an hour. And Tim easing off with a 16.8. Now this one could spoil your breakfast. We do see some interesting pit crew, but I really wasn't ready for this one when I happened to walk in the pits this morning. I'll say no more, just say that I was shocked. So Gary Norman on the Norton, moving into the slick tricks lane, while alongside him, first run this weekend for the ex-Vic Butler Super Cyclops. No, don't kiss him. You don't often see a couple of double-engine Nortons running side by side. And running fairly similar times there, both in the 12s. Sounded like Colin had a problem at the top end. Meanwhile, next machine fired up. George Hughes getting used to the ramrod bike. This was a very quick 750 back in the late 60s, early 70s. Running the 9-second bracket. And rebuilt by Terry Homan, who usually has ridden it, but this is Dennis Allen's grandson. More used to road bikes, but certainly the bike now. That bike running on straight methanol, but managing to get the power down. Would have run a reasonable percentage of nitro back in the day, but a 12.14, 92 miles an hour. Round behind the tower, Ray Law, just getting ready to do a static burnouts. It's only a 1000cc machine, but using a pair of Tiger 100 motors. And alongside him, Neil Baskerville, great supporter at Dragstalgia, supplying the bike rollers for the other machines to use, along with Father Ray. So Neil on the Cannonball Express, in memory of his great friend Paul Cannonball. And Neil gets there first, 13.39 at 102. As getting ready to fire up. That amazing little Jawa from Holland. Marius van der Zijden wheeling the spanners. Well-known figure in top fuel bike racing. Got a brand new clutch in this since it last appeared at Sanapod. Changed over to an automatic centrifugal clutch. Got a brand new tyre in as well. Spectacular run yesterday. Obviously been doing some tweaks now to get quicker times. But if it has a problem this time, he may well shut it down early. He burnt out the clutch on his first run. Got a replacement in there, but sound is just awesome. Using their specially constructed metal plate there to burn out so it doesn't damage the track. Leave you to this glorious sound of the single cylinder 500. You can hear just a bit of a problem there on the engine notes. So Jan's slowing, but that machine, just an incredible low 8-second runner. This is usually the only event he does in a year, and it's a long way to come, but that certainly was a run yesterday. Well, we were expecting Terry Homan to come out on the rebuilt Scripps Brothers machine, but unfortunately, looks like Terry's got problems, so sadly not going to see that one again today. So looks like time to hand you back to Darryl.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Keith. Just a little bit of sweeping to do in the Kestrel Lane, and coming up next, I do believe we have Willis Wars, chaps.
We do. We certainly do indeed. And a call out into the pairing lanes, please, for Outlaw Anglia. So we can have you into the lanes, please, Outlaw Anglia.
Well, just from me, I just want to say a big thank you to Blackett Photography, who have come up with a really lovely picture for me of Adam Clayton on his out of control run. So thank you very much. If you want to find out where the Blacketts are, I'm told they're directly behind the grandstand and they're taking photographs all day long.
Yeah, Ian is the resident photographer here, and basically what Ian does, he will take photographs of every single bike, every single car, and when there is a break, he will then take the like the memory stick out of the camera and take it round to the studio, so that when riders and drivers or spectators pop into the studio, just need to find out roughly what time of day they ran, and obviously they can scroll through the time stamp on each picture and say, yeah, there it is, and then they can select the pictures. But Ian takes thousands of pictures.
Really?
Thousands.
Okay.
And there's always like a racer package for the races, and what Ian and Paula do is they go around the pits and get them sort of, if you like, sign them up.
Yeah.
So then Ian knows that he can focus on various cars and just takes hundreds of pictures. And it's a lot of the teams actually use Ian's photographs as tuning aids, because they can see how like suspension separates, how much tyre shake they get, are they getting tyre slippage. Ian can do super slow-mos, things like that. So
wow.
It is becoming it's almost like a cheap tuning aid. Can I put it like that?
Yeah.
Because they can understand what the car is doing. Instead of going run after run after run after run and trying to suss things out, they can see what's going on and suss it out from there. So a shout out for the teams. If you want to help tune your car or your bike, pop round and see Ian. If you're a spectator, pop round and see Paula and Ian. And if you see something rather special on the track and you think, I want to get a photograph of that, you can pretty much guarantee that Ian has got it. So,
oh, okay, all right. Well, thank you very much indeed.
Blackett Photography Studios, next to the pairing lanes, and you know where the crossroads is?
Yes.
If you coming like from Nitro FM through the trader area,
yeah, I've seen it.
You
now,
go across the
I've seen
crossroads and take a right as if you're going towards the start line. Don't go in the pairing lanes. And there is a little sort of walkway with some nice tables outside, and that's where Blackett Photography Studio is.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, it's a very good photograph of Adam nearly taking off,
yeah.
should we say. So,
Yeah, he captures pretty much everything. But then if you're the resident photographer, if you like, he does all the Run With Your Brungs, all the lifestyle events, all the national events. This is what he does.
Yeah.
And this is what Paula does. So, yeah, well done to Paula and, of course, Ian. Doing a cracking job out there. Right, a little bit of clean up in the Kestrel beer lane. Obviously not quite sure what it was on the track, but they're taking care of that. Right, I've just got a few things to suss out, as we've got the Willis Wars in the lanes, I believe. Well, I'm not actually quite sure what's behind them, but we'll find out in a moment. In the meantime, Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take the airwaves over, and we will take it back with the continuation of Day 3 Dragstalgia 2023 here at Santa Pod Raceway.
Been his car.
Really?
Yeah, it was a scratch built by Andy Robinson. Good looking run for Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now they're all hunting for the same thing.
Come on, Paul. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Oh, look at that! 7.86!
Mike's looking to run as far into the 8s as he can. That's a good looking one. Oh, wow, Mike Couch with an 8.53. 154. Andy Price so far this weekend. Oh, he was nearly living in the other lane. Oh, he was living in the other lane. There we go.
But Jim is long gone.
Oh, quicker still. 7.37 at 1, 8 like 32.
Well, Fords of different vintages and different sides of the pond racing together here.
936, 946.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, this is the third machine that Graham has ridden this weekend. And what a first run there. Stefan just moving the bike into stage. That bike of Tim's is essentially a street bike, so obviously not so quick, but our man from Sweden goes through with a 12.65 at 100 miles an hour. You don't often see a couple of double-engine Nortons running side by side. And running fairly similar times there, both in the 12s. Sounded like Colin had a problem at the top end. That bike running on straight methanol, but managing to get the power down. Would have run a reasonable percentage of nitro back in the day, but a 12.14, 92 miles an hour. And usually Ray having problems off the line. And Neil gets there first, 13.39 at 102. We can hear just a bit of a problem there on the engine notes. So Jan's slowing, but that...
Daughter. Now the fun part of this is previously Phil used to hang around on the start line and guess how long he should wait before Loz was going up the track so then Phil could launch. But now they've put dial-ins on the back window. So Loz is aiming for a 1750, Phil is aiming for a 1030. 7.2 second head start for Loz.
That's a fair bit, actually.
Yeah.
One of the bigger margins you'll see in any kind of racing.
So I know I'm cheering for. There's always a tortoise in the hare race.
I got in trouble for calling John Tevenham a tortoise.
Yeah. And no, Phil and Loz are great friends, and let's see what happens then. The learning curve for Loz, she's going to go back way quicker next year, by the way. Off you go.
Sorry. I don't know why that was so funny. You actually had to say, come on in.
There goes Phil.
Well, she's at half track. Phil's at 30.
Oh, this is close. This is close.
Look at that.
Oh, Phil gets there first. 10.18. No, he broke out. Oh, they both broke out. Oh. But anyway, Phil moves to that one. A 10.18 to lose out at 17.36.
That's fun.
Loz, 17.36. Wow, where did that come from? Fantastic run.
Great idea having dial-ins as well. It just makes it fun.
It's just
good.
fun. Right. John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis. He's put a target number on the window there of 982. Going to be on his own.
There's one or two of these 33 Willises around in the hot rod world, and it's nice to see this one out on the track. John Dalrymple has been with us for some time now on the 33 Willis, and dialed in a 982 and breaks out a 9.78.
Fun looking run though, 142 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah, perfect. I thought you did have me on the track.
Looks like another, we're going to be going for a buy run with James Griffin. With a 41 coupe, dials a 9 flat.
Right, let's see how Bubba Gum's 41 coupe gets on. A target of 9 flat gets 10.25 at 134. Right, Chris Coburn appears in the Kestrel beer lane, going alongside Guy Davenport. Now, in this particular pairing, Guy will head off first with a 15.2. Chris is going to try and close him down the stripe with a 12.70. So 2.5 seconds difference as they leave the line. Oh, problems there for Guy. Chris has gone past already. Now then, let's see how close to the number Chris can run. He reckons he can get his car to run 12.70. What he actually gets is a 12.92. We're not far off at all.
Oh, good effort, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant.
Guy goes through with a 21.97. He sort of reached terminal velocity at the 8th and didn't increase
Matched
any
it
speed
almost.
at all to the quarter.
So, Chris Coburn in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah, he's just been.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, that was Chris Coburn, sorry. This is Richard Wilberton. Richard was he race director at...
He was,
wasn't he?
at Shakespeare County Raceway. Yeah, that's when I first met him, when he was race director down there.
I think he signed off my licence in the end as
Did
well
he?
over there.
Look at this.
Part
Heads
of it.
up, 12 seconds, both
Cool.
of them.
Matt Hollins.
Oh, problems for Matt. He's hit the brake lights very quickly indeed. Pulls over to the right-hand side. So, Richard, what's he got for us?
Prozac power.
Yeah, 12.64 at 105.
Well, I mean, that's given him a good foothold in where to place the car for running on dial-ins.
So the Violet Springs 41 coupe just stopped around about 200 feet out. So that'll be pushed back towards the start line.
It's all right, folks. Colin hasn't got a dog toy up here. Well, it beats your doorbell, doesn't it?
That was my sister trying to get hold of me.
Oh,
There we go.
why not? You know, I can hear you on the radio. Yeah, we know. Was it one of those?
Trouble is, you know, you have your phone for your life, really, don't you? And everybody knows when somebody knocks on my front door at home because the ring doorbell keeps going off.
All the time.
And not only that, I set off dogs all over the world because they all think that somebody's at their front door at home if they've got
If they
the
got
live
the live
feed
stream
on.
on.
I wonder if anybody sort of goes to their phone looking for it when I get a text, because obviously,
just
half the
really
time it's the
quickly,
pod people getting in touch. It's
While
quite
we've
funny.
got a second and you're doing that, I mean, we've all been up here doing this for a long while. What's the funniest thing that you think has happened? Or there's got to be a moment that sticks out.
I've got one.
Go on. Well, okay, you go first while we
Yeah,
think about
right.
it. Go on.
My one, it was Bug Jam a few years ago now. And it was a Volkswagen bus that came up to the start line. I don't know if you were here. Do you do Bug Jam, Simon?
I mean,
Yeah, okay. But basically...
Am
this
I
bus-
Simon now?
No, I was
He's
Simon
behind you.
Groves.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
you're
looking
Simon.
through the window.
Anyway, there was this Volkswagen bus, came to the start line. It was a run what you brung. He came off the campsite, came up to the line, floored it. The back door came open, his sleeping bag, pillow, and everything fell out the back of it. But the funniest thing that fell up, you know these Swatch watches? They did a wall clock version of it. One of them fell out the back. Oh, it was so funny. So funny. That was my funniest moment ever up here. There, you two can think of your rest of yours, but that was a massive highlight.
Lightening the load for the run ahead. Yes. One of the stranger things that they've had to pick up off the racetrack. kind of like the one video I showed you the other day, which I'm not going to mention again.
I think. There we go. There we go.
Well, Ian Challoner is in the Kestrel Beers lane, ladies and gentlemen, with his Willis Coupe. And we have no details. I don't know whether Darryl knows who the owner of this car is.
It's a very nice black Willis that
there you go.
Blends into the track from here as well. So Ian Challoner cracking on through to an 11 flat. Yeah, I think it might have been a harnessing. Go on.
Dan Bates.
Dan Bates, thank you.
Simon from Euro Dragster
thank you.
Has just told us and updated us. Thank you, Simon.
Very much. I was going to say, you see if you can do what I do, which is Simon tells me something or tells me a name, then by the time I've got my headset on, it's managed to fall out of my ears again, and I can't remember what it was. So
welcome to my world.
One of my memorable, there's a number of memorable moments. One of mine was my fault, which was at the top end. I was interviewing Ronnie Olsen from Norway up the top end, and he ran super quick. But I deliberately didn't tell him the time till I turned the microphone on. And I think he can probably gather what happened next. Yeah, that was my downfall. So, lesson learnt. And it still happens to this day. There are the odd few that creep in now and then. Couple at the main event, notably.
There was the one with the blocks with the bike rider, wasn't there?
That was good.
Pippi and I just totally
trying to get
it.
every single.
Got every one of them.
$11.08, right numbers, wrong way around, kind of.
Yeah, good run though. Once it got going, it was absolutely spot on.
It's like the Morecambe Wise sketch, isn't it? All the right numbers, just in the wrong order. That's it. Okay, Pete Rivers and Pike Murray. 12.55 for the Rackham Ruined.
Willie the Kid 13 flat. So Pike, 0.45 seconds. He's got to wait on the line after Pete gets his side of the tree running. So Pike is in chase, but actually drawn alongside, I think, Pete.
He's already there. Already there.
Both of them 81 miles an hour at the 8th. Oh, look at that. 0.3 at the stride. Pete Rivers gets there first. Neither of them running that close to their darlings, but they gave us a real close race, though. 0.3 between them.
So, Alan Rimmel and Ian Ratton this time round. 15-15 plays a 12 flat. Another one I always remember when I was actually with a kid, our good friend Richard Nichols. And he's up here and he interviewed the late Tony Bowden.
Yeah.
And he gave Tony Bowden a mic and he said to him, so, what are the air conditions like for a funny car run at the moment? And Tony Bowden just looked at him and went, you bar steward, I think was pretty much what it was. And then Tony said, is that the first time you've ever been called that live on air? And Richard went, I think it is, thank you.
All right, Alan Rimmel with the Atomic 69, 15.50. And there goes Ian Ratton with his 12-second target number.
Well, Ian Ratton's got a 41.30. 1937 is the data mate for Alan Rimmel's car.
Alan Rimmel gets that 15.71 against a 12.42. Right, Johnny McClure with the retirement package Willis going alongside Graham Harrison with his, well, they're both in 33 Willises, just different roof heights.
Any relation to the other racing McClures?
Yes, it's his Dougie's son.
Really? So all of them at it then?
And Susie is Dougie's wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically they're just buying up cars and racing as a family.
Well, like you do.
Wow, so close together, those two. My goodness me. 10.15 for Johnny McClure. That's a good run. And 10.85 in the opposing lane.
Okay, Collins, whatever the problem is, easily fixable.
Who used to own the retirement package? What was his name?
Let's see what Matthew Hollins does. 1166. Right, that's the Willis Wars done for that session. It is the two-seater dragster back out once again. Couple of shout-outs, actually. Gotta say, a very happy 30th wedding anniversary to Roy and Michelle Walker. Good friends of ours. And
Michelle, the medal's in the post.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, well done, Michelle.
I'm sure Roy will be nice to me. I've said that.
Yeah, so Michelle and Roy Walker, 30th anniversary, and also Roy got in touch as well. And you know, when we had that roll of honour earlier on, there was one very, very special person that we wanted to add to that list, and that, of course, is Avril, who was running those lanes for a long, long time. And I know Phil is back on the crew. So, Avril, I know you would have been here at Dragstalgia this weekend. Never, ever.
So once again, we've got the two-seater ride.
Yeah, I've got a list of passengers. I'm just going to check to see who is in the back of it this time. Right, Lloyd Wright. This should be from Shipham. It's a 50th birthday present. 01 light once again, a killer light. And a 798 and 167 miles an hour.
Been in the sevens all day, isn't he? And,
yeah,
and
it was
yesterday
eights,
as well.
yeah, low eight yesterday and
yesterday
sevens today.
Sevens today, yeah. So well done to young Paul Brown. Right, okay. It's the Anglias, the Pops, the Fordsons. They're out here for their
round two
eliminations.
Round two eliminations.
And how many did we have for Anglias?
Well, it was 31 actually in eliminations.
Right.
Obviously, this is the field of 16 down to 8 now.
Okay.
First pair, Mick Taylor with the Banshee going alongside Ben Kennedy with the Relentless Pop.
And this is just heads-up racing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this is where drag racing comes back into its own with he who gets to the top end first wins, irrespective.
Right, we'll let this pair go, and we have got to introduce somebody for a bit of colour commentary in a moment. So Mick Taylor goes down Broadway. 8:32, 161 takes the win there, and Ben 9:93. Oh, absolutely delighted that we have got a guest commentator for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, we got John Willard in the tower with us.
Come on, John, you normally watch at home.
Yeah.
You get the better view, kind of, apart from actually being in the race, obviously.
Well, nothing beats being in the car, but this is a hell of a view.
Not bad at all. Ronnie Mercer with Annie the Anglia in a Kestrel lane against Ben Rushforth with the short trip. Yes.
Yeah.
So Ben earlier on went down in the low eights. Ronnie's normally in the high eights. This replacing round 3. And Ben was almost 2 ready that time. 164, 897. Okay, the next pair is going to be Wayne Power against Colin Miller, who you, John, set a bit of a record with last weekend, didn't you?
That was a lot of fun. Running 2 6-second times, absolutely. Yep. I beat him on the last one, though.
You did beat him on the last one, too. I mean, has this always been your kind of dream to come over and do this? Is that that's where it is?
Mate, I've been a lifelong lover of the Anglias. I've had 3 of them myself.
Yeah.
Which is probably not a big deal over here, but it is over in Australia. They're not as big as over here, obviously. But just love them. Each one's just been a little bit faster than the other one. And
And now you've got the quickest one in the game. Yeah, absolutely one of the quickest in the world. Just quickly, what is the outright record? Is it you or is it a guy in the States? It's very close, isn't it?
There's a guy in the States that's around 13 thousandths of a second quicker than me, but he had the laid-back windscreen and more aerodynamics than we're allowed in Outlaw Anglia.
One, then.
It doesn't count as far as Outlaw Anglia is concerned.
So Colin with a flying 5 for Wayne Power. Colin probably with a no nitrous or maybe a little bit of nitrous on this one to get by the round. 787 at 170, 976 at 131. The other thing as well, John, I've got to say it loud, when I was racing and I wasn't able to race, this is almost the worst thing you can do. It's like being an alcoholic and sitting in a pub, but you're not allowed to touch anything except lemonade or have any beer, you know?
It's terrible, especially seeing the fantastic crowd. You'd love to be out there in front of them.
It just, I don't want to say it out loud, but your car's like just over there. That's that's kind of the worst part, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
it's terrible. It's terrible.
Oh, it sucks.
Well, we have Ginner in the left-hand lane.
Did he sort of do his better? That come back so quickly we didn't even see it come back.
Possibly.
I don't think I was paying attention, Colin, is the truth. And Martin Payne is out here in the Citrix Racing lane.
So heads up race first to finish line, 2 8-second race cars.
Guy detector hitting the psychology going on the line here. Ginner seemingly away first. And that
So 856 takes out an 897. The one car I thought was always quite similar to yours, John. I mean, they're all different in their own ways, aren't they? The car that John Webster built down here, same body, I think, isn't it, really? And it's got the same kind of header design, but that's kind of where it ends with a small block and everything else.
I did a few modifications on my body.
Yeah.
And John's done a few modifications on his as well, so yeah, they are very similar.
They are very. They look. The silhouette is the same. They've even got the headers out of the coming out the fenders on the front there as well.
Yeah, they're not just there for looks. They help a lot with the aerodynamics on these cars.
Oh, really? Okay.
Absolutely, let the air out of the front. Yeah.
Well, John's running incredibly. He's run 7 zeros with a small block with a small blower on it as well.
John's car's going to go really fast. One day, yeah.
One day, yeah.
Maybe this half, I hope. Yeah.
Well, he went 7-1 up against Rob Brindle.
Yeah. Also a big shout out. 03 light, 103, 60 foot for John Webster. He's gone.
Wow.
718, 186. Rob Brindle goes. Goes 878 and 148. They're burning out so quickly. No, I wanted to give a big shout out actually to Tony Morris Carburettors. They put a couple of big contingency prizes in towards the end of the season, and a lot of the Anglias here have got Tony Morris Carburettors carbs on them. And a big shout out, obviously, to Dave Gibbons, who is the UK arm of it, if you like, and of course Tony Morris over in Florida, the other side of the Atlantic.
Well, this should be Dalton Scarlett against Barnaby Levy. But no, Barn, unfortunately, although Barn normally wins the long distance award, by the way, coming from Ireland. But
normally.
Yeah, I was going to say these are exceptional times. They really are exceptional times. This car as well, the whole van sort of concept with a Pro Charger as well. Something different, isn't it?
This car's going to go really fast. I know the boys are really happy with the progress they've made today or this weekend, and that's going to be a fast car.
It's getting quicker as well. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's almost at the level this car was at before, in different hands from some years ago.
I think about 300ths off.
Yeah, so it's very, very close. Very, very soft on the launch, then the power comes in.
Well, he went 742 earlier, 743 this time. That's consistent. Spencer Tidswell.
Should be
Simon Barlow. is he?
Obviously not here. So it's
yeah, solo then.
Gonna
Oh,
be
what
Spencer.
a shame.
So this for a place in round 3.
1075, 124. Got 3 pairs to go. Oh, John, I don't want to rub salt into the wounds, mate. And I really don't, but unfortunately I'm going to have to. If you would have made your buy run in round 1, you would have paired up with Al O'Connor.
Oh, wow.
Oh, mate.
The guy's a legend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
to be fair, I think we got 2 legends now because I think you've elevated your status.
Oh, I don't know about that.
well, it was you and Al at the front of the photo shoot, wasn't
you
it?
would have been down there as Al takes his run there.
So tell me, how did you come across your first Anglia in Australia? Are there just not many of them, or was it a car that you'd
there's
seen?
not many. There's a few, but yeah, back in those days there was no internet or anything. It was all magazines, and just loved the look of the cars. Just absolutely loved them.
Well, how many do you have now that race?
Racing wise,
Yeah.
not many. I think there's more in my workshop than there is racing in Australia.
Well, they're not in Australia at the moment. They're all, one of them's here anyway.
One of them's here.
Yeah.
Right, we've got the fuel on time trial now. I'll give you the pairings for round 3. Al O'Connor. It's going to be Al O'Connor against John Webster. Dalton Scarlett taking on Mick Taylor. Spencer Tidswell taking on Ginner. And Colin Miller against Ben Rushforth. That's some cracking pairings for round 3.
Be a great round.
It's always going to be rough, wasn't it? So this is John O'Sullivan with Mr. Mopar car. This car hasn't been out of John's garage for the best part of 17 years.
Is that,
I think,
yeah,
till this
because
week.
can't remember the last time I saw it.
Long time ago.
So a long time ago, yeah.
Well, he used to run it in Pro Mod, hence the PM number on the back of it. I'm not sure the quickest he's run. The previous incarnation of this car was just the wildest thing you'll ever see. I'm not sure it was the safest, but it was certainly the wildest. It used to go all over the place. But this one has a screw-blown Hemi in it.
He's promised me this run. Very soft clutch. Easy first, easy second, and then into it. But let's see.
Wow. Have you obviously don't know John that well.
Well, I feel I do.
But if this is the kind of car that maybe lit your fire a few years ago.
Absolutely.
Well, there's certainly power there, isn't there?
And
just trying to get it down onto the track is the problem.
There's plenty of horsepower in that.
Yeah,
just for us mortals, John, that have never driven an Anglia. And John was around in the founding days of Anglias, weren't you, sir?
Was I?
I'm only kidding. No, but what I mean is they've been around over here for ages. What's it like doing 200 miles an hour looking out of a post box?
It's very hard to explain. It's all over pretty quick. That last run that I ran Colin during qualifying, with the oil under the tyres and sliding towards the wall, that sort of really got my attention. But it would very exciting.
Yeah. Well, exciting's one word for it, isn't it? I think we're moving on with Gasser Circus. John, we cannot thank you enough. Everybody out there, John Willard, all the way from Australia. It's been an absolute pleasure, is it not, Colin?
Yeah, 100%. Highlight for me for this year was your first off the container run, where I just my jaw just dropped on the floor.
Believe it or not, we were saving the car for this event, and we're really looking forward to pushing the car a bit harder Saturday and Sunday. We've missed out on that, so we're going to have to come back again.
Yeah, too right.
It's the right answer. Definitely. John, safe trip home for you, the car, your family as well. And again, it's been an absolute honour.
Enjoy your week down in London with Mick Taylor as well.
I will. I definitely will. Thank you.
John Willard,
we'll see you a bit later
much.
on anyway. I know you're not leaving the premises just yet, so that's good.
So, Gasser Circus round 2 coming up. Simon Press, Ray Turner. Green light drag race. I don't know why I thought you were that old, John. Jesus. Where did that come from?
And it is Ray Turner that takes that one, 11.03 on the 10.95 dial.
Wow.
Simon Press was closer to the dialing, but the 0.2 light from Ray Turner got the job done.
Yeah. Simon's toy empire may soon be selling practice trees instead of Christmas trees. To be completely fair to Simon, he's got a long way in his driving prowess before, and I think he didn't want a red light, which is what he did in the last event. So, okay, the governor, Chris Bartlett against Chris Lyram.
Chris Bartlett?
Yeah, it's a new governor here.
New governor, is it?
Yeah, okay.
He's
Chris Bartlett, okay.
I'm glad you're paying attention, because obviously I'm not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, if you're going to make a mistake, do it with the governor.
Yeah,
that's all right.
indeed.
Why not?
But I know he really had to work at that win this morning. He was telling me that. So let's see how we do now. And dial-ins are almost identical, aren't they?
10.24, 10.20,
yeah.
So Chris Lyram with...
I wonder if this will be a battle of the breakout. No.
Both off of their dial-in, and Chris Lyram is banned from the racetrack for life. Just kidding. I'm genuinely kidding. Chris Lyram moves on. Keith Bartlett goes, I would say goes home. Sticks around to watch the rest of the race.
Yeah. Well, here's a good one. Honky Tonkin 1 and 2 are lining up together here. Lee Pike with Honky Tonkin number 2, and Steve Matthews, the birthday boy. Many happy returns indeed to Steve.
Look at the paintwork as well. These two lining up together.
Yeah, they're very well put together cars, aren't they? So let's just see how we get on. Dial-ins, well, 100th apart.
between them.
Yeah. So we won't even notice the difference on the tree. Here they come.
Nothing in it.
Nothing at all.
Side by side with Honky Tonkin.
Double breakout. Steve Matthews takes the win. 64. That's 300th breakout. And Lee Pike broke out by 3/10. That is breakout.
He probably wondered why he was so far in front.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Steve, from Lee.
There's your birthday present.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right, Patrick Hobbs and Nick Brook-Langham. The Southern Flied Falcon. Yep, that's not a typo. And say the Anglia of Nick.
This is his new car,
yes,
isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So noggin the bad is nog whatever.
Yeah.
Nog bad the bad. That was what it was. Well, they're close at the top, but it is Patrick Hobbs who takes the win. And they were fairly close, those two, weren't they?
It was the dial-in, the reaction times that separated them, really. Patrick doing the better job flying, so he takes the win. Well on, Patrick. All right, 2 pairs to go. No, actually, a pair and a solo. This is Jason Hollenby. He gets a bye run here into the next round. Dials a 1074.
Oh, that is a fabulous run. That runs 1075. I think we can agree he knows the car. So well done to him.
All right, your last pair. Ryan Ashaw, Ryan Gibson with Identity Crisis, the Dodge Dart, darling 1155. And that is Sean Wilson. Ain't misbehave in the Morris 10.13.
So there's going to be about a second and a half between these two on the lights in favour of the car in the Kestrel Beers lane. There we go, and here comes Sean, heading off to the right of the racetrack a little bit, then pulls it on straight. But can he catch Ryan Gibson? The answer most definitely is yes, well done.
That win margin is as scant as it gets. 007.
Right, so we're talking centimetres on that one. We're going to get a number from Simon Groves in a minute. That has got to be the photo finish this weekend. I know there is one, but that was outstanding. 007.
And the lights as well. Razor sharp for both 01 and an 02. No room for
1
error.
inch.
1 inch.
1 inch between them. My goodness me.
Laurent Levy on a fiery run.
Where's he off to?
I didn't know this was a drifting competition. Absolutely superb. Great driving. Great driving.
Probably his eyes shut. Normally the way to do it.
Stalkers. Right, just to give you a rundown of the run all at the moment, we've got Old School Stalkers out there now, going to be followed by Nostalgia Superstock. A little bit of Custom Car Invitational, and it'll be a Cannonball.
Woohoo!
Fabo.
Yeah, we got a few. Well, we got a few pairings in that actually. Hopefully,
lots of them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, how many of them come down and run is the is the thing really. So Rod Spry and Peter McGuinness. This is a heads-up race.
Just spotted one there.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's that one and that one and that one.
Yeah.
Every single one of them's great. Everyone.
So Rod Spry.
Long gone.
Going to take the win. 9-19. That's the quickest of the weekend so far.
Okay, Gary Hester and Dean Stevens with his dad Nipper as green can be behind as well. Look, he's got green sunglasses, green headphones, green shirt, green trousers and green shoes.
And a green Kawasaki.
Of course. The colour has to come from somewhere. Wow, Gary Hester looks like he's running Dean down actually. That's nip and tuck. It's Gary Hester.
Good race. Well done. So the Suzuki Katana beats the Kawasaki.
Yeah, nearly a tenth of a second on the tree in the favour of Dean Stevens, but the power of Gary Hester's bike took it at the finish line.
Yeah.
Freddie Smith and Richard Peachy, the Kawasaki of Freddie Smith. Got past Chris Spry in round one. And the GS 1000 of Richard Peachy got past Sean Biddlecombe.
Oh, we got the H2 Quacker here in the Kestrel beer lane of Freddie Smith. Virtually half the size of the GS of Richard Peachy, which is out to 1425 cc. So we've got 2-stroke and 4-stroke running side by side.
Amazes me, like you said, half the capacity that 2-strokes is so competitive.
Yeah. 4-stroke gets there first though.
So Richard takes that one.
So these, I'm guessing, John, when you started, these are, well, not this one, but these are generally what Pro Stock bikes were like when you started commentating, yeah?
Yeah, it was, seriously, yeah. Yes, indeed. So Imperial Wizard, Pip Hyam on the Suzuki.
Yeah.
And then...
Jack Valentine.
Huh?
Jack Valentine.
Jack Valentine was a little bit further on, I think, Jack Val. But he went on to find fame and fortune in... World Superbike, I think, Jack Valentine. So not as a rider, as a team leader.
Yeah, very famous combination that.
Yeah.
So Kev Melling
on another H2. And Daniel Esposti from Italy.
Up against it though. Kev Melling's #1 qualifier, quickest bike in the class, and nails it with an 8.96. Actually, he was a bit vulnerable that time. That's a bit slower than before. Daniel with a great try with a 9.38. Nostalgia Superstock Round 3. Only 3 more to go after this.
Is that right? So
that is right.
So what are we down to now? 8 cars, are we?
No,
16.
Yep.
Okay.
So 2 rounds of racing to go from 64 to 16. Anyone who's got this far has earned it.
Right, okay, Carl Kenyon, he was the #1 qualifier, 14.88, still hanging around eliminations, going alongside #9 man, Stuart Arthur with a Roadrunner. Oh, Stuart goes red, a big red as well actually, Carl Kenyon, 04 line. He's in to the field of 8. Breaks out, it doesn't matter because when your opponent goes red, it only goes 2 hundredths off his dial. The red onward.
Great race coming up here. John Sleeth and Lee Charles. John Sleeth in the Slick Tricks lane. Lee Charles with a nodding dog. Mark Smith very kindly sent me a note about the dog, which is fantastic. Nodding dog in Lee Charles' car is called Butch. It was in his granddad's, then all of his dad George's cars, and now does many trips to shows and down the quarter mile as well.
So did George Charles used to race here? Is that what we're talking about?
Could well be.
Because that name sounds really, really familiar to me. So maybe somebody will tell us that.
Oh, great race.
John Sleeth's in front.
Yeah. Well, John Sleeth got there first. Lee Charles got there second and broke out. Just tells your story there. 9.88 with an 8 on an 89. But John Sleeth had the better light. And goes 9.73 for the win.
Okay, John Pratt and Matthew Dowdy. Matthew, always going to be killer in this class from his junior. Anyone with a junior dragster background is always going to be hard to get around in any class.
12.29 plays 11.40.
Well, the Barracuda chasing down the red Nova. Now then, who gets to the top end and doesn't break out first?
Matthew
wow.
Dowdy.
Matthew is doing so well.
That's on a whole shot as well. Well
wow.
done, Matthew.
All the work, changing gearboxes the other night.
Yeah.
That is fabulous.
Oh, I just spotted something. I'll let you know as and when. Right, Vic Parsons. What a weekend he's having. The car was finished literally on Wednesday after having a nutter bolt restoration. And ran his first ever 9. I don't think he's been out of the 9 this weekend.
2 of these cars together.
Yeah, and Mojo, the satellite.
So anyone know the difference between a Belvedere and a satellite? Because from here they look
very
identical.
similar, don't they? Yeah. Honestly, I don't.
They even got the same body lines.
Maybe
as well.
different trim. That
Could
when they
be.
came out of the factory, something like that. So, but they're both movers and groovers, these two, aren't they? So there's the gap that about a second and a half gives you. Now, Big Parsons, will he get there first? He does.
Well, he doesn't. Mojo got there first, but broke out by less than 100th of a second. Vic was 100th the right side to win.
Yeah, Vic did have that one actually a 10th of a second on the start line. Oh, he just had to back off a little bit, but obviously too late now.
Right, Dan Williams taking on Dan Sanderson.
And there's one thing you know for certain.
Dan is going to be the man in this one. Dan's going to win it. But which one?
Come on, Dan. Oh, hang on. Okay.
Can't have favourites.
Well, Dan Sanderson goes red. Always like to see a race if we can. So Dan Williams is through.
Well, he dies in 10.68.
Oh,
A run's
69.
10.69. My goodness me.
Right, what I just spotted there, Dan Williams in the next race has Matthew Dowdy. And of course, it's the Williams boys that tune Matthew Dowdy's car.
Oh,
it's
really?
the Williams boys that fixed the car. Oh, my word.
Interesting.
Right.
Interesting scenario. So, Ashley Rawson with Kermit, the Duster, into the Kestrel Beers lane.
Against the man that made Colin red light.
Well, it could be the end of the journey for Chris. Let's see what happens. It is Ash Rawson, 10.29, takes the win there. Chris Goodall goes 9.95, but the 0.3 line.
See, if you hadn't red lit 4 hours ago, you could have won that. You could have been in. Yeah, anyway.
If is a great word.
It's a huge word. Penultimate pair, Gary Cork, Pete Dodd.
So here we got Mopar against General Motors, which are the main makeup of our Nostalgia Superstocks, plus some Fords, but mainly it's Mopar against General Motors. If you drive a Mopar, if you drive a General Motors, you know you've got to shout and scream for. So it's going to be an interesting race, this. There goes the Mopar, and a huge controlled wheel stand.
This should be all Pete Dodd.
And he does.
Yeah.
He gets it.
Perfectly timed. He was 005 on the tree. That pretty much is the end for Gary Cork.
Right, last pair, AJ and Glenda. There's AJ with that lovely Tri-Chevy. And of course the 69 Charger of Glenda Thompson. $11.69 for Mother's Worry, the 57. Glenda looking for $13.90.
So male against female. Come on, girls, you got to shout for Glenda to get her across that line first. Here we go. Lights burn down, couple of seconds between them. Glenda's away. And it's a red light. In the Slick Tricks lane, AJ Denning pulls the red light. The lady is not returning. The lady is through.
Look at that as well. Perfect run. That's actually a perfect ET.
Yeah, perfect ET for Glenda.
Is that right?
Right, okay.
Yeah,
it's already been won, isn't it?
It was still a perfect ET. 13.900 for Glenda. Beautifully done. Custom Car Invitational. For you manufacturer freaks out there,
that'd be me then.
The 8 cars, we got 4 Chevys and 4 Mopars.
You're joking.
No,
really?
It's just the way it worked out. And we got Mopar Chevy, and then we got 2 Chevys and then 2 Mopars. That's how it's going to pan out.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So, Vince Naylor with the Old Parks Model A in the Kestrel Beer Lane. 13.29 at 96 miles an hour. Ain't No Saint, the Volvo of Lee Johnston and Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Bel Air.
These two matched up, were going to match up earlier, actually, weren't they? And one of these two, as I said before, is a Hot Wheels car. Either could be. But it's the Volvo that was immortalised. 10:31. And Frankie with a 10.73 at 121. The Custom Car Invitational cars just come around and put in some exhibition runs through the days that we race over here at Dragstalgia. Do you remember the first time we ran, or first few times we ran Dragstalgia? There was a run what you run on every day, wasn't there?
Yeah.
It's like a separate lane for run what you run that was kind of like non-stop.
Couldn't do it now.
No, that's why it's been.
It's been such a successful series of events, Dragstalgia. I can't think of anything else to say. Wasn't it James Foster was the original instigator of it, I think, and James is with us still today as an organiser, etc.
I love that. You make it sound like he's not died.
No. Still working
still
here, should I say.
Yes, exactly.
Well, he did try and get away and open a coffee shop with his
the
family opening in Wellingborough. But the lure of...
James alive and well at the other end of the tower.
All right, Danny Wilson and Warren Watts. I think I'm going to class Warren Watts as a nostalgia superstock racer in waiting. He's enjoyed it so much. And, he'll find a way of doing it. Low 9 definitely could tickle an 8. Oh, 906. So
spot on. Yeah, spot on.
Yeah, Danny Wilson a little off pace with 11.93 at 124.
But again, in beautiful condition, that Mark 1 Zephyr. Absolutely beautiful. And we've just seen one Mark 1 Zephyr. Here's another. And that colour really suits the car. I'm not certain it's an original Ford colour for the product, the Zephyr 6, but it certainly does look good on that car.
Suits it well.
Yeah.
Vince, the nitrous out. Did you see it that time out of the aerial?
No, I'm sorry.
You'll have to come back round and run again, so just so we can.
Well, it's Jason Block with the Unicorn, that Zephyr, and it's Ian Smith with the Morris Minor. Wheel spinning up past the tree.
Ten 24, 137. With the shootout.
Pin your ears back, Nostalgia Superstock, especially Mojo's crew. He's stuck at the top end. If somebody could go and collect him, please. Mojo's crew, or anybody with a support vehicle in Nostalgia Superstock, Mojo is stuck at the top end. Could do with towing back to the pits. Thanks very much indeed.
I think we're all at like 8 cars left in eliminations for any of our classes, aren't we? Down to the final.
We are,
8.
yeah. Yes, we are. Absolutely right.
Oh, Tom Semper really not hooking up off the line.
Well, of course, the 100Es now are growing in size, aren't they? The 100Es, 300Es, and things like that. The Anglias, the Prefects. So many of them now out on the track.
They have their own series, don't they, Carl?
Yeah, they're starting to grow quite nicely indeed, actually.
Yep.
It's amazing, isn't it, that something like that just catches on and everybody joins in, and it's a good way to do it.
Yeah, big shout out to all the 100E guys and girls.
So Adrian Sidwell with the Opus 50, is it 51 years old now, I think?
Yeah.
In the Kestrel Lane. Up against Damien Halliwell. Haven't seen Damien. Damien normally comes and runs in Street Eliminator with us at National Drag Racing events. Haven't seen him for a little while.
Well, Adrian seems to be changing gear perfectly today.
15.12, 85. Looks like a fun little car to drive that as well, with no body on it to speak of anyway.
Yeah.
Nice and lightweight.
Okay,
15.12, that's his obvious quickest of the weekend. PB on that car is 14.65. Nicely done. Right, Paul Hammond. And Tim Bull. So the Thames van or the 300E, if you like.
Well, it's going to be Timble, who gets to the top end first. Great run, 9.9. The 300E van, of course, took over from the Fordsons that we see that Ginner runs, and the various other Fordsons in the Outlaw Anglia class. And when they first came out as a van, everybody, all shops wanted them, butchers wanted them. You know, they were so popular back in the 50s. Before you two were born.
Thought of even before my parents, but never mind anyway. That too.
All right, Michael D'Souza. Let's see what he's got for us this afternoon. Already been in the 11s.
Well, that is a super sweet car, isn't it? There you go, 11 again.
113715.
Okay, a quick service announcement, if you will. A young Australian fellow by the name of Mr. Paul Stephen just popped up into the tower and brought with him a very tasty-looking Nikon camera, which somebody who very kindly bought a T-shirt left their camera as a tip. So I think, obviously, not content with parting for money for it, for the T-shirts, they decided that a camera was the thing to have as well. So if you can describe it, if you can describe the model, then we have it up here in the tower. If you come and make yourself known either to a marshal or to security down on Bankside VIP, something like that. Paul said he did wait for an hour or thereabouts. To for anyone to come back and get it.
Admittedly, I did get a message from Matt Seymour. Never got a chance to actually read that. We have that camera here. So if you're missing it, you think, where on earth have I put it? It has been found, and we've got it. So as Darryl says, just let us know if you've lost it, and obviously describe it. Okay, we got ourselves ready for the Cannonball, and these are our matchups. Sorry.
All right.
Round into the lanes. Sorry, Scott. Busy up here. Well, Ricky Gowan has certainly made it down.
Okay, boys, let me introduce you to Mr. Rex Sluggett, who's come up here to talk to us.
Sorry, how you doing, Rex? I'm just turning the air conditioning off because it blows straight into your microphone. Sounds like you're in a wind tunnel.
So you're up here to talk to us about the Dragstalgia Cannonball, but tell us a little bit about you and what you did, and Dennis Priddle. And
the last time I was here was 68.
68?
Wow. Yes, so that would have been 50-odd years ago.
Wow. And we all still remember your name. When we found out you were coming up here, we were all sort of like, whoa.
Mine hasn't grown. It was just a little gantry across the starting line. And look at it now. It's like Motor City up here. It really is spectacular.
Impressed?
Yes, indeed. Very impressed. And the track is looking great. It really is. Most impressive.
How did you start off, Rex, up here? I mean, what was the thing that started you off? And
when I got first interested in it when I started reading Hot Rod magazines.
Yeah. I think we all did as kids.
Yeah, you saw the chrome engines and all.
Yep.
Well, that fascinated, so as I went, and I thought, well, I can do that. So decided to build my first car, which was called Duke of Cornwall.
Oh, right.
And it wasn't exactly a big success.
Not a showstopper. More a stopper than a showstopper.
So, and based in the West Country. So I did that for a while and campaigned that car, and it didn't do too well. And I even had a demonstration, I think you would call it, at Winkley, which was in North Devon.
Okay.
And I did mention to the local newspaper that I was doing a demonstration on Sunday morning. Well, well, they reported that it was over 10,000 people showed up.
For your demonstration?
Yeah.
Okay. So it had to be good.
Well, no, but it never seen that many people in one. So it was a disaster in a way. You would freak out if you saw it. But anyway, Jeff Theobald, he came up, and so my car, along with Jeff Theobald, we put on like a demonstration
of drag racing.
Of drag racing.
Yeah. Okay.
And his car blew up, and it was a Jaguar. And my car didn't do too well, so the crowd was not all that impressed. But the what do you call them? The local rally boys, they came along with all their minis and Anglias, and so they filled in the show.
Yeah.
So that was my sort of first introduction. But then I started to get a bit more serious with it.
Yep.
So I gave the car to Jeff Theobald, and then decided, well, if I'm going to do this, I've got to do it right. So I'm not going to try and build the engine myself. I'm going to buy an engine, and I'll build the chassis. So then I found a fellow called Dennis Priddle.
Dennis Priddle, there we are. Well, we've seen one of his or tribute to his car out on the track today.
So I said to Dennis, listen, if I get an engine for it, do you think we could build a chassis here? Or... yeah. So we did. So we only had a single car garage, and each night we'd come back and do a little more on the car. And as the winter came, we put a tarp over the end of the garage. And anyway, we managed to get it finished and brought it up to, I think it was the spring meet. Is it the first March? Is it the first one of the year?
Maybe so. Yeah.
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
And we campaigned the car, and that was it was the first, well, other than Commuter, which was built in the United States, but it was the first British built that looked like an American dragster.
Right.
So, and that was Tudor Rose. So we campaigned that, and then I had a hankering to go back to the United States, which I did. And Dennis, of course, he's a country boy, so he wanted to stay in the West Country, which is fine. So we both went our different ways.
Sure.
And I left and went to live in California, and still do. And then maybe 6-7 years ago, somebody said they had seen the Tudor Rose car in, I think it was York. Or
sure. It was campaigned by a family up in York Raceway, as it was called there.
And it turned out to belong to Richard Lyon.
Yes, that's it.
So he had several inquiries about maybe rebuilding it, and I don't think he was overly keen. And then I came along, and I said, well, what do you think about that? Oh, yeah, he thought that was a good idea.
Yeah.
So I went back to California, machined the parts, made all the parts there, shipped them over here, and Steve Green, he put all the parts together, and he sent me a picture of it, and then we were on to the next part. So it was built by email.
Good grief. That's incredible.
And it all finally came together. And last year, we just about finished it last year, and now we're doing all the little fine tune-ups on it now.
Sure.
So it's back to pretty much its original
Do you think it's going to run again, Rex?
Well, yes and no. The engine can do it, the drivetrain can do it, but the chassis, it's a 50-year-old chassis.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm just a taste older than that now.
Yeah.
So the thought of barreling myself down there at 200 miles an hour.
Doesn't sound quite appealing, does
it? Try not to be too cavalier. So decided, I would build it or have it built, put together to Cackle it.
Yeah.
So I don't want to put it in a museum. I want it out in front of the public so people can enjoy it. They can see it, hear it, smell it, as it was 50 years ago, or 55 years ago. And so that's the car that's up there now.
That's incredible.
So Richard and his wife Margie are delighted to have it housed up, and they're going to campaign it. And then I'll come over once a year and join them, and we're going to do that. So put it out in front of the public.
That's a fabulous story. I mean, I love that to bits. I've only been here since early 1980s. So I came really towards the end of Dennis Priddle's career. And when I first came to work here, and I know I bored these guys with this fact for ages, but when I first came to work here, the tower was so divided about who they supported. Dennis Priddle or Clive Skilton.
Oh, yes.
There was such a rivalry went on between those two.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter who you spoke to in the tower. It was always one or the other. It wasn't, we like them both. It was quite a rivalry that went on in those days.
And Clive still lives in Southern California.
Do you ever see him?
Yes, I saw him maybe a couple of years ago.
Wow.
Because his original car, that was a Castro car with a blow. I don't know the name of it, but whatever it was.
Wasn't it cars called the Revolution car,
there you
wasn't
go.
it?
Yep, that was it, the first car that he built.
Yeah.
Well, the chassis found its way back to the UK, and I think there's folks here trying to put that back together to its original form.
Wow.
So
okay.
you may well see that car out here soon.
Yes, that would be absolutely fabulous
Would be
too.
great.
Well, yeah.
So,
I don't know whether we'd ever see Clive here, but...
yes, I don't know either. He's kind of moved on now with his son, and they do this, what do you call it? Like that Baja California, or that, what do you call it? Gosh.
Sand racing or dune racing? Or
Yeah, it's, they race from one town to another across the desert with all them. So he
I know what that's called, madness.
So he has a little help from Honda, and so he likes that. So him and his son can campaign that. And
okay, but not involved in drag racing or anything like that anymore.
He's a forward-looking man,
right?
And this is looking back, and so I respect that. So that's fine.
Yeah.
But at least he wanted the car to come back, and that's already happened. So as soon as it gets put together, and the parts are getting harder to find these days.
Yeah, of course.
Really
yeah.
are.
Yeah.
So I would expect here maybe with another year, you'll see that one back in its original form.
Okay.
So all the old dudes are coming back. We're all coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah. Well, which is what this whole event is about.
Yes, indeed.
It's men of our age doing things that we should know better that we shouldn't do. And I think that's how I always describe Dragstalgia to people. It is, I mean, there's lots of youngsters involved, otherwise the sport would just die. But
True.
The whole thing is that it does give us a chance to all get back together again.
And interesting enough, in California, all the old guys, they get together, and we had one here in March. And they bring their cars down on a Sunday, and we go to an industrial area, and they line all their dragsters, and each takes time and just cackling it.
Yeah.
So all they got to do is sit in it and push the button, and then they got somebody running around doing all the grunt work, and it's lovely. They're one after the other, up and down the line.
That sounds fabulous.
And I saw I saw Don Palmer's.
Yeah.
That car was on the end of the line.
Yeah.
And
well, there's Tony Thacker and Jeff Stillwell. Do you know those two?
Yes, I do.
Well, you know Tony. Everybody knows Tony Thacker.
Knows, yeah.
I mean, they're trying to bring Dos Palmas back over to the UK again. So, and there was Dean Moon's car, which came over here, I think, for the '64 drag fests and things like that. I'm sure that's what was Tony and Jeff Stillwell were telling me, that trying to bring those two cars back over. And whether they run or whether they just sit and are admired, I don't know. But
it is lovely to see the old cars.
Oh,
here.
yeah, of course.
It really is.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see the youngsters here with this new technology and all that enthusiasm and boundless energy.
Yeah, energy is a good thing to have. But anyway, I think, aren't we just getting ready to move on with the Dragstalgia Cannonball?
We are indeed. Everyone is just getting suited up. You see John Hale walking over there to climb into the Dirty Deeds funny car. Ricky Gowan is in the Cannonball, and the car behind, the Motor Mouse. This may well be Steve Johnson's last run up the quarter mile here.
Yeah. Well, as I say, we think we got most of them back down. Actually, we know that the first place runoff is, or the final, is Nick Davis and Tim Garlick. The third and fourth place runoff is the two funny cars, Paul Harris and Tony Betts. And the next place runoff is the two slingshots, Bob Hawkins and Joe Bond. Then the next place runoff is the two, I think is the best way to describe it, as altereds, Adam Glado and Wayne Allman. And then also down there, as Darryl alluded to there, Steve Johnson. We've got John Hale down there, Ricky Gowan, and fingers crossed Andy Raw has made it down as well, but we just got to wait and see. But just been towed round the corner then, the Cannonball funny car of Ricky. He's strapped in, ready. And a huge amount of help from the West Ham Motorsport team, but then obviously Ricky is on the crew there.
He's part of them.
He is indeed.
So is everybody running on this?
Well, so there's a couple of question marks. But
we're going to have to see who makes it back down for, because if you notice as well.
Oh, there's one car that I did find out that was broken. Unfortunately, was Robbie Grabham. We didn't see him earlier today. It was. Can't remember exactly what it was, but there was a weld that had broken. They didn't, although there's people saying, "Oh yeah, we can weld it." They just didn't want to take the risk because they didn't know why. So they thought, no, we'll get it back to base and investigate and everything.
Check it out.
So
okay.
Checked out.
Funny you should say that, because the Cannonball race, if you remember the Cannonball race from years ago, was always a little bit of a war of attrition, wasn't it? There was always 8 cars in round 1, maybe 5 or 6 in round 2.
Yeah, but the other side of the Cannonball used to be Top Fuel against methanol, alcohol, as they were in those days. And it was the reliability of, if you like, Mickey Cougarat, however you want to say it, and the showdown car of John Spuffard or Gary Page driving a car or whatever. It was always, you got the reliability with the methanol cars, but then the speed and everything with the Top Fuel car. That really was how the Cannonball originated, but for funny cars, not for a mix.
Right, yeah. But what I mean is that, like, because we started out with 18 on the entry list, we had a few casualties, sadly, on day 1. That run earlier today was we were missing a few of the cars from last night as well, and you get down to the later rounds, and it's always a case of who's running and who manages to hold everything together.
So let's get this clear in my befuddled head. This is the 3rd qualifying.
No, this is it now.
This is the final pairings.
Runs. This is the finals.
So the way it works, John, is so the final is between Nick Davis and Tim Garlick. So that's going to be for 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But also Tony Betts and Paul Harris are due to race in effectively the B final. So that means that one of those two will finish 1 and 2. Yeah. One of those two will finish 3 and 4.
Right.
5 and 6, 7 and 8. And so on. That's how it works out.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I know where you were going with that, John, because the Cannonball, when it was a funny car series, always used to be a mile. If you remember that. It was 3 runs, set 3/4 of a mile, and then the final was finishing the mile.
That's it.
But because of weather and everything that's been against us, this is it.
Rex is going to have a look and join us as well. Yeah. So if you feel as though you want to join in and say something, just go ahead and do it, and we will stop and listen to wisdom.
Yeah, of course. So Rex, I have to ask, when you say, like, you and Dennis went separate ways, what did you do when you went back to California? Did you carry on racing?
No, I didn't actually.
Okay.
What did I do? Well, I worked for a few dealerships back there.
Okay.
And then because I had a mechanical background, up and coming back then was the extended warranty. So, the definition of a warranty is what the big print giveth, the little print take awayeth.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So even though you're involved in the initial footings of the sport in this country, you didn't keep going in it when you got home. No?
So I went through and had a career in the insurance industry in the United States, different states, and used to write different policies for different states. And wrote the program for Rolls-Royce, came over here and did their American program, and so on and so forth. was in that for many years.
Well, what's impressive about that, and what I take from that, is the only place you go racing is in England. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to be back. It really is. It's deja vu.
So, Ricky Gowan with the repop of the Cannonball funny car.
You just very briefly saying about warranty there reminded me of something that Neil Belliard came up with when he was doing Dan Williams' paintwork. He goes, if there's any issues with the paint, and Neil turned around and goes, well, the warranty expired once you've gone over 40 mile an hour.
Yes, yes.
So, Ricky Gowan, hopefully, with another step in the right direction here with the Cannonball car. Actually looks a bit...
It's picking up now. That's good.
Yeah, like Ricky said before, doing the best he can with what he has, which is a supercharged Keith Black Hemi.
We've all been there, you know.
Yeah. You've just got to...
Yes.
Step by step. Well, you have a fellow American driver down there this time round. So, am I right in thinking you never drove the car?
Yes,
right?
no, it's true. Dennis and I would take turns.
Oh, okay, no problem.
That's the way we did it.
So obviously, it's great that you did that and you're involved at that point, but did it not? Because obviously Southern California was a hotbed of drag racing.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So going back to California, you know, did you go to any races or anything like that?
No,
or
I actually went and worked for Keith Black.
Oh,
in
okay.
his shop. So I had plenty that, well, we'd go out to all the races, but all the racers came there, you see, so it was great. That's when rolling out the Hawaiian and
yeah. What do you know? What a place to be. Can we just take a snapshot of what that was like?
It's true.
You know,
it was true.
I mean, that's just Drag Race. I mean, I know there's a website called Drag Race Central, but that is Drag Race Central, isn't it?
Yes.
Keith Black's workshop, the home of the Fuel Hemi.
Yes.
In Southern California.
Would you remember the time that Roy Phelps, who was here, do you remember Roy Phelps?
We had a chat yesterday.
Did you?
Yes, I did. That was great.
Wow. Well, of course, Roy was tied up with Ed Pink.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, I know. The other engine builder.
Yeah. I mean, that was Roy made that decision all those years ago that he would tie up with Ed Pink. So, and now Roy's son drives a Top Fuel funny car.
Well.
So, Jason.
Builds a lot of stuff as well. Actually built the chassis, I think, underneath the Camaro funny car.
Oh, is that right?
In the Kestrel lane. Yeah, John Hale with a lot of fuel coming out of the pipes that time. That's a very expensive haze, that is.
And this is
Steve Johnson.
Steve Johnson, of course, isn't it? With the motor mouths here. And when we originally started the Cannonball, it was for funny cars only. But now it's sort of spread out to various cars that want to join in.
Right.
But at the moment, the #1 car is the funny car. So hopefully you'll understand as we go through it. So
Rob Elson just trying to bring the idle down on the Dirty Deeds car. It's still running a little high. Probably higher than he'd like, that's why he's trying to change it. And again, I said it earlier, but if this is going to be Stevie Johnson's last drive, hope it's a good one.
Yeah, I'd just like to say on behalf of everybody, thank you to Steve Johnson for 50 years of entertainment. And he's always been around the sport. He's retiring this year.
Cars for sale. So if you fancy coming and racing in the UK again, Rex, prime candidate. There we go.
That car's for sale. And it's a real nice car.
Yeah. Well, he's nudging into stage, John Hale.
Now they're trying to find forward gear, aren't they? There, we've got it. Okay.
We think. I think John Hale's leading it out. Going to be a by-run.
Oh, come away from the wall, Steve. And
Well, a very entertaining last run for Steve Johnson. 772, 131. Commiserations to Rob, John. The whole of the Dirty Deeds team been at it all weekend, trying to get the car to run right. And up 3 attempts on the start line. And unfortunately,
So
just not happening.
Steve Johnson would have started in 1973 driving and had a whole lot of different motor cars, but they were always called Motor Mouse, weren't they?
They were.
Steve Johnson.
He started out with Cosworth. Well, no, actually, before that, I can't remember what he had before that.
Yeah, it was an EDA Cosworth, wasn't it?
That's
I think?
right. Yeah.
Power plant. But no, he had. If you look on YouTube, he had other cars before that. So, commiserations to John Hale there. Obviously, with insurmountable problems.
I hate to say it, but there are days like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, especially on this side of the world, there aren't many opportunities to run and
This is true.
race the car. That's always the problem, and it does put a lot of pressure on the weekends where you are running the car, but yeah, just a bit of a character-building weekend, I think. Not that Rob needs any more of them, but yeah, a bit of a character-building weekend for John Hale and Rob Elson and the team. So we do have the Venom funny car of Tony Betts around there. Not sure if... I think... Yeah, he is. I can see his toe wagging.
Norman, I think,
as well.
Before them, hopefully going alongside Adam Galedo.
I don't see Adam round there. That's the only thing. This might be
Yeah, but there's
Wayne.
a lot of vehicles in the way as well, don't forget.
They're right. I like Wayne's toe wagon. I really do.
That's so cool, isn't it?
It's just kind of the definition of cool.
Well, Wayne is started.
Wayne is due to be alongside Adam. We're also supposed to have Bob Calkins and Joe Bond. I don't see them down there either, unfortunately, but we still do have a couple of fabulous races coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
What do you think of this?
It's great. It's great. Isn't it just fabulous? It really is.
I mean, really, they should do a Fast and Furious film with that in it.
Yes. He was actually in the mix. Wayne Allman was in the mix for the toy car thing, the Hot Wheels car as well.
Oh, really?
Yes, he was. He was part. Obviously, only one can win. But he was one of the nominated vehicles that they were going to immortalise as a hot rodder.
Probably looked at that and we can't make that.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of a big ask, actually, really.
You've got to have a real brain to design something like this. So,
But what it is effectively is a very short dragster chassis, very short, with a VW. Well,
it looks like a Samba. The front part looks like, where they have all the windows in the curved bit of the roof.
You got it.
And then it's a pickup bed at the back.
Yeah. It's a steel body, don't forget. So,
yeah. What's left of it?
Yeah.
But Wayne resurrected it as well. It was on its way out, shall we say. So Wayne vying for 200 miles an hour. Thing is, I think he needs a bit of help from Mother Nature for that, and not a headwind. We shall see.
Well, he's got a little bit of a tailwind, not much.
Got a bit of a bounce going on as well.
This is looking very good indeed. Oh, 198.89 miles an hour. What a run for Wayne Allman. 7:14 as well.
Quickest run of the weekend, picking up all the way through. What a shame that wasn't quite that magic 200-mile-an-hour run.
It is far off it, was it?
It was. It is actually the fastest commercial vehicle. But he wants to be. He wants to be the first commercial vehicle over 200 miles an hour.
Brilliant.
Although I'm not sure you could put much shopping in the back. Really.
You've got enough money to have shopping?
Yes.
My goodness me, you're rich.
My wife does.
Ah,
there we go.
Your wife has the money.
The money to do the shopping. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So Tony Betts is going to be due to be alongside Paul Harris. They're both there. This is the 3rd and 4th place runoff for the Cannonball.
Okay. All right.
Both have been on song all weekend, actually. Both of them have been in the 6. Well, Tony runs 6.2 and a 6.3. Paul Harris run 2 6.3 second runs. And great weekend for the Crowborough Massive, as I call them, because he's got. He comes from Crowborough, obviously, but he's also got Dave Millam on the team.
Yeah, I saw
as well.
Dave down there. Yeah.
Dave knows his way around a funny car.
So this is Nostalgia Funny Car coming round now. Again, very much like the other Camaro we just saw. And do you recognise this? This is one of a tribute to one of Dennis's cars, the Monza. This should be a really great race. I mean, how that car has changed.
Oh, yeah.
In about, what, 1 year, I think, when it was just a poodle down the track and is now forced to be reckoned with. So
100%, yeah, you bet. And he's got two bodies for the car as well. This car actually came over here to the UK as the Chi-Town Hustler. He has a Chi-Town.
Oh, really?
Has the Chi-Town Hustler
I remember
body
that
as
one.
well. Yeah.
Well, I'll be darned.
So this is in our Cannonball, which is the name we've given this sort of race. This is they are vying for the number 3 and 4 spot. We haven't seen the numbers 1 and 2 men yet, so they're to come round.
So this car here is a tribute to your friend Dennis Triddle. The car in the Kestrel Lane. It's a Monza body with a brilliant paint scheme used to replicate the paintwork that Dennis had on his cars over the years. Taking on Tony Betts with Venom. Nostalgia car with a nostalgia crew chief. Mr. John Wright, I'm going to get murdered for saying that. So, both bringing them up to the line. Tony Bennett's from Essex. Paul Harris from Sussex.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, what a race. Tony Betts is going to get to the stripe first. He's got a 5! Oh! 5.96.237. Mosh pit.
Be careful with John Wright. Remember his age.
Well, the nostalgia crew chief knows his stuff, I think is what I was going to say there. Well done to the whole team. Fabulous run as well for Paul Harris. Great weekend for that team. 6:33, 208 miles an hour. But I wouldn't want to be Tony when those guys get out the other end. I really wouldn't. He's going to get mobbed.
We don't normally celebrate like this, Rex. We normally just walk up and shake hands with people. But today...
Oh, Uncle John, Leslie, just hugs everywhere.
There's been years of trying to get to that point for Tony Betts. Years. He's hit the wall. He's blown up engines. He's had all sorts of stuff go on. But finally, it all came together. I don't think they give a monkeys they came third in the Cannonball at the moment.
102 to 60 foot, 394, 194 at the 8th. He had a 202 back half there with a 596, 237.
Well, when he raced the final against Tim back at they both went 6-0 in that final round race.
Yeah,
he got absolutely beaten to death, and he lost on a hole shot. Can you imagine what's going to go on at the top end here? So pray for Tony Betts' back, everybody, when they get up there. I think it is the way to put that one.
Oh, look at that. That is proper relief, celebration, jubilation. It's absolutely everything. It really is.
Yeah, fabulous.
Oh, when that Venom pickup truck goes by, you've got to raise the roof and give them a huge round of applause. Not only that, Paul Harris's team as well. What a show that they have just put on for you.
Enjoy that?
Old guys rock.
They definitely rule.
There we go.
Give a huge round of applause. Oh, superb.
And we've still got the final to go.
Yeah. That was
my word.
That was the third and fourth place.
That was the warm-up act. Deary me.
So,
yeah,
well,
unbelievable. That's the kind of moment that you come to see, isn't it?
Okay.
Definitely. We were saying this yesterday, weren't we, John? That obviously all the sitting around with the rain is just a bit of a, drag, obviously. And you think, why do we do this anymore? And then there's moments that everything just happens
fits
like
into
that.
place.
Yeah, Tony. I must admit, I wouldn't blame Tony for calling it a day after that one, because it ain't going to get much better than that, is it, really? Hopefully he won't. I'm just kidding. But yeah, so much effort. Unbelievable effort's gone into that.
What a time to do it.
Yes. There are those days when everything goes right.
Yes.
That was
And
absolutely wonderful.
That was it.
Yeah.
Few and far between, unfortunately, but that was absolutely superb. Joyous for both the teams.
Well done.
Now we're just waiting to see who is coming out next.
Well, it's just a little
I
bit
can
of
see
fluid on the track, actually, from Paul Harris's run. There's that's hence why the tractor is out there, just having a good old look. But
It's just sledding the track there. There's not really any clear up going on.
That, yeah.
Sorry, what I was going to say to you, Rex, is when did you actually stop working with Dennis Piddle? Can you remember, sort of years-wise, when that you actually finished?
That would have been out 69, 70.
Right.
In that period of time,
Sure.
I'm pretty certain.
Okay, because, I mean, a couple of the guys that crewed with Dennis Piddle are still around today. Phil Peed and Star, the other one. I'm trying to think of his real name. They called him Star. And when our friend came out with the tribute car, they found themselves back involved in it as well. And I just wondered if you might have known them.
No, that's after I left.
Ah, okay, all right. But I mean, it's to see the cars, these retro cars, running in the fives and low sixes, as we've just seen there. It's for Tony Betts, who just ran the five. It's a shame that he didn't run it earlier on. What we do with the Cannonball, it's named after the Cannonball Run film with Burt Reynolds and Dom DeLuise, and it was put together by Roy Phelps back in '81 to celebrate the launch of the film into the world of cinema and things like that. And the idea of it, we've been trying to sort of explain to everybody, is in those days all the cars were funny cars, but they used to run quarter-mile races, so they would run 3 quarter miles, and the two people who had the least time, took the least time to run the 3 quarters, raced again to see who would win the mile. So that's how they did it, and this is what we're doing today or this weekend, but the rain disturbed us running 3 quarters for everybody. So so they've run, most of them have run 2 quarters, and now the final race will be for 3 quarters of a mile, if you like.
There you go.
But that's the way that the Cannonball is sorted out. But I mean, there was you saw the Cannonball funny car go down there. Well, that is a tribute to the car that won the first Cannonball race in 1981. The driver of that car is here with his grandson driving a altered, and that car, the Cannonball, is a tribute to that first Cannonball car, which the original first Cannonball car was a Dom Prudhomme car. You know, when Prudhomme was sponsored by the Army. And
yes, I remember that period.
Yeah, Prudhomme came over and ran in the Army car over here, didn't he?
He did. He came over for the 1980 World Finals. We had 22 Nitro Funny cars.
Wow.
Yeah, because there's a famous picture of everybody lined up here on the track.
Yeah, he didn't have a great weekend. He qualified okay, qualified number 2, but then had issues in eliminations. Bootsy Herridge actually qualified number 1 that weekend. But in the final, that was the first appearance in the UK of a gentleman we came to know and love after that, Harlan Thompson.
Oh, yeah.
He won the event in Knut Söderqvist's Tre Krona car that weekend. And that was the time I remember as well. It was actually on World of Sport on ITV as well. It was, which is quite a big thing at the time.
With Mike Allen from Capital Radio doing the voiceover.
Yeah, could well be.
I'm sure it was Mike Allen that did that. But anyway, so history again. So when you were around, do you remember Bootsy Herridge?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay. All right, it's just I'm just thinking of names to throw at you to make you
to
feel
see
at
who
home.
you're with. Yeah, exactly that. Just to let you folks know what's going on, we've got the final of the Cannonball to come, waiting around the back of the tower. That was a good race. This should be a doozy. They're just finishing clearing up. It's from just past exit 1, but the good news is always when the sweeper is going down, that's the very last thing to be done. The racetrack itself is fine. We do need to clear anything up in the shutdown area too. So hopefully not too much of a problem for Paul Harris, but they've had a fabulous weekend all together. So just too quickly, Rex, have you any of the names that you remember, the faces that you remember from back in those days, have you seen any of them this weekend?
Well, other than I saw Roy yesterday.
Okay.
Who have I seen here? No, is it Anthony? I'll get it in just a minute. Billington.
Okay, yeah, of course.
I raced against his dad, Peter Billington.
Sure.
So
with Tony Densham in the commuter?
Yes, Tony Densham.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it wasn't Peter, it was Tony Densham.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and it made me think here when just a few cars ago, this right-hand lane, where it red-lighted, been there, done that. I did actually laugh at that.
Did you?
Yeah, a little deja vu there.
So was there any competition between you and Dennis for like when you were in the car, who went quicker, that kind of thing?
Well, it was a learning experience because we built it from. We had a good engine, but we didn't know anything then. And when the chassis, when I went over to California the first time, I went down to Don Long's shop and I took pencil and a piece of paper and I sketched out what the chassis should look like.
Okay.
Did that. So when the car was built, it would always pull to the right and I couldn't understand what that was. I'd missed out a crossbar between the engine and the rear axle, so when the engine revved, it would twist, and that would pull the car to the right. So I forgot to put in that little crossbar.
So when did you discover that?
Well, that was the one after the first time out.
Yeah.
I forgot to put the steering nut on. So when it took off, the steering wheel, the butterfly came off of my hands.
Fantastic. Good way to learn, though, isn't it? Yeah.
Keen to get out there, you know.
I always call drag racing the Wile E. Coyote end of motorsport, where it's basically strap yourself to whatever you can find and see what happens, kind of thing. That's it. Yeah.
You learn from this. Always check the steering wheel nut first.
It's a mistake you only make once, isn't it? Yeah, one of those definitely. So when the car ran, so do you remember who was quicker in the car out of you and Dennis? It was you. Oh, really?
I had more nerve.
Okay. At the time, Dennis soon definitely gained his nerve over a period of time.
Practice. That's all it takes is practice.
Is that right? Yeah, it just takes.
In the old days, they had telegraph poles down the side here. You'd be surprised when you get past 160 miles an hour, how fast those telephone poles go by, and they're 100 feet apart. But and the vibration, couldn't believe the vibration. But once you get over the vibration, when you accelerate up to like 160, you're all charged up and going faster. But it's like breaking through the barrier. So you got to learn to, when you get to 160, is to put your foot in it.
Yeah, keep going.
And keep going on through it.
So that's what surprises me from what you say, because by the sounds of the way you speak, you really enjoyed your time doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what's a little bit of a surprise. That again, going back to the hotbed of drag racing in Southern California, why you didn't continue when you went to the States?
Well, Clive went over there and did that.
Okay.
He traveled around and he painted his car and he called himself the Englishman.
Okay.
So that was the #1 title. So, well, anyway, I was all into the warranty business and car dealers and all. So I went that direction.
Okay.
And then I finally caught up with Clive when he owned a dealership over there. And in later years here, he sold his dealership off to AutoNation, and then he does this Baja Rally business. So he does that with his son now.
But with you, so you were okay with stopping racing, because a lot of people, it's kind of like a proper addiction, isn't it? Yeah. So
going through Tudor Rose here, rebuilding it, you can really get into, and I mean, you eat, sleep, and drink.
Yeah. Absolutely.
engines, nuts, bolts, screws, and drag racing. And it's hard to wind down from that. It really is.
Well, you obviously had the secret to winding down, I guess, yeah?
So, but now coming back at it again, it's very easy to get back into it again and get wound up with it. So, but for me, I still live in Southern California, and so it was difficult for me to campaign the car.
Okay.
And so now Richard Lyon and his wife Marjorie are going to take over and campaign the car. So now allows me to come by and join them now for a couple of weeks. And so that's, at my age, you know, that's great.
It must have been a great moment, though, when you came back and saw the car all in one piece again for the first time.
Yes. Well, it was just an ordinary chassis that had been modified by different owners over the years, and chopped and bits of angle iron welded on it and all kinds of. So it was a mess. But it was the original chassis. So spent a long time getting that straight and putting it back to where it originally should be. And then all the rear axle, engine, driveline, all that, I brought that in from the States to fit it into a straight chassis, and then we finished it off, and here it is.
It's great, but seeing it now as well, it looks like it did day one, I guess.
Oh yeah,
much,
well that's the object of the exercise.
It looks fabulous. It looks fabulous.
I think what we'll do is, because it is taking a little bit of time down there, is we'll hand back to the radio station for a while.
No problem.
And we'll try and keep
It won't
Rex,
be long. It won't be long.
We'll try and keep Rex here to see the final. So radio station Nitro FM, if we can pass back to you for a few minutes, please. Thank you.
Sleeth in front.
Yeah. Well, John Sleeth got there first. Lee Charles got there second and broke out. Just go tell you.
Well, the Barracuda chasing down the Red Nova. Now then, who gets to the top end and doesn't break out first?
Matthew
wow.
Dowdy.
Matthew is doing so well.
That's on a whole shot as well.
The movers and groovers, these two, aren't they? So there's the gap that about a second and a half gives you. Now, Big Parsons, will he get there first? He does.
Well, he doesn't. Mojo got there first, but broke out by
well,
Dan Sanderson goes red. Always like to see a race if you can. So Dan Williams is through.
Well, he dies in 10:68.
Oh,
runs
69.
10:69. My goodness me.
Right,
the Duster into the Kestrel Beers lane.
Against the man that made Colin red light.
Well, it could be the end of the journey for Chris. Let's see what happens. It is Ash Rawson, 10:29, takes the win there.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting race, this. There goes the Mopar, and a huge controlled wheel stand.
This should be all Pete Dodd.
And he does.
Yeah.
He gets it.
Perfectly timed. He was 005 on the tree.
Here we go. Lights burned down. Couple of seconds between them. Glenda's away. And it's a red
cherry.
light.
Oh.
In the Slick Tricks lane. AJ Denning pulls the red light. The lady is not returning. The lady is through.
Look at that as well. Perfect run. That's actually a perfect ET.
Yeah, perfect ET for Glenda.
Is that right?
So Vince Naylor with the old parts Model A in the Cackle lane.
These two, as I said before, is a Hot Wheels car. Either could be. But it's the Volvo that was immortalised.
He's enjoyed it so much. And, he'll find a way of doing it. Oh, low 9 definitely could tickle an 8. Oh, 906. So
spot on. Yeah, spot on.
Yeah,
wheel spinning up past the tree.
Your Dragstalgia Cannonball Final coming round. They are both going to be throwing the kitchen sink at this one. Two very good friends. Two real good buddies.
Two real good competitors.
John Price. John Price being a schoolboy again.
Everything's falling apart up here.
Okay, side by side, Havoc and Apache.
This is going to be the big one, folks.
Oh, is it ever? Well, I'll say it again. Leading up to this event, Tim Garlick put a number of posts on Facebook that he was mixing fuel, mixing nitro for this event, and a load of people commented. Then he put one at the end, which said, "It said special mix for the final." Right? I was going to answer, but I did tell him this. I said, "Tim, was that the one you were bringing to Rob and Nick with Havoc?" And he nearly slapped me. But guess what? Here they are.
Yeah. So we've got the Alton of Nick Davis, Havoc, coming up against the Trans Am Apache of Tim Garlick.
This may well be one of the last times we ever see Havoc, because Nick and Rob have other race cars. They've got another fuel altered that they're building. So make the most of this one, folks. If you love that little green car, you know who you're rooting for. If you love funny cars, you know who you're rooting for. Nick Davis and Tim Garlick going to be leaving it all out there on the Santa Pop quarter mile for the Dragstalgia Cannonball Final.
Just waiting for Nick to go in. Oh! And it's Tim!
6:08 and 2:26.
Oh, wow.
Well, Nick tried to hang him out a bit on the start line. He got the jump as well, but then got the best view in the house of Tim Garlick disappearing through the finish line to take the win.
Wow, there you are.
Fuel Altereds doing what Fuel Altereds do, funny cars doing what they do, winning and running 5-second runs, of course.
That's what you call a heart-stopping moment, I think. To Tim, well done, mate. That is just proves the reliability of the car. Absolutely fabulous. Nick, your driving is really without question. What a superb recovery, and everything's safe and well. So, but congratulations to Tim Garlick.
Yeah, I think Nick, well, they couldn't have tried any harder. I'm sure they tipped it all in for that race.
Yeah.
And Nick did everything he could to save it. Round of applause, please, for your 2023 Dragstalgia Cannonball winners, Tim Garlick and Apache.
They had to fight for it this year, though. My goodness.
Well, and they had to dodge Fuel Altereds as well. On that subject, Rob Loring off up the other end to collect Nick Davis. The only thing that was a shame, it wasn't a side-by-side race to the finish line, but well done to all of them, and I hope we see that little green car, that angry little green car again.
We didn't exactly expect the line astern, though. That was the thing at the strike. There's so many observations. I mean, I'll let you guys call that because I was observing that. The crew, they all know each other extremely well. We had the Barnes lights, Tom and Scott Barnes, one on each crew. So that, you know, they were, because normally I see Scott and Tom, crew for Nick Davis. So one of them was crewing for Apache.
Tim.
Yeah, so they had a proper. It's just
it's all good. It's all good fun. All good fun.
What a cannonball that was.
Yeah, that was one of the best ones we've ever had.
Yeah, we'll concentrate on this now.
Yeah, very much so.
The Wild Bunch.
We still have lots of racing to go. We've got the Wild Bunch, their second session of the day. I think we've still got supercharged Outlaws to go. We've got 3 rounds of racing for Nostalgia Superstock. Outlaw Anglia.
Old School Stalkers have still got to do another one as well. And
hopefully
another Willis Wars as well. So, yeah, still loads of stuff to come.
And the final of the NSA Shootout too.
Jim Tanner and James Ald, your first pair in this session of the Wild Bunch. 12.95 plays at 9:30 on the dial-in. So James will be going first. It's what they call a QE combo. They try to get as close to their dial-ins as possible, and then every single member of the Wild Bunch gathers in the pits after racing and have their presentations.
Well, this looks really close as they head towards the top end. The number of times I've said that today.
Yes, James Ald hits his number, 12.95 with a 6 on a 12.95 dial-in. Jim Tanner almost goes a 10th under there. 9.19 on that 9.30, but well done, James Ald. I'll move him up the pecking order in the Wild Bunch list today. Next up, Crazy Chris Hartnell alongside Peter Whitfield. 11.50 for Peter with the rail. And backdraft for Chris, 8.80.
So I think that car of Peter Whitfield is the one that Dave Nelson was saying. It used to be his original car, I think.
All right.
Shortened by a lot.
Nice wheelie there for Crazy Chris. And an 879 with a 9. Wow, that was so almost bang on there, Chris. Pete Whitfield, 1126. Really, really close.
That wasn't bad, was it? Was it a 1,000th of a second off of his actual dial-in?
Yeah.
My goodness.
And of course, the Wild Bunch don't have like breakouts as such. It's as close to as you can get. So
Yeah.
that was brilliant.
So even if it's a 1,000th under like that, it still counts,
It still
doesn't
counts,
it?
yeah.
That's a good way of doing it, isn't it?
And a spectacular launch to boot. So, yeah, very, very good run. So this is Rich Butcher in the Kestrel Beer Lane from full skip. In the Slick Tricks lane. And it was Rich Butcher who took the win.
Yeah, but look how close Ford Skip is. He's absolutely nailing it. Well done.
They don't look overly happy.
No, they're not very happy.
No. You can show a little more emotion, fellas.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah. Show that you're happy. Oh, Steve Garland. Is he stuck? And of course, it's the short crank redemption, the slingshot of Andy and Gordon Roy. Yeah, with Steve unable to engage reverse, or he engine stop, one or the other.
Just wait for Steve Garland to get back behind the start line.
The nice play on words with this one is it's sure crank redemption.
Yeah.
Well, Steve Garland's car, is it still running?
Well, I would imagine it is.
Yeah.
So just couldn't find reverse. Yeah. It's got forward motion, but no reverse.
Star trekking across the universe, only going forward because we can't find the reverse. There we go.
Under Captain Kirk.
Sorry?
Under Captain Kirk. .11.09 on a Steve Garland goes 11.63 on that 11.
Yeah, way too quick, but still very good indeed. Quickest car in the Wild Bunch next. Ian Lloyd. Earlier on today went, look at his darling, 7.59. They've been trying for so long to get that car into the 7.5s. It stubbornly refused so far. Now would be the time. Went 7.66 earlier, I think, something like that. That's an amazing elapsed time for that little car. Up against Phil James. I think these two paired up earlier as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
With the Rampage.
Well, history personified with these two, that's for sure. 9.56 the time. Phil, 7.59. The Gonzo.
Nice looking run again for Ian Lloyd. Will it be a 7.5? Not quite. Again, 7.68, 1.69.
9.53 with an 8. On a 9.56 target there. Phil James. And that's Greg Tate with the time lock Topolino.
Getting quicker and quicker. If you check out the
he's
dialing.
doing all right, yeah.
And Steve Field dials an 860 with the Black Pig. He went 8.3 earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Something like that.
he did, yeah. That was a happy time for them, that's for sure.
Quickest run ever, I think, is in the 8.1s with that car. But, you know,
I'll tell you.
Certainly not much to choose between them on their darlings, is there?
Yeah, 818 their PB.
Yep. It's a great little car, that one. Very, very lightweight. That was the whole concept of drag racing in those days. Lightweight race car, powerful, small engine, which is what's in there. It's a small block Chevy. It's not that small.
Carries the front wheels as well, doesn't it?
Oh, cracking race. 8:39, 9:12.
Wow.
Yeah, very good. Keith Crampton with the Saltown Shaker. And Mr. Ben out front. Have you got that one?
Yeah. Willy Wonka, I think, is a more apt name for him.
No, because every time he goes into the cupboard, he comes out with a different outfit. Dan Wilson with Antique Toy.
I'm amazed he still fits in that as well, actually, because he did that a number of years ago, didn't he? If you remember, John, that was Thomas. He was up here helping us.
Really?
Yeah, a few events ago.
Who was in a dress a little while
He
ago.
was, yes.
And now he's in top hat.
We were all expected to do that, didn't you know?
Hence the Mr. Ben when he goes into the wardrobe and
comes out different.
comes out the fight. 10:19 for Dan Wilson, 400ths off. 10:07 for Keith Crampton, a little bit further off than that.
There wasn't much between them on the finish line either, 1300th of a second. So Ian Wild with the Wildcat and Callum Swinchett with the Topolino in the Slick Tricks lane. Called, as you can see, written on the side, Kings.
Yeah, that's a reference to where they come from, because they live in Kingsbury, Northwest 9 in London.
Oh, okay.
Which is where I was born. Well, I was born there.
Is there a blue plaque?
Yeah, this is no trespass. And the reason they got the Topolino, because there's not a lot of real estate available in Kingsbury, and this actually fits in their single garage at home. So.
Oh, okay.
I think they live 2 streets from where I lived as a kid, or baby, I should say. 9 flat there for Callum. 13:42 for Ian.
I still think they hold the most spurious reason for leaving the track early. The Swinchat family.
What was that one?
Because of where they lived 2 years ago. The Euro 2000 final, which was in 2021.
Oh, Wembley, yeah.
England versus Italy. Because of where they lived, they had to leave early to make sure they got home because of all the crowds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So because of a football match,
yeah,
they had to go home from a drag
Yeah,
race.
I understand that.
Yeah, because Wembley Stadium to Kenmore Avenue, where I used to live, it was about 2.5 miles.
Yeah.
Also, it was just swarming with people there.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Liz Malcolm and Alan Lowton.
So battle of the sexes then. Liz Malcolm and of course Alan Lowton. And Ford Power against Jaguar Power.
$10.42 for Alan Lowton and a $10.97 for Liz Malcolm. Okay, I think last few wild bunches. I can see Outlaw Anglia getting suited up, ready to go. Who's John Webster racing? Because he's next to Colin Miller.
No, he's not racing Colin Miller. Right, let's give you the pairing. Al O'Connor and John Webster. Dalton Scarlett and Mick Taylor. You've got Spencer against Ginner. Colin Miller has got Ben Rushforth.
Wow.
That'd be entertaining.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
So Rory Hart with Braveheart, the little opal.
Well, that's running a lot quicker and a lot better than the last time I saw it. That's good. Excellent stuff.
1164. Or 164 as it says, 106.
No, I'll take that. 164, that's the biggest breakout in history.
Mara's all over the place. Pete and Rob Brown. Robin Rathchild in the Kestrel lane. And Pete in the Slick Tricks lane. Ian Rebel. What are their quickest ETs with these? Because I think Rebel's knocking on for the quickest run it's ever made.
Right. Rebel is 8:35.
Been in the 8.3s this weekend, haven't they?
And Rathchild 10:72.
So this is where brotherly love ends, is it?
Something like that.
only for about 10 seconds. These two cars will both be at Silverstone for the Silverstone Festival end of August.
Well, Pete will go flying past Rob. It's just the when part, not in time, was the answer. Rathchild takes the win like that time, 11:43 to an 8:47. Still a really, really good weekend for all of them. And amazing as well that they both made it here.
Oh yeah, two-seater Dragstalgia is passenger-wise. Let's have a quick look because this will be the last one. I think on today for the two-seater. I've had so many messages. There's a few I haven't replied to. Apologies if you have messaged me today and I haven't replied, but been a tad busy today. Joe Knapman from Dorset, 40th birthday present, this one.
Well, there you are. Happy 40th birthday for this year, Joe. And let's hope you enjoy your two-seater thrill ride, which you can all take advantage of if you want. It's just you have to phone Santapod's office and agree to pay however much it is. I've no idea how much it is, but you can be in the back of that 8-0 that time around, but it's all been within a couple of tenths. The elapsed time and the terminal speed has been round about the same. So I don't know if that's our final two-seater ride of the day. Possibly is. Okay, well, it's back to This is going to be a goodie, this one, I think. Now, I'm going to wait to see if Colin Miller is going to vent the nitrous for this
sure
one. What
he
do you
will.
think do you think he will do?
He's not going to get away with what he's done the last couple of times, which is run high sevens against Ben Rushforth, because I'm sure Ben, looking for a place in the semi-finals, he's been in the 8-1s. Giving the thumbs up.
Thumbs up, yeah, all good. So
this car as well, quickly, John. This was the original Flavel Brothers.
It was
Pop Dragon car.
It was.
as well.
It was exactly that. Yeah, from up north.
Indeed. Still kind of is-ish. Well, to us it is anyway. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
of course it is. Yeah, yeah.
Anywhere north of here is us, so he's a
Yeah.
northerner as well, I think. Is Toaster north of here? I don't know. So, Colin Miller with
West.
a nitrous car.
Northwest.
And Ben Rushforth with the blown big block in there. For a place in the semis.
I didn't see any nitrous.
There must be. He's that far in front. That was 7:30 at 182. Stellar run again for Colin Miller. Does what he needs to do to go rounds, that man. Very intelligent way of doing it. Ben Rushforth and the whole family still had a fabulous weekend. Well done. It was really, really good. 8 ones, 164 again for Ben. And he treed Colin as well, just to make sure.
Oh, John Webster with his Anglia. When you see it next to a sort of sit up and beg pop, you realise how the dimensions, although it looks the same, all the dimensions have changed. Yeah. So if somebody has got hold of a dinky toy when it was hot and squashed it down with their thumb.
He still says it's like sitting on the John. No offence, not you, of course.
John Webster has been told to shut it off. He's going to be a solo for Al O'Connor.
Well, Al O'Connor's going to the semis.
Wow.
In the biggest ever Outlaw Anglia field ever. How's
Brilliant.
that?
And he hasn't had a race yet.
Has he not?
No. Oh, yes, he did. Yeah, he got past Lee Taylor round one. Apologies. But yeah, you can see the fluid leak there. Only a tiny bit, but...
I thought, do you know what, it's a shame. I thought it might be John's day because finally got the car running really well.
Yeah.
But a gift for Al O'Connor. Semi-finals, here we come. We took the green light, doesn't matter what he runs. Taking it easy, actually.
Practice the launch, and now saving the engine and the transmission. So, this is the... if you've got your Brownie box cameras on you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pair to take a photograph of. The two Fordsons coming round here together. Great paint schemes on both of them. And both of them absolutely committed to beat the other one. So here we go.
One with a big block with nitrous in it. That's Mick Taylor.
Yep.
One with a Pro Charger, which is a crank-driven supercharger.
Bit like the old Bentleys used
Very
to have
much
years
so,
and
yes.
years
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
Yeah.
With the the thing
In
is,
my day.
there's not much room at the front of an Anglia to put a supercharger.
No.
In fact, there's not much room to put the engines in these cars that they put in them. Yet they've managed it. I think, was this car originally built by John Webster? I can't remember now. But it's been around for a while now. But first ever weekend for Dalton Scarlett, and he's got a chance of a semi-final berth.
Well, his previous run 7.85, or qualified run 7.85, and 8.02 for Mick Taylor. Now, in my head, I have it that Mick has run quicker than that.
No,
in the past.
He hasn't. No, Dalton has much quicker.
Dalton went 7:42 in round one and 7:43
okay.
in round two.
Right, okay. But what a great shot for these two. Great picture, the two Fordsons together.
What a race again. Dalton has driven round Banshee. Dalton to the stripe.
Yeah.
7:46 from 8:07.
There you go. Absolutely superb. Well done, gang.
185 miles an hour again for Dalton Scarlett. What a job those guys are doing.
It's not a bad time to lose with, though, is it? An 8:07?
No, it's good for me.
Probably would have liked
Wants to be back in the sevens, but right, last pair. Spencer Tidswell.
Hang on, Ginner's here.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah, she got past...
No, I didn't mean that. I mean, like, not over there backing up at 100
right.
miles an hour. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
He's not taking it seriously, is he? Dear me. So Al O'Connor, is that right on there? Going to take on Dalton Scarlett in the semi-finals. This is for a race against Colin Miller. Exactly.
This is, yeah.
So Spencer Tidswell in the Kestrel lane against Ginner.
Spencer giving it all there on the start line. Magnificent launch, but Ginner has it covered.
So your semi-finals then, it sees Al O'Connor taking on Dalton Scarlett, and it'll be Ginner and Colin Miller.
Well, Spence did everything he could, but the only problem was the car went up, not forwards.
Yeah.
I think.
Time trial run for Lee Taylor. We look into the lanes to see Gas Circus and also Supercharged Outlaws.
We've got the, I think it's the NSA down there. We've got the old school Stocker semi-finals to go. We still need round 3 of 4 of Nostalgia Superstock, Colin.
Yeah.
I think, is that right?
Yeah, but they can lap pretty quickly.
Still got 3 more.
So Lee Taylor, time trial run, gives him a 909 at 149 mile an hour. Nicely done there, Lee.
There was a lot more off the line in it that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just a time trial run. Just a practice run, if you will. Okay, this is the NSA bikes. Many thanks, as always, to Keith Lee. As you can tell, Keith's not here because we've gone. Yes, that's.
Keith has written a note to us telling us who the finalists are, and underneath it just says, plus a couple of others.
Yeah.
This must be the couple of others.
I think he's left us to drown is what he's done, isn't he?
Yeah.
Something like that. So Neil Baskerville and Terry Holman. Terry in the Slick Tricks lane.
How it used to be, and in fairness, when I first came along here in '81, a lot of these guys were still racing these bikes. So I mean, Ray
And
Law,
still are.
who's supposed to be one of our finalists, was certainly riding the Double Triumph when I first turned up on the scene.
Well, Colin Fallows with the Super Cyclops down there in Slick Tricks lane, up against Stefan Breck for all the way from Sweden. I think this is the first time I've seen Stefan out here this weekend, actually. I really do. I really think this is the first time I've seen him on the start line. I can't remember the name being mentioned at all. But anyway, Stefan all the way from Sweden to race or compete in the NSA Shootout.
Well, Colin Fallows, of course, not only known for his motorcycle prowess, sitting out there in the Slick Tricks lane, but also Colin was a jet car pilot. And one of his rides, of course, is in the marquee behind the grandstands, Vampire.
Yeah, burning out in I was going to say in front, behind the tower, against the tower, in the old style.
Well, that's going to be Ray Law, I think.
It is, you are right.
With the double engine Triumph. And then...
so this...
no, hang on.
Yep, no, against Graham Sykes it should be against. This should be the final of the NSA Shootout.
Well...
Indeed it is, yeah, Graham is down there.
Yeah, there is. Well, that's Ray.
That's Graham
right.
down there.
That's Graham Sykes. So Graham Sykes is the man behind the Force of Nature steam-powered rocket.
Absolutely at the forefront of technology and the backside of it as well with one of these.
Well, this is a shotgun, an ex-Dave Clee motorcycle that Graham is on. And Ray, I'm sure, is riding the same bike that he was riding when I first came here in the early 1980s, the double-engine Triumph. So this is going to be interesting because both of these bikes run really well. So we should be looking at side-by-side 12-second runs? Something like that?
Certainly hope so, but this is the final round race for the NSA.
No, 10 and 11 seconds these bikes have run. And it's Graham who gets away first, leaving Ray trailing behind. And it is a 10-second run. Well done for Graham, and commiserations to Ray. Thank you very much for your involvement. The National Sprint Association.
So we have Gas at Circus. We're on round 3. I think we're on round 3 to set up the semi-finals.
Yeah, sorry, 3 pairings, because there is a bye in the semi-finals awaiting one of the pairing winners.
So Sean Milsom is the man in the Slick Tricks racing lane, and Patrick Hobbs with the Southern I can't even say it, Southern Flight. That's the Falcon in the Kestrel beer lane. Dialed in at 11:59 and a 10:13 dial in for Sean Milson. So it's going to be a bit of a wait. There we go. Oh, Sean pulls a red.
Didn't wait too long enough, unfortunately, Shawnee. Oh, Sean as well, run bang on his dial-in.
Yeah.
And in the other lane, Patrick Hobbs, right, don't give that ticket to Sean, please, whatever you do. Bad luck, mate.
That's the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it? So...
Chris Layram and Steve Matthews next pair. Now the winner of this one gets a bye into the final. Is it going to be the birthday boy? Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin, 9.66. But it'll be Chris Layram leaving first, wanting a 10.24. And it's not going to be Steve Matthews. A red appears on the tree, which is Chris Layram.
Well, he got a cherry for his birthday and broke out by that. Oh, that's the smallest margin we can break out by. But anyway, he read it, so that was done.
1/10,000th of a second breakout. Oh dear.
Jason Hollenby with the jumping jalapeno, sorry, in the Kestrel lane. 10.74 against Ray Turner, the one and only Ray Turner with Green Onions.
He's piling on the points now as Jason Pickett ran out in round 1. And Ray, second in the points chase, is going rounds here. So good news for Ray.
Well, we get a green light race finally.
Yeah, fab. Now then, is this going to be a battle of breaking out of the top end? What do you think, guys? It is.
No breakouts.
There you are.
Jason Hollenby takes it, 10.83 on a 74. Lose at 11.09 at 10.95. Win margin, 0.7 of a second.
Jason Pickett was Jason Hollenby's biggest fan in that race.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not sure whether it's going to be... it's Supercharged Outlaws first, I think.
Yeah.
Look at those hats going back that way. Unbelievable. Can you check them out, look? They are rather special, those hats, aren't they? They are bird baths. Cunningly disguised as hats.
Fabulous.
Supercharged Outlaws, number 4 of the weekend. So Duncan Beard in hot seat of his car, Team Thunder God. Des Taylor taking the stop off after the burnout. Duncan desperate for, he's been very close before, he's been low 8s in this car. He wants a 7-second run. Des has got a number of them. Duncan would really love to know one. Well, the rest of the run looks really good. The launch just needs sorting out, and that would be there. 9:21, 161 miles an hour, much more like it for Duncan.
So, Bob Glassett and the bubblegum Mark I Capri, the one with the hockey stick on the side of the car. I think that's how we used to tell them apart.
With a hockey stick?
Yeah, the way that the swage line is shaped, it looks like a hockey stick.
Taking on Brian Watson, he's getting quicker and quicker, you think?
Yeah.
It's all right, that's all it takes.
It's a Mark I Capri, isn't it?
As Alan Reinhardt in the US says, it's interesting because I say so, and I'm the one with the microphone, so you've all got to listen to it. Yeah, that.
Absolutely stunning car, that.
Wow, it's a living room ornament, isn't it? Masquerading as a race car. See if Brian can get further into the 8s.
That's a great looking run, isn't it?
868, 157. Bob caps his weekend off. Really, really good weekend because he didn't ever run the car before. 944, 141. Okay. That was the Supercharged Outlaws for that session. Willis Wars up next.
I've got dial-ins this time. All right, Chris Coburn looking for 1270. Ian Ratton 1250. 1296 and 1226. Ian Ratton nicely under his estimation there. And next up, 1080 on the roof of the Willis.
Callum very kindly sent me a picture of what this car was previously. It looks killer though. Looks very mean. There's matte black. NC 124. Okay, Nostalgia, Superstock.
Quarterfinals.
Yeah, Nostalgia Superstock.
Right, John Sleeth taking on Ash Rawson. Ash going first, 10.24. John Sleeth going to be chasing 9.71. So it's the Duster against the Camaro. And it is Ash Rawson going into the next round. John Sleeth goes 0-1 red. No matter what he runs at the stripe, goes 9.74, but Ash 10.40. The win light was already on, and he's in to the semis. Your next pair, Carl Kenyon taking on Pete Dodd. So it's the Valiant, the Twisted Lemon Machine of your #1 qualifier. Going alongside the Metamorphosis Camaro. Look at the difference in dial-ins. 1486, which is almost the bump or the bubble on Nostalgia Superstock. And 930, I think, is the quickest car in the class this weekend of Pete Dodd.
Yeah, that's a long wait. 5.5 seconds, isn't it?
That's huge.
Pete Dodd's going to get there. Will it be in time? The answer is no.
Oh, 9.31 on a 30.
Whole shot.
That 0.16 reaction, considering he was 0-0 off the line last time round. But it is Carl that goes through. Right, the Williams brothers team matchup then. Matthew Dowdy and Dan Williams. Dial-ins. 12.37 for Matthew. He'll be going first. 10.72 for Dan with the Camaro. Both cars put together at the workshops of Williams Brothers Racing over just off the A5 outside Toaster. Oh, and it's game over for Dan Williams. He goes red. Matthew Dowdy takes the win.
He'll have a note on his car later on saying, I'm not going to fix it again.
Matthew goes 12.34. He breaks out. Dan breaks out as well. But Matthew Dowd, Dan Williams was 001 red. Oh,
it's got the tickle.
Yeah. So that's one Williams Brothers car through. Will we get a second one here in the shape of Vic Parsons? Going alongside Glenda Thompson, who ran a perfect ET in the previous round.
Actually didn't need to.
No.
I think it was red light in the other lane.
Yeah. $13.90 plays 9.79. Glenda going first. Oh, when Glenda goes red, it's Vic Parsons who's going to be representing the Williams Brothers team. Vic goes 9.84, Glenda goes 14.06. Matchups then. In the semis, Carl Kenyon going to be taking on Ash Rawson to see which Mopar goes into the final. And the other side, it's the Williams Brothers of Matthew Dowdy, Williams Brothers teammates, I should say, Matthew Dowdy and Vic Parsons to see which WBR car goes into the final.
Okay, elimination round 3, which is the semi-finals for the Nostalgia or Old School Stalkers. Rod Spry, Richard Peachy. Rod Spry, Kestrel Lane. These two very evenly matched through the day, actually not quite so much on their qualifying times, but have been during race day. Richard Peachy in the Slick Tricks lane, who's going to be going for the big trophy in a little while. Well, they were both on time. It looks like Richard Peachy's actually got the lead. Is Rod Spry going to get there? I don't think he's going to. 8.90. End to end for Rich Peachy. He was quicker on the tree, quicker on the track. A heads-up race means only one thing. So
the side of the ladder, Kevin Melling and Gary Hester.
Kev Melling with the quickest bike here this weekend, and it's a two-stroke. 750cc in there in the Slick Tricks lane. Gary Hester, 1325 with a Katana, but you wouldn't know it. Both these 8-second bikes.
Don't forget, Gary runs this an ET bike.
He does, yeah. Slight jump off the line for Kev Melling. Sounds like the bike's going off at the top end. It did. 881 at 148 beats Kev Melling's 889. Not sure whether there was a misgear or something at the top end, but it didn't sound quite right.
0-2 between them at the stripe. Very, very close indeed.
Well, Kev Melling did his job on the tree, got off the line first, but it will be Rod Spry and Gary Hester in your final round. Okay, Custom Car Invitational. We've got a few cars, then we need to gather our semi-finalists. And then obviously back for the finals.
Yeah, Ian Smith and Tim Bull. Yeah, Tim set a new PB today. Congratulations to him at 987. Well done. Then he backed up with a 993, which bizarrely matches his previous PB. $10.23 and $11.25 on that one. Damien Halliwell and Adrian Sidwell, your next pair. Damien on a good looking run here. Goes 10.71, finds a 10th on what he ran earlier. And for the Lopez of Adrian Sidwell, 17.17 at 81 miles an hour. Just trying to catch up on some messages. I'm hours behind on some of these. Leslie Wright just wanted to say, pass on a message to say huge thanks to everyone making the Hall of Fame auction a success. Thanks to all the bidders and buyers this weekend, and thanks to all the Hall of Fame personnel for their dedication and time. And that's obviously from everybody here. Right, so actually just a little break on action on the track at the moment, basically because we've got to turn vehicles around and get them down for some more eliminations. So not a planned break, it's just that vehicles need to get back to the pits and get ready for their next round of eliminations. So a pause from us in the tower at the moment. Going to give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2, but obviously we'll take it back when racing commences once again. 79. Wow, that was so almost bang on there, Chris. Under Captain Kirk.
Sorry?
Under Captain Kirk. Yeah. $11.09 on a 56 the time. Phil, 7:59. The Gonzo.
Nice looking run again for Ian Lloyd. Will it be a 7.5? Not quite. Again, 7.68, 159.
Carries the front wheels as well, doesn't it?
Cracking race. 8:39, 9:12.
Well, now he's in top hat.
We were all expected to do that, didn't you know?
Hence the Mr. Ben when he goes into the wardrobe and
comes out different.
comes out the fight. 10.19 for Dan Wilson, 400ths off. 10.07 for Keith Crampton a little bit further on.
Oh, okay.
They did 2 streets from where I lived as a kid, or baby, I should say. 9 flat there for Callum. 13.42 for Ian.
And Ford power against Jaguar power.
$10.42 for Alan Loughton and a 10.97 for Liz Malcolm.
Well, that's running a lot quicker and a lot better than the last time I saw it. That's good. Excellent stuff.
11.64. Took the green light, doesn't matter what he runs. Taking it easy, actually.
Practice the launch, and now saving the engine and the transmission. So, this is the. If you've got your Brownie box cameras on you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pair to take a photograph of. The two Fordsons together.
What a race again. Dalton has driven round Banshee. Dalton to the stripe. 7.46 from 8.07.
There you go. Absolutely superb. Well done, gang.
You know.
Spencer giving it all there on the start line. Magnificent launch. But Gina has it coming.
So Lee Taylor time trial run gives him a 9.09, 149 mile an hour nice.
Terry Holman. Terry in the slick tricks lane.
How it used to be, and in fairness, when I first came along here in '81, a lot of these guys were still racing these bikes. So I mean, well, Colin Farlow's, of course, not only known for his motorcycle prowess, sitting out there in the slick tricks lane, but also Colin was a jet car pilot, and one of his rides, of course, is in the marquee behind the grandstands, Vampire. to be a bit of a wait. There we go. Oh, Sean pulls a red.
Didn't wait long enough, I thought, surely. Oh, Sean as well, run bang on his dial-in.
Yeah.
And in the other lane, Patrick Hobbs, right, don't give that ticket to Sean, please.
And it's not going to be Steve Matthews. A red appears on the tree, which is
well, he got a cherry for his birthday and broke out by that. Oh, that's the. Well, we get a green light race finally.
Yeah, fab. Now then, is this going to be a battle of breaking out of the top end? What do you think, guys? It is.
No breakouts.
There you are.
Jason Hollenby takes it, 1083.
Well, the rest of the run looks really good. The launch just needs sorting out, and that would be there. 921, 161 miles an hour, much more like it for Duncan.
Number one qualifier, Jason Hollenby, taking on Patrick Hobbs. And then they've got Chris Layram on a solo.
Well, number one man in qualifying was Jason Hollenby with the jumping jalapeno. Two Falcons going to be taken. One of them is going to be taken on a forward pot. So Jason Hollenby, 1075 and 1155 for Patrick Hobbs.
So Patrick going first. Well, Jason's drawn alongside already. Jason's gone past.
Already.
1096 lifted at the top end, a 0.5 light there. So Jason, number one man in qualifying, has a chance to be number one man of the meet in Gasser Circus. He's going to be going alongside Chris Layram, who's just done his burnout. Dial in of 1024. Probably will take it all the way through just to give him an indication of what to dial in for the final. No, he doesn't. He just goes down.
Saving heat in the engine and stuff, I think, yeah.
All right, so Gasser Circus final set. Jason Hollenby, Chris Layram. We've got semi-finals to go to create the final in Nostalgia Superstock, and obviously we've got semi-finals in Outlaw Anglia to set the final there. And we're pretty much...
We're done.
Done, yeah. So Nitro FM, if you can take the airways over once again. And we'll be back with more action here at Dragstalgia 2023. John Sleeth goes 0-1 red. No matter what he runs at the stripe, goes 9.74, but Ash 10.40. The win light was already on. He's in.
Pete Dodd's going to get there. Will it be in time? The answer is no.
Oh, 9:31 on a 30.
Whole shot.
That 0.16 reaction, considering he was... Oh, and it's game over for Dan Williams. He goes red. Matthew Dowdy takes the win.
He'll have a note on his car later on saying, I'm not going to fix it again.
Matthew goes 12:34. He breaks out. Dan breaks out as well. But Matthew Dowdy, Dan Williams. Oh, when Glenda goes red, it's Vic Parsons who's going to be representing the Williams Brothers team. Vic goes 9:84, Glenda goes 14:06. Matchups then in the semis. Carl.
Well, they were both on time. It looks like Richard Peachy's actually got the lead. Is Rod Spry going to get there? I don't think he's going to. 8.90. Does he?
Yeah.
Slight jump off the line for Kev Melling. Sounds like the bike's going off at the top end. It did. 8.81 at 1:48 beats Kev Melling's 8.89. Not sure.
10:23 and 11:25 on that one. Oh, Damien on a good looking run here. just very quickly before we get Outlaw Anglia around, there is a white Mercedes-Benz Sprinter in E-Field, registration number D8REO. Unfortunately, your awning has blown over the van itself. So that's in E-Field. If you have a white Mercedes Sprinter in E-Field, reg D8REO, your awning's blown over the van. Right, semi-finals.
Outlaw Anglia.
Hang on. Oh, it is there. Thank goodness for that. Al O'Connor and Dalton Scarlett. This will be Al's first race of the day, unbelievably, as he would have taken on John Willard in round 2. Oh, sorry, no, he beat Lee Taylor in round 1. Then he had a bye in round 2. There's no John Willard. Then in round 3, John Webster was shut off. So Al O'Connor. Dalton Scarlett, though, what a weekend he's been having. He qualified in the 7s with a 785, and then today it's been 742, 743, 746. Phenomenal weekend.
Well, considering he's never driven the car before this weekend, too,
yeah,
and here he is on the cusp of a final round. To be honest with you should just quit after this weekend because it's never going to get any better than this, is it really, to be honest with you? It's the survival of the fittest as well. Because 32 cars is the biggest field we've ever had. The guy who was #1 qualifier set the ET record. Yeah, it's just been that kind of event, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
But Dalton Scarlett, I think the quickest he'd been was like a high 9 before, was that right?
Well, he's had 4 7-second runs today, well, over the course of the event. Phenomenal. Sure, try and get the burnout smoke out of the cabin. Going alongside British Drag Racing Hall of Fame member and outright legend, Al O'Connor with Al's Gasser.
Yeah, Al, if you think back a few years ago from the crash, everybody thought, well, that's it for Al. And now here he is just a few years later.
Yeah, Gina had other ideas, didn't he? It was never going to be game over. Dalton Scarlett on his way to the final with a 7.52 at 161 mile an hour. Al O'Connor bows out with a 10.29. But Dalton Scarlett into the final.
He clicked it off early, pulled the chute before the finish line as well. So
Colin Miller makes his presence felt known straight away there with his burnout. And he's going to be going alongside the Gina Man.
Good friends these two, they hang out quite a lot. Yeah, they hang out quite a lot, don't they? The pair of them. Gina's taken to not burning out over the start line, have you noticed?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. So, Gina, the Disturbed Racing 4-pop, 584 cubic inch. Okay, Colin Miller, 632 cubes in there, with nitrous, of course.
So, for a place in the final against the new boy, the really, really, really new boy, Dalton Scarlett, will it be the Flying Fifer from Scotland or Phil Middleton? Gina. Just down the road, actually, isn't he?
Yeah.
Not far away. Colin with a smooth looking run. It's going to be another 7.06, 100. Smooth as you like as well. No drama whatsoever. 706, 196 miles an hour, one of the fastest speeds he's ever run.
Yeah.
That's how you do it, killing them with consistency, strong runs, and 7.0s. 8.53 at 155 for Ginner. And Colin Miller will be back in the shoots.
I should have got this out earlier on. A big shout out to Dave Eady. Not here this weekend. I was really hoping he was going to come up, but Dave, just thinking of you, buddy. Wish you was here.
So we've got the Wild Bunch coming round.
En masse.
Yeah. One more time. While we assemble our finalists, I think we've got competition classes. We've got Nostalgia. I call that Nostalgia Pro Stock Bike. Old School Stalkers. Biggest field ever for Nostalgia Superstock. Outlaw Anglia. Gasser Circus. What have I missed? I think that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yes, that's it.
Well done to Colin's team. Low ET of Eliminations. Killing them with consistency. Good, strong runs every single time down the track. Doing everything they can to beat the guy in the other lane. And they've just got one more to go against Dalton Scarlett.
So Rich Butcher with the fourth dimension slingshot going alongside James Auld with the Little Faust dragster. Target time for James is 12.95, and he ran that pretty much bang on last time. Rich Butcher, 12.8. Yeah, so the only final we need to set is Nostalgia Superstock. All the other finals are set.
We've
Carl
done
Kenyon.
semis. Oh, okay. I thought
No, we got Carl Kenyon taking on Ash Watson,
of course, yeah.
and then Matthew Dowdy taking on Vic Parsons. Interesting thing with that, with Matthew and Vic, both of those cars weren't race ready until Wednesday night, Thursday morning. They were still being worked on. And yeah, well, Matthew did run last weekend, broke a gearbox, got it up here, ran on Friday, and the new transmission they put in broke straight away for some bizarre reason, don't know why. And they had to take the car back to the workshops, put another trans in, and it's been fine ever since. And since then, it knocked out the guy that put the transmission in it, Dan Williams. Vic, car has been amazing this weekend. Right, James 12.95, Rich 12.80. 12.93 for James Auld, 12.75 for Rich Butcher. So what, 1.5 tenths off for 5 tenths off for Rich. Really, really good. Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. Right.
So Jim Tanner in another car built by the founding member of the Wild Bunch, Mr. Roy Wilding. Well, they both are 9:30. Looks like they might both run it as well. Wow, maybe not. 9:13 for Jim Tanner, 1:45.
Keith Crampton and Pete Brown. So it's Rathchild and Saltown Shaker. .1160 plays 9.78 here. .1127 there for Pete. Keith goes 10.48. Quite what Keith wanted.
So the funny car of Phil James, named Rampage. Been around in UK drag racing a long time, as we might have mentioned before. Up against the car in the other lane is actually brand new. I think Rory built that himself, didn't he?
He did, yeah. So Rory looking for 11.50. Phil James looking for a 9.56. .1167, nicely done there for Rory. 9.97 for Phil James. Yeah. Okay. So Rob Brown with Rebel and Dan Wilson with Antique Toy, 10.23 and 8.38. 8.35. Yeah. 10.22 for Dan Wilson. He's only 100th off, but good runs for both of them. Greg Tate with Tom. He's had a cracking weekend. And how about Alan Lowton with Paranoia?
Yeah, this car is as it was in the 80s. Beautifully turned out, little altered. There was a time when Brian Thomas owned it and ran it. Not only did he run it with nitrous, he also ran it on nitro, would you believe?
Really?
Yeah. Bit of poking from Robin Reed, I think, helped. Oh, it goes in the nines again, 988 at 131. Nice looking 920 for Greg Tate.
All right, semi-finals Nostalgia Superstock are in the lanes. And this is crazy Chris Hartnell with the backdraft slingshot. Going to be alongside Liz Malcolm with the Just for Fun Racing Dragster. It seems a long time ago that I did my round one elimination with Chris Goodell this morning.
It was 5 rounds of racing ago.
It was. Yeah.
Okay, so Chris Hartnell, 8.80 is the chosen number for that cracking slingshot. And Liz Malcolm, 10.92.
$702, 873 for crazy Chris.
Nice numbers, 148.
Wow. Right, semi-finals in Nostalgia Superstock. This for a spot in the biggest field of race cars ever in European drag racing. Carl Kenyon, the Twisted Lemon, #1 qualifier, taking on Ash Rawson. 1490 plays 1024.
Couple of good lights. Couple of even lights. Even better if your name's Ash Rawson. Wow, that was close.
That was close. 0-1 at the stripe. It's Ash into the final. Both of them with 0.19 reaction times.
Yeah, not anywhere quick, but what they needed to do. Okay. Matthew Dowdy, Vic Parsons. Both of these two, if you told them at the start of the weekend, like you said, Colin, when everything was in bits, they wouldn't have believed this was about to happen. For a place in the final. Against Ash Rawson. Matthew Dowdy, ex-junior drag racer. Vic Parsons, like Colin said, full nut and bolt rebuild on the Plymouth.
Oh, and it's game over for Matthew Dowdy. He goes red. It's Vic Parsons into the final on his return.
I think that's what makes it broke out to even more special.
Yeah.
It's his first event back with the car after everything in a million bits and back together again.
978. Oh, boy, oh, boy. 1237. Well, Matthew, I'll tell you what. You can't keep a junior dragster racer away. You really can't. But it's going to be Ash Rawson and Vic Parsons, your finalist in Nostalgia Superstock.
Okay.
But this is the final of Gasser Circus.
#1 qualifier over there, Jason Hollenby in the Kestrel Lane 1075 up against Chris Lyram for the big trophy at Dragstalgia, and Jason goes red by 0-2. Chris Lyram wins Dragstalgia. I don't think Tony Pearson could barely believe that. Well done, sir. What an effort. The times don't matter. Well done to the Gasser Circus posse on the on the balcony too.
Yeah, awesome.
A bit of a Gasser Circus takeover over there. Look at that. They're even tidying up after themselves. I can't believe that. Are you Japanese by any chance, any of you?
Oh, boy. 3 races to go, plus whatever else is lurking.
Well, we got
the Willis Wars are in the lanes. I can just see Chris Coburn's Willis just poking his nose around the corner there. But yeah, so what's still to come? Outlaw Anglia final between Colin Miller and Dalton Scarlett. The old school Stocker final between Gary Hester and Richard Peachy. And of course, Nostalgia Superstock final, Ash Rawson and Vic Parsons. Right, well, we're not far away from announcing our awards actually for Dragstalgia. So we're just going to have a final conflab on that.
Yeah.
And
open the brown envelopes we have that we've been handed.
Our votes have been cross-checked. And, the independent adjudicator
says we won't pay him.
Yeah. So we've still got that to announce. So we'll be aware of this. But in the meantime, whilst we're waiting,
I think we're coming around with
the
Willis Wars. Yep.
Yeah. All of a sudden, that walk turns into a sprint.
So the Willis Wars normally run an all final format. Since they've been dialing in, there have been less and less of them throughout the day. So this race between, I think that's Chris Coburn over there in the Kestrel lane. Okay, last race for the Willis Wars. Chris goes first, followed by a red light in the Slick Tricks lane. .1060, oh goodness me. And ran 1065 and a 1065 too. Chris Coburn over the stripe first and with the win. Like Colin said, we're just checking our entries for the trophies today, the showmanship trophies. We're gathering our finalists. We've got 3 races to run. Thank all of you. Everybody out there on the banking and the grandstands, you had a good day today? That's more like it, yeah. I hope you have. You guys rock, staying all the way till the end. Not like those part-timers that went home, half an hour ago, whatever it was. But it really has been a great day today. Shame yesterday was weather affected, but when it was good, boy, was it really, really good indeed. And credit again to the whole of the Santapod team. Once again, the track crew, just outstanding as always. Thank you, Russian Dig Guy. It's all right. That mullet takes a lot of organising, mate. No, sorry, the racing takes a lot of organising. That's what I meant. Anyway, Nitro FM just for a few moments. Finals not far away.
Okay, here we go. We've only got 3 finals left to run today, and this is one of them. It's the Old School Stalkers. Your finalists, having got through a field of 16, so obviously it's been quite a few races to get here. You have to run your first round, your second round, your semi-final, and now this is the final. 4 rounds of racing to determine the winner of Old School Stalker. Gary Hester qualified number 5. Richard Peachy qualified number 3, and they meet in the final. So Gary Hester then in the Kestrel Beer Lane with the Katana. The bike is called the Saint. You normally see Gary running at National Championship rounds in ET bike. Richard Peachy on the GS 1000. Let's see what he can do. Both away well. Good looking race. Richard Peachy just out in front at the moment, but here comes Gary Hester. It is close. Oh, the winner, Richard Peachy, goes 8.86 to a Gary Hester running 8.90. Gary tried everything. That was his first 8 of the weekend. Not quite enough, no. Richard Peachy takes that one with an 8.86. Congratulations to Richard, the winner of Old School Stalker at Dragstalgia. Just 2 finals to go there. Nostalgia Superstock and Outlaw Anglia. We need to wait for them to come into the lanes. So Nitrofeng going to take the airways back once again, and we'll be back with the last 2 finals.
Couple of good lights, couple of even lights. Even better if your name's Ash Rawson. Wow, that was close.
That was close. 0-1 at the stripe. It's Ash into the final. Both of them with 0.19 reaction times.
Yeah, not anywhere quick.
Oh, and it's game over for Matthew Dowdy. He goes red. It's Vic Parsons into the final on his return.
I think that's what makes it broke out to even more special.
Yeah.
It's his first event back with the car after everything. For the big trophy at Dragstalgia, and Jason goes red by 0-2. Chris Laram wins Dragstalgia. I don't think Tony Pearson could barely believe that. Well done, sir. What an effort. The times don't matter. Well done to the last race for the Willis Wars. Chris goes first, followed by a red light in the Slick Tricks lane. .1060, oh goodness me. And ran 1065 and a 1065 too.
Both away well. Good looking race. Richard Peachy just out in front at the moment, but here comes Gary Hester. It is close. Oh, the winner, Richard Peachy, goes 8.86 to a Gary Hester running 8.90. Gary.
Actually looks a bit.
It's picking up now. That's good.
Yeah, like Ricky said before, doing the best he can with what he has, which is a supercharged Keith Black Hemi.
Well, come away from the wall, Steve. And oh.
Well, a very entertaining last run for Steve Johnson. Got a bit of a bounce going on as well.
This is looking very good indeed. Oh, 198.89 miles an hour. What a run for Wayne Allman. Oh, what a race. Tony Betts is going to get to the strike first. He's got a 5! Oh! 5.96.237. Mosh pit.
Be careful with John Wright. Remember his age. Just waiting for Nick to go in. Oh! And it's Tim.
6:08 at 2:26.
Oh, wow.
Well, Nick tried to hang him out a bit on the...
Well, this looks really close as they head towards the top end. The number of times I've said that today.
Yes, James Auld hits his number, 12.95 with a 6 on a 12.95 dial-in. Nice wheelie there for Crazy Chris. And an 8.79 with a 9. Wow, that was so almost bang on there, Chris. Under Captain Kirk.
Sorry?
Under Captain Kirk. Yeah. $11.09 on a 56 the time. Phil, 7.59. The Gonzo.
Nice looking run again for Ian Lloyd. Will it be a 7.5? Not quite. Again, 7.68, 169.
Carries the front wheels as well, doesn't it?
Cracking race. 8.39, 9.12.
Wow. Yeah, now he's in top hat.
We're all expected to do that, didn't you know?
Hence the Mr. Ben when he goes into the wardrobe and
comes out different.
comes out the fight. 10.19 for Dan Wilson, 400ths off. 10.07 for Keith Crampton a little bit further on.
Oh, okay.
I think they did 2 streets from where I lived as a kid, or baby, I should say. 9 flat there for Callum. 13.42 for Ian.
And Ford power against Jaguar power.
$10.42 for Alan Loughton and a 10.97 for Liz Malcolm.
Well, that's running a lot quicker and a lot better than the last time I saw it. That's good. Excellent stuff.
11.64.
so long. I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me.
And they are both in the lanes, coming round the corner now. Well, not together. We're going to run Outlaw Anglia final first. It'll be Colin Miller, the Flying Fifer, against Dalton Scarlett, the Hooligan. Dalton Scarlett has had an incredible weekend this weekend. The numbers have been just out there. 785 in qualifying, and then 742, 743, 746, 752. Colin Miller didn't need to go as quick in all of the rounds. He does what he needs to do to get the car into the final. He went 7:30 against Ben Rushforth in the quarterfinals. Then against Jenner, he started to turn the wick up. 7:06. 196.39 miles an hour to set up this final then. Dalton Scarlett and Colin Miller. Biggest field ever in Outlaw Anglia here at Dragstalgia 2023. The right event to have their biggest field ever. Global coverage. People from Australia. Well, John Willard and his team obviously taking part. But it comes down to the last two. Number 3 and number 4 qualifiers, actually. The Nitrous Purge from Colin Miller. Here we go then. Dalton Scarlett. Colin Miller. The Hooligan against the Flying Fifer. The Fordson van against the Pop. Drag race. Colin Miller wandering around his lane. Dalton Scarlett closing in. Colin Miller's got his foot buried again, but it looks like it could be Dalton. It's Dalton Scarlett that wins Dragstalgia. 7:75 at 184. Colin Miller goes 8:14, 176, all over the place. The win margin, 0.18. Dalton Scarlett wins on his debut with that car. Phenomenal performances this weekend from Dalton. 7s all the way, and that's what it took to win it. Congratulations to Dalton Scarlett. The last race of the day, and it is Nostalgia Superstock, the record-breaking Nostalgia Superstock field this weekend. 73 entered. We had a ladder of 64 with alternatives. And it came down to these two. Vic Parsons with a car just before this event wasn't completed. He dials. Oh, that's right, we're just waiting for the dial-ins. There we go. 9.78 dial-in for Vic Parsons. He qualified number 20. One place ahead of him was Ash Rawson, number 19, with the Duster. He dials 10.24. So it's the Duster and the Belvedere. Ash will be going first. Vic will be chasing. There's not much between them on the tree. It's a green light drag race. Whoever gets to the stripe first without breaking out is going to take the win. It is going to be. It's a double breakout. Ash Rawson wins Dragstalgia. It was a 9.76 for Vic Parsons, 200ths under, but only 100th under with Ash Rawson. So it's Ash that wins Nostalgia Superstock at Dragstalgia. Wow. Absolutely incredible racing. And after all of that, with all the racers taking part, it's Ash that takes the win. Just having a look at the replay on the screen there. Insanely close at the stripe. But congratulations. Okay, that is a wrap for Dragstalgia 2023, apart from announcing our showmanship awards. And it is now the time that I get to do that. Just before I do, I want you to raise the roof for our track crew here at Sandipod Raceway. Thank you ever so much indeed to our track crew. They're just tidying up down on the start line there. That's the top end crew as well, our spotters, everybody that runs the pairing lanes as well. The Sandipod team, obviously the SPRC, what a job you have done this weekend, and we couldn't do it without you. We know that. You know that. And you guys and girls are the best. Well done. So then, our showmanship awards. Best burnout. Loads of people having a look at this, and in the end, two stonking burnouts smoked the place out. And not only that, in the supercharged Outlaws, he ran his first ever 8-second pass. Congratulations to Simon Boot with the bootlegger Camaro, takes best burnout at Dragstalgia. Bug, or backup guy or girl, and constant change of outfits and just really getting well and truly into the role of the Bug this weekend, goes to Paul Harris' team in the into the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Unfortunately, we don't know the lady's name, but Paul Harris's team, best Bug this weekend. Driving job of the weekend. Again, it was between two people, and I'll explain why we went with this one in the end. The driving job of the weekend, and oh my goodness me, how he managed to keep it on four wheels, I do not know. But again, in Dragstalgia Cannonball, Adam Clayton, just how he held on to that car, I do not know, but he did. And the photographs that I have seen of that run are just unbelievable. I guarantee you Adam will have one of them framed on his wall very, very shortly indeed. So best driving job of Dragstalgia is Adam Clayton. Best appearing car is always a tricky one to suss out, as there are so many cars and bikes, believe it or not, that are totally worthy of this. But there was one car that appeared this weekend that just made everybody's jaws drop. And unfortunately, we never saw it on track. But when we do, it could be a contender once again. And it goes to Brian Whitfield. That little altered that Brian has put together called High Spirits, it's just an unbelievable car, and rightfully deserves best appearing car this weekend, Brian Whitfield. The wheelie, again, is always a tricky one, this, and there's plenty of cars that are designed to do it because they have wheelie bars, but there's one or two that don't, and for that reason, and the way he held the wheelie, brought it back down and continued. In Outlaw Anglia, get this one, Dougie McClure with a success. Dougie went for the sky, brought it back down again, and he gets best wheelie of Dragstalgia. The best appearing crew. Again, loads of great efforts this weekend, but after plenty of discussion, best appearing crew this weekend goes to Rob and Pete Brown. Well, not for them, but the girls. And Rebel and Wrathchild nearly blew it when Thomas decided to dress up as well, but congratulations to Rebel and Wrathchild team for best appearing crew. The moment of Dragstalgia, and this was, we were juggling things around trying to get this right, but there was one moment of this event that just made us scratch our heads and go, what just happened out there? It was a contender for the best burnout. It was contender for the driving job, but we thought, I tell you what, let's just give it moment of the weekend. And the 1,000-foot burnout, followed by one of the wildest rides ever, goes to supercharged Outlaw driver Aaron Windridge. You are certifiable, mate, and what a moment of Dragstalgia that was. I've got to look at the live feed once again just to recap on what you actually did out there. A burnout literally up to about 1,000 foot. I know he was off the gas by about the 8th, but you rolled to 1,000 foot, brought it back down the start line, and then just went all over the shop on his run. And it was just a hell of a moment. So congratulations to Aaron Windridge. Which leaves us finally... Oh, no, sorry, there's ones that we can't choose, and that is low ET of the event. A 5.9645. Tony Betts with Venom takes low ET of the event. And not only that, he is now the quickest Nostalgia Funny car in the UK. And he's taken that away from Apache and Tim Garlick. So congratulations then to Tony Betts with Venom, 5.9645. Finally, the spirit of Dragstalgia. And when you have competitors that live their lifelong dream and finally their dream comes true at Dragstalgia, you've just got to give them the spirit of what was involved in getting this team and this car here to have his highlight of probably his life this weekend. And it just goes to show what can be done. The spirit of Dragstalgia, without any doubt, goes to John Willard, the Aussie Outlaw. Thank you, John, and obviously to Paul Steeman as well. Thank you for bringing that car here, for taking the Outlaw Anglia ET record at 671, and for making a huge amount of new friends in the process. All I can say to you, John, is thank you, and I've got a feeling we're going to see you back here again. Will it be next year? Will it be the year after? We don't know. But for goodness sake, John, get that car back over here and do it all again. So there you have it, folks. That are the awards for Dragstalgia 2023. There will be, well, Eurodragster are going to post those results very shortly indeed. But it has been an incredible event. The pits got flooded. They got dried out. A huge crowd. The evening entertainment over in the Vintage Hub was brilliant. Everybody here has had a fantastic time. And I, for one, I'm just so pleased I've been at probably one of the best Dragstalgias ever. They're all good. But with the sheer volume of entries this weekend on 2 wheels and 4 has just made it one incredible event. Thank you ever so much indeed for joining us this year. And thank you ever so much indeed to everybody around the world that's been tuned into the live feed as well. And it's just been an honour to be able to call it with Darryl Bradford and, of course, John Price this weekend here at the track. We will see you all again next year at Dragstalgia. I personally just cannot wait. We're going to sign off now. Wish you all a very safe journey home, and we'll see you soon.